Well, it was a hell of a weekend. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that he's going to be arrested on Tuesday. Now, I think the Trump camp is walking that back. And what the media is basically saying is, Trump puts out his Truth Social where he says, and now they're saying they're
all this coming.
Well, what Trump said was, now they're going to arrest me on Tuesday. And what I think Trump was actually saying is, that's what they're claiming in the press, that there's going to be a formal arrest of Donald Trump. Now, interestingly with all of this, is Elon Musk tweeting, if this happens, Trump will be reelected in a landslide victory. Let me play this clip. This is from the 17th, actually, it's from Friday. This is Viva Fry says, if this happens, it'll be the beginning of Trump's reelection. And then Elon Musk says, if this happens, Trump will be reelected in a landslide victory. So I assume most of you have probably heard the news already, but there are developments because it's supposed to happen tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff we could be talking about. I mean, you've got more banks collapsing. That's going to be fun. But following up on the context of the Trump arrest, as it will likely be the biggest story in the world tomorrow, I think matters. And then we'll follow up on the banking crisis collapse and all of that good.
With all the hubbub going on around that idea, it's probably not going to happen.
Actually, the story started Friday. We have this report from timcast.com. Former President Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social that he expects to be arrested on Tuesday and called for people to protest and take our nation back. The post received mixed feedback from commentators on the right. As
time is money.
That he did not pardon the January 6th
time
protesters.
Time is precious. I don't have any money.
Isn't that interesting? In a post,
or
all capital letters. Well, I'll just show you the post. He says, it's page 2. So actually, did they have the first one? This is the second post he actually made. He says, now illegal leaks from a corrupt and highly political Manhattan district attorney's office, which has allowed new records to be set in violent crime and whose leaders funded by George Soros, indicate there was no crime being able to be proven. And based on an old and fully debunked by numerous prosecutors fairy tale, the far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week, protest, and take our nation back. So here's the latest development as of this morning. Trump's potential arrest hangs over Capitol Hill. Now, I know. This was a tough morning. I gotta be honest, because I really didn't want to do a segment on a story from 3 days ago. But because it's a new week, some of you may have missed this, and it's the biggest conversation talking point. I want to go over where we're at so far. And I think I have a post. Here we go. I think I have a post from Dave Smith that I want to read. And then we'll talk about the hilarious context of the Trump arrest. Dave Smith tweeted, he's the comedian and potential libertarian presidential candidate. He says, in all my life, I have never seen a more blue-pilled take than people celebrating that president isn't above the law because Trump's being charged. Yes, of all the crimes committed by presidents, bribing a porn star is clearly the worst, if that's even what happened. And then, of course, we have my response, which is not here, it's here. Obama killed a 16-year-old American citizen. The funny thing is, I got more retweets on my adding the context of Dave Smith's tweet than Dave Smith's tweet. Because, well, as much as I found Dave Smith's tweet to be the most important context of this attack on Donald Trump, showing how ridiculous it is, I had to add the context that Obama literally murdered a kid. I can hear, every time I bring this up, I can hear all the collective liberals and leftists being like, how dare you, didn't do it, you're lying, you're far right. Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, a 16-year-old American citizen who was dining at a civilian restaurant that was blown up in Yemen by the Obama administration under orders from Barack Obama. And we've never gotten a good sufficient reason as to why we were drone striking a civilian restaurant in a country we are not at war with. And why it happens to be that we killed the child of a jihadi, an American citizen as well, Anwar al-Awlaki. The argument for Anwar is that although he was an American citizen, he was a jihadi, so I'll blow him up. But Americans get a criminal trial and charges. They don't just get blown up. Now, fair point. If he was an active enemy combatant, well, then you're a traitor. It's seditious, it's treason, etc. But I'm not sure that's what it was. I think he was preaching jihad. And then, of course, Obama killed his son. And I think that was done as a message to say, we will kill your children. Because I don't see any other reason why they would do that. Now, of course, the administration argued that actually it was a mistake and they were targeting somebody else. Spare me, spare me. Here is where we are this morning, the updates on Trump's potential arrest. Reporting from the Hill. They say, the potential arrest of former President Trump is hanging over Capitol Hill this week as lawmakers prepare for and react to what could be the first indictment of an ex-president in U.S. history. Trump suggested on Truth Social this we know. Also this week, a House committee is scheduled to hold a hearing on TikTok, which will feature testimony from the platform's chief executive and blah, 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 blah. Trump's Saturday arrest warning set off a political firestorm of the weekend, with GOP lawmakers running to the ex-president's side amid the looming indictment. So basically on Friday we hear they're planning to arrest Trump, then Saturday Trump tweets out, or he truths out, they're going to arrest me on Tuesday. I think Trump doesn't have any advanced knowledge. I think Trump made the mistake of watching Fox News and then just, you know how Trump is. He posts about it as if it's true, and then everyone assumes he knows something. But I guess the Trump camp came out and said, no, there's no formal information, we don't know. Trump is just talking about the news. They're going to say, on Saturday, hours after Trump posted on Truth Social, Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he was directing relevant committees to immediately investigate if federal funds are being used to subvert our democracy by interfering in elections with politically motivated prosecutions. And they are. The issue is it's a state-level thing in New York, not federal, because these people are evil. You see? And I talk about civil war, people are like, oh, it's not going to be a civil war. When a state criminally indicts or tries to, the front runner in a presidential election cycle, and we're in one, come on, Here we go again, an outrageous abuse of power by radical DA who lets violent criminals walk as he pursues political vengeance against Donald Trump. During a Sunday press conference at the House GOP's Issues Conference in Orlando, McCarthy said he has spoken with Rep. Jim Jordan of Ohio, chair of the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Government, about the matter. This applies directly to them, and I think you'll see actions from them. Now, a lot of people are saying that there's no federal crime. In fact, the Trump team is saying that the statute of limitations, let me see if I have this one. No, that's Chris Rock. Where's the other one? Here we go. This is from the Daily Mail. Trump claims the statute of limitations has already passed in Stormy Daniels' case, as his ally Robert Costello prepares to testify against Michael Cohen in grand jury with ex-president bracing for charges. This is important. This was, I think Mark Levin on Fox News pointed out, that they've known about this for 6 years and they've done nothing. Why? They wanted to use it. Well, so I don't know if he said this, but I'm saying this. What are they going to do with the Stormy Daniels thing, that Trump allegedly had an affair and that he allegedly paid her off? I don't even know if the story's true. She denied it before. What are they going to do with that? Slap on the wrist charge? It's a waste of time. They needed something to go after Trump, and they needed it to stop the next election, to stop his next election. So, of course, they waited. Well, for a misdemeanor charge like this, slap on the wrist, but also, I believe the statute of limitations is 2 years. It's been 6. Here's a story from the Daily Mail.
Oh my God,
the former president wrote on Truth Social, they are many years beyond the statute of limitations. In this instance, is 2 years. More importantly, there was no crime. So a lot of people misunderstand how a statute of limitations works. They believe it means that if you commit a crime, let's say the statute of limitations for, shoplifting is a year. They think that if you commit a crime, and then a year goes by, you can then come out and be like, I committed that crime, and you can't do anything because it was a year ago. It's the discovery of the crime. Meaning, if you come out and say something like, I committed this crime a year ago, they'll be like, well, we've just discovered the crime, you're under arrest. Wait, the statute of limitations. Yes, the discovery of the crime. They have 1 year. The point is not to be like, oh no, they committed a crime a year ago, we can't do anything about it. The point, the point is, so that if they discover it, they know it happened, they have to act, they can't just sit back and then hold that against you and wait until they decide, like what they're doing with Donald Trump.
So an anti-blackmail situation.
McCarthy on Sunday added that people should not protest in response to a potential Trump arrest, and apparent attempts to tame Trump's calls to his followers amid concerns over political violence. Yeah, Trump doesn't have a good track record with calling for his supporters to protest, so I would say the smartest thing you can probably do is
not actually playing Stardew Valley, but close enough.
Giving them an opportunity to false flag or something, which probably will happen anyway.
No, I do have the game.
I don't think people should protest this stuff, McCarthy said in Orlando, when asked about Trump's statement suggesting that Trump was calling on individuals to educate people about what's going on. He's not talking in a harmful way, and nobody should harm one another in this, and this is why you should really make law equal, because if that was the case, nothing would ever happen here. So here's what I think with this crime with Stormy Daniels. It's happening in New York because they know if they go at the federal level, that it's going to create an opportunity for Republicans in the federal government to do something about it. And with the Republicans controlling the House right now, albeit by a small margin, if there was a federal move made against Trump, and they're salivating, desperate to do it, the D.C. Bureau of the FBI or something like that. If they actually did, then the Republicans in the House could make some moves. It's a possible subpoenas, it's a people testify, they could stop that in its tracks. So I don't know. I don't think any of us really know if Trump is going to be indicted and arrested. The argument is they want to do a formal perp walk. You'll see. But my friends, I think Elon Musk is right. If Trump is arrested, he will win in a landslide victory. Absolutely. And I'm seeing a bunch of these leftists say things like, if that were true, you'd be begging for his arrest. It's like, well, I don't know if I'd say I'd be begging for his arrest. I'd say you'd be cheering it on. Well, I don't know if I would be cheering it on, because there's a negative with the positive, right? It is very, very bad that the Democrats are so psychotic and evil that they would arrest Trump to try and stop him from winning the presidency, despite being the front runner for the Republican Party. I mean, that's psychotic and evil. Don't get me wrong,
it'd be less psychotic and evil if they went after Obama for the bombing,
Trump was saying to arrest Hillary.
Or Biden for the Ukraine scandal.
For sure, but it is dangerous precedent to say that you're going to arrest a former senator or Secretary of State. I get it. If they actually go after Donald Trump on trumped-up charges, I mean, this country's gone. And I feel like we're already getting there anyway. And you guys know I feel that way, but I don't know what you expect from me or anyone else to believe. When New York State, which is a Democrat...
There's absolutely no way the right is going to take this lying down unless they go after Obama and Biden.
Stronghold, obviously not the northern part of it, is using the might of New York City to stop a presidential election. Think about what that means. New York City is basically saying to the rest of the country, F you, and F what you want. West Virginia's MAGA country, okay? I'm out in West Virginia. I love this, because you guys know I hang out at poker tables. I say this all the time. But this is a local hangout spot. Everybody playing at these tables is for the most part, on the weekends, are locals. And they say you're not allowed to talk politics, but boy, I tell you, when people start talking about it in a veiled way, everybody supports you. There was maybe 1 or 2 people who were kind of like, they didn't like him. But this is MAGA country, 100%. So for New York to say they're going to arrest Donald Trump, or to imply they will, and this is an attempt to stop him from running, or to damage his campaign, this is New York saying, we know we can't outvote you, red states, so we will destroy his campaign with lawfare, using the power of our state, our government, our law enforcement. Tell me we are not approaching some kind of civil war.
Farming an item
New
with
York
a 1%
State saying, I will use, like this DA, these politicians, these Democrats, we will use state force to make sure the votes of West Virginia, of Montana, of Texas, of Florida don't matter. Florida, better example. New York says, How can we stop a president from winning when we know he's got the votes? Doesn't Florida get a say? Doesn't Pennsylvania? Swing state. Ohio? Don't these states get a say in if they want Donald Trump? New York is throwing throwing a wrench into the spokes of the Trump campaign. Now, a lot of people said, some smart people have said that the point of arresting Donald Trump is not to put him in jail. It's to drain his war chest, to suck up as much time as possible, basically to strap a weight to his ankle to make it harder for him to run for office. Because if they subpoena him, if they have him having to appear in court or things like that, how's he going to campaign? And what does that mean for Florida, where Ron DeSantis is winning bigly? Now, Ron may run himself, and maybe people of Florida vote for him for president, but also at the same time, people in Florida might not vote for DeSantis for president because they want him to remain governor. In that regard, we'll see. We'll see. But, you know, you just got to get ready for what's going on. Kate Corrigan says George Soros gave $1 million to Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's campaign. In 2022, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg reduced 52% of all felony charges to a misdemeanor. While murderers and rapists roam free in New York, Bragg is politically persecuting our 45th and 47th President, Donald J. Trump. 45th and 47th. I do think Trump is on track for re-election. I don't know for sure. And I think it's just based on current economics, with the banks collapsing and all that stuff. Of course, you can take today's context of a major bank collapse and Trump winning the polls and me saying I think he'll win, and then by the time we get to the election, which is not for a year and a half, then the world will be completely different. Trump could have a peg leg and an eye patch and be flying around in a dirigible, and they'll be like, Tim thought he was going to win. And it's like, dude, at the time, the economy was in the gutter, and Trump was the front runner across the board in all the polls. Why wouldn't I think he's going to win? But things can change.
Blasted.
But, if your brain's not that big, maybe you don't understand the context and the time in which a news segment or an opinion segment is aired. Anyway, that being said, I do think it's absolutely fascinating that you have this DA who is ripping New York to shreds. These people are like supervillains. They're like, we will let all the criminals roam free. I mean, this is literally a plot of Batman. The Joker breaks all the villains out of Arkham Asylum, and he's the bad guy. And Trump's like Batman in this analogy, I guess. Isn't that funny, though? This is like like what the supervillain would do. All of these different cities releasing their criminals onto the street is the plot of a comic book. The bad guys do it. Here we are. How exciting. How eventful, I suppose. So we have this...
that is way too fitting a
try protesting a
description.
drag queen story hour in New York City and promptly get beat up by New Yorkers. So I tweeted, American Civil War II, pedophiles versus Nazis. And then a bunch of people got mad. They're like, how dare you insult the Proud Boys? How do they even... Listen. They're screaming Nazi at the Proud Boys, and people on the right are screaming pedo at the leftists. That's my point. It's the unflattering view. I don't care who you think is right. My point was, each side is screaming that at the other. Now, to be fair, I don't think the Proud Boys are Nazis, and I don't think the Antifa people are pedophiles. I think the Antifa people are protecting pedophiles, for the most part. That's kind of the point. And I think the Proud Boys are just nationalists, and they're probably the opposite of Nazis for the most part, except for like the nationalism. But that's like saying Hitler drank water too. The Proud Boys probably more conservative, libertarian leaning, but they won't tell you that. They'll lie, cheat, and steal because that's what they do. What I find interesting about the whole thing is that the left and the right is basically collective versus principle. We have this this viral moment that won't stop going around of Bethany Mandel. She's been on Timcast IRL before, struggling to define the word woke. She doesn't do the worst job, actually. That's why it's really funny. Like, oh, she couldn't define woke. Well, she said it's kind of this ideology that we should dismantle society and replace it with hierarchies of oppression or something like that. And it's like, okay, it's fairly weak. But they're like, haha, she couldn't define it. It's like, well, whatever. But this clip is going viral, and I think it speaks bigly.
Yeah, Tim's definition is better.
To what the culture war really is. Obviously, there's a million and one ways to define what woke is. I personally believe that I have the best definition, and I believe it is the correct definition. And that is, as I've talked about ad nauseum last week, it is the modern left liberal culture that was built by social media algorithms. That's all it means. And the reason why I explain it that way is that a lot of people are like, actually, woke is the idea of postmodern theory, where they want to dismantle. No. I mean, those things are all there. But the average leftist in the street right now screaming in defense of drag queens, they don't know any of that stuff, and they don't care about any of that stuff. Woke is just the cult-like adherence to the left liberal culture that algorithms made. That's all. When people try to define woke, they typically will hyper-target one component of it. They'll say, woke is when you want to groom kids, or woke is this, and woke. Those are all little pieces of what the left is doing, but it doesn't define what woke is when someone says that person is woke. All you need to understand when someone's like, oh, is it woke? Is it adhering? Is it following cult-like adherence to the modern left liberal orthodoxy? That's what it is.
Cult-like
because when Bernie Sanders
adherence
says, I don't think we want
to
equity,
the modern left orthodoxy built from algorithms.
Nobody wants equity. Equity doesn't exist. Despite the fact that every company's got a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer now. Not every, but many. So equity doesn't exist, but corporations are hiring people for it. Anyway, my point is this. The left, they're going after Trump because they're deranged zombies. That's it. And they're lying, cheating, and stealing to gain power. All they do is march like zombies. They have no principles. They have no goals. It is a zombie horde. Where does that leave us? Donald Trump may be indicted tomorrow, but they don't understand what they do. The indictment will not hurt Trump. It will help him. Many world leaders were arrested, and we've talked about that too. People get arrested, they get persecuted and prosecuted, and then they come back out, and then they're more popular than ever. Now, I don't know that Trump will actually go to jail, but it will create such a massive press storm and massive backlash that I believe people will probably vote for Donald Trump. But I don't know for sure, because I'm a psychic. But when I see this stuff, I just feel like, you know what, man, fighting is.
You're a little
I just wanna give a shout out to
clairvoyant.
the best TikTok I've ever seen from @video cameras on TikTok, and this woman says how to survive the coming economic crisis with the cost of living going up. And simply put, here's my top 3 tips. She says, first is going to be F the government and get some chickens. You thought we were gonna, it's loud. I'll turn it down. I'll just play it. Here we go.
Cost of living's going to be a bit expensive, isn't it? So here's my 3 top tips. You can survive the upcoming economic crash. And obviously the first step's going to be government and some chickens. What, you thought we were going to do some government shit without saying buy chickens? No. Yeah, what, you want the economy to have a say whether or not we eat breakfast? Cool, bro. Enjoy that. Could not be me. So these little pets. This one, look how dumb she looks. She makes me feel good. What do you reckon? Government? You heard it. Government or... Yeah, I thought so. Oh, sorry, did I say 3 tips? I just meant 1 tip. Yeah, get chickens. Keep getting them. Government. Quiet, 32 chickens. Good luck.
Yep, that's about where I'm at. So Phil Labonte sent me that video, and it is the best video. It is correct. Get chickens, ladies and gentlemen. The economy is crashing. People are fighting in the streets. They're threatening to arrest the former president, the first indictment of a former president ever in U.S. history, and it may happen tomorrow. And if you have not gotten out of the cities and gotten chickens yet, well then, good luck. But I'll leave it there, because Phil will talk about the economic crisis. We got breaking news this morning about more banks collapsing, so that's going to be fun. UBS is apparently going to buy Credit Suisse. First Republic is tanking. Oh boy, here we go. You know, I mention this all the time that I'm at the casino playing poker. It's relaxing and fun, and you're just talking with the locals about stuff. It's good. It's grounding, right? And everybody's sitting there being like, well, bet the money while you can, because who knows what's going to be worth next time. So I'll leave it there, man. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
All right, next.
As America's bracing for a possible indictment of its former presidents, the international banking system is collapsing. And how's your Monday going? CNN Business reports as of this morning, UBS is buying Credit Suisse in a bid to halt the banking crisis. Now, I don't know a whole lot about what that means other than we've had several major bank failures in the past couple of weeks, some of the biggest in history. They're continuing still today. And Credit Suisse is one of the biggest in the world, and it's about to go under. So it is apparently going to be bought out by UBS. I do not believe that one bank buying another stops the problem. And I have this long thread, a Twitter post explaining why we are going to enter hyperinflation. And, well, advocating for Bitcoin. Ah, yes, Bitcoin. The story I just tweeted about, the story I'd love to tell. I thought about putting my $5,000 savings into Bitcoin in 2011 when it was at 70 cents per Bitcoin. If I did, and then I never touched that, I'd have about $200 million today. At its peak, around $500 billion. But, I mean, the reality is, even if I did buy the Bitcoin, I probably would have spent it when Bitcoin hit $1,000, and I would have been like, wow, I'm rich, you know, $500,000, you know, almost $1 million, whatever. So hindsight is 20/20, but here's the point. That $5,000 in savings that I had, I've never spent it. Never. Still to this day, I have never spent it. Isn't that crazy? The buying power of that money that I was holding on to in USD because I was worried about a rainy day, never spent. Nope. But if I had just bought the Bitcoin, I could be on my own private island somewhere. Well, again, hindsight is 20/20. But the reason I bring this up is not to talk about the lamenting of a failure to invest properly, because truth be told, I could have invested a lot of money to, say, Square, for instance, the payment processing company. I put like $1,000 in that a while ago, and really great investment. But $1,000 turns into like 3,000, and it's like, sure, whatever. You know, I could put way more money in that, and I'd also be very, very happy. So I'm not going to cry about it. My point is just this. US dollars are garbage. That $5,000 I never spent, its buying power has dropped dramatically compared to Bitcoin. Now, I get it. Bitcoin's a new tech or whatever, but here's the point, ultimately. The banking system is collapsing. The dollar is garbage. And this Ponzi scheme of financial system makes literally no sense, and it's about to go belly up. Now, I get it. This is the news. UBS is buying Credit Suisse. I'm sure a lot of you are probably like, I don't know, whatever. Well, we got more specific news from the Daily Mail. First Republic shares crashed 37% in pre-market trading after credit rating is cut again, despite $30 billion rescue package from 11 major banks, as global markets jitter in wake of UBS buying Credit Suisse. So the point is just this, my friends. Even with this major bailout, it ain't working. First Republic is still going down. So what does that mean for you? Well, I guess it means the whole thing was a big scam. The market is crumbling. First Republic is now down around 18%, so it went up a little bit. Doubts persist about its rescue plan, and confidence is everything. One of the reasons all these pundits come out on TV during financial crises and say everything's better than ever, go buy, 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 is because of the self-fulfilling prophecy of the Ponzi scheme of government. See, the system works because you have faith the system works. If you believe the money has value, then the money has value. That's their banking on. So if all of a sudden everyone believes it's worthless, the economy ceases to function. It's quite imaginary and based on the confidence of people, which is really kind of funny. You know, people have confidence in gold, right? And the problem is they can't print gold. So they decide to print paper dollars. And then, because there's some random person seemingly with control of this, confidence can be shattered. I don't know if there's an easy system to build up confidence in a global economy. Maybe Bitcoin's in, I'm not sure. Bitcoin's through the roof. But yo, it seems to be coming, and it seems to be getting worse. I have this tweet from Balaji on Twitter. Balaji is a Bitcoin guy, nearly 1 million followers, and he sees this tweet from James Medlock. Medlock says, I'll bet anyone $1 million that the US does not enter hyperinflation. All right, first, I might be interested in that bet, to be completely honest, because I don't think I'd lose the money. But we got to settle some definitions first. What do you mean by hyperinflation? I mean, if we're talking about the price of eggs going up to $6 from $1.80 a couple years ago, is that not hyperinflation? Oh, no, he's going to say, no, I mean that one day it's 6, the next day it's 12, and a day later it's 50. And it's like, okay, you can define it however you want if you want to avoid paying $1 million. But Balaji is a braver man than I, and he says, I will take that bet. You buy 1 Bitcoin, I will send $1 million USD. This is around 40 to 1 odds, as 1 Bitcoin is worth $26,000. Actually, right now, it's worth around $28,000 because it went up. The term is 90 days. Let me pull this up. All we need is a mutually agreed custodian who will still be there to settle this in the event of a digital dollar devaluation. If someone knows how to do this with a smart contract, we can do it on-chain, so I can send USDC, it's digital currency. If you won't do that, name a custodian. Balaji, here's the problem. The problem is, what's the definition of hyperinflation? Now, I know a lot of people are not big into crypto and they don't know a lot about it, or they don't like it, they think it's bad. That's fine. My point is simply this. The bet is on. The dollar is tanking. The banks are crumbling, and this means you are going to have a hard time buying things with your dollars. And that's all going to be the case. Hence the story I just told. It's not about the Bitcoin. Everybody laments not buying Bitcoin when it was worth a penny. Duh. Because its value skyrocketed so immensely in the past decade. In your lifetime, if you made that $1,000 purchase, you could be a millionaire. Granted, if you bought into Bitcoin when it first came out, you'd be a billionaire. Isn't that crazy? That if I put all that money in Bitcoin when it was at 20 cents, and I never touched it, I'd have like $1 billion. Man, what do you do with all that money? That's kind of crazy, isn't it? The point isn't the Bitcoin. The point is that the dollar has become increasingly worth less. I'm not going to say worthless because dollars still get you something, but worth less. Here's the extended statement from Balaji, who goes through in great detail what we're experiencing with the banks with sources. Yo, you ready for this one? Because I hope y'all have gotten prepared. How many chickens do you own yet? Okay. Balaji says, just as in 2008 the bankers lied, this time the central bankers, the banks, and the bank regulators have lied to all dollar holders and depositors. This isn't your typical fractional reserve situation. The problem is that there isn't enough in the banks on a mark-to-market basis to cover withdrawals. They knew this through all of last year and communicated it internally in their coded language. It's obvious from the graphs, see below. The central banks, the banks, and the banking regulators all knew a huge crash was coming. The phrase is, quote, unrealized losses. What the does that mean? Unrealized losses. Okay. Well, I'll put it this way. If I buy a car, and that's $10,000 in cash, then the car stops working. The car now drops in value to $1,000.
All right, I gotta go do laundry. And I've returned, and somehow still have 2 viewers. Someone just turned my stream on for the heck of it for no reason. Just leave it running. Oh, so those images do change. Yay! Something slightly more interesting than a blank image. Come on. Put on little booties. Creepy face. Alright, enough of this.
It's just sitting in my garage. I don't touch it, I don't think about it. I have an unrealized loss of $9,000. Sooner or later, the bill comes due. I'll need to drive the car or sell it, but I don't have that value anymore. It's gone. They never notified you, he says, the depositor. Instead, the regulators allowed banks to hide their literal insolvency in footnotes until one guy figured it out. It's Uncle Sam banking free, just like SBF used your deposit to buy ish coins, using accounting tricks to fool himself and others into using the money. So too the banks. They all use deposits to buy the ultimate ish coin. Hey, I'm trying to avoid swearing, but basically saying like trash crypto. Long-dated U.S. treasuries, and they all got wrecked at the same time. In the same way, because they bought the same asset from the same vendor who devalued it at the same time, the Fed, the Federal Reserve.
All right,
Specifically,
I am
as New York
back in
Times
business.
banks binged on enormous amounts of treasuries and other long-term bonds in 2021 when the flood of printed money cut off their typical demand for loans, and because they thought the Fed would keep interest rates low forever. The idea, super simply put, I'm not a financial guy. You buy treasury bonds 2%. That means in X many years, you'll see a 2% return. Interest rates will stay low, so your bonds are beating inflation. It sounds good. Now, oversimplified, and I may be getting this one totally wrong because I was listening to a space from some financial guys, and basically what they were saying was, now what's happening is these treasury investments have a lower return than inflation, so they're basically losing tons of money. And that's collapse. That's what it is. Here we go. He says they had a good reason to believe this. Powell said he got patient on rate hikes as late as November 3rd, 2021. Then he got renominated on November 22nd, 2021, and hiked rates much faster than anyone had expected, which even Yellen and the FDIC admitted caused the current banking crisis. Why did Powell delay? Probably for political reasons. Presidents don't like rate hikes, especially running into the election year of 2022. And Powell thought he could wait and just be like Paul Volcker, who was firm and then defeated inflation. But the world isn't an 80s rerun. Hiking from 10 years of near zero interest rates in the 2010s was a surprise attack on every dollar holder. Economics isn't politics. The kind of insane flip-flops you see in politics don't work when there are actual contracts involved. So anyone who bet on long-term treasuries got killed in 2021. And now, everyone who bets on short-term treasuries is going to get killed in 2023. The absolute worst place you can be is to have large amounts of assets locked up in 3-month treasury bills. The 5% interest rate offered by big banks is a trap. Most fiat bank accounts are now a trap for those countries whose central bankers followed the Fed. He says, check my references. I provided quite a few. If you trust U.S. bankers and U.S. media, ignore me. Otherwise, buy Bitcoin and get your coins off exchanges. Woo! I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if you should buy Bitcoin. I only say this. I bought Bitcoin a while ago. Learned my lesson. Let's play another story for you, my friends. You're not supposed to talk about this stuff, but I will. 2011, I did not buy Bitcoin. I did, however, receive some from friends, and early in the days, there was this thing called the Bitcoin faucet where you got like 0.05 Bitcoin for free. Could you imagine? Woo! What is that today, like $1,000? I think that's about $1,000 for free. If you got it 10 years ago, $1,000 bucks, man. Anyway, then a few years later, like a year or two later, I received maybe like 20 Bitcoin from fans who had been following me and wanted to donate. However, around this time, I think it was like $5. So I can't remember exactly when the Bitcoin was at me, but I had like 20 Bitcoin when it was at $5, and I was so excited. I sold it immediately for about $400, and I was like, guys, I just paid the rent. That's amazing. When I received the Bitcoin, it was only like $50. Now it's 200. I'm out because who knows when it's gonna fall. If only I knew. Well, I learned my lesson. And then around 2015 or 16, I actually bought some Bitcoin. And oh boy.
Finally, the item I'm
by no
after.
means anywhere near a Bitcoin million or anything like that. I would say that I probably didn't learn my lesson good enough, but I bought some, and I have some savings, and it's valuable and going up in value. So I'm excited that's the case. Granted, if the US dollar collapses, then this whole company, this business collapses, so become a member at himcast.com, I guess. Although I suppose it won't really matter in the end if your dollars you send me don't do anything for you. Don't do anything for me to pay my employees. But I won't start with that. So here's what I think maybe happened. I don't know if Bitcoin is the right thing. What I do know is that this guy has got a bunch of graphs. Look at this one. Federal Reserve legally remittance treasury.
This guy's got a bunch of graphs. The internet.
I got no idea what that means.
Explain.
Unrealized gains, losses on investment securities. Whew. That looks really bad. Maybe this guy is just trying to buy Bitcoin. Maybe he wants you to buy it because he told you to, so the price skyrockets and it's good for him. Or maybe he's just honest. and he's telling the truth, and he's speaking out against the lies. The problem is the corporate press and the establishment lied in 2000.
Don't like the brightness on that.
I don't.
Oh,
So,
that's why the brightness
is
is weird.
Maybe after it fell down to like 19K from 65 or whatever it was at, I should have bought a bunch. Well, it's not about buying one. It's about buying fractions of. You can put $1,000 into it, and if it triples in value, now you got 3. But this means another thing. Bitcoin may not be improving in buying power. It may not. I mean, it is. Look, obviously, if you put $5 grand in and you get 200 million today, that's a dramatic increase in the buying power of the Bitcoin. But it's also the declining buying power of the U.S. dollar. If the U.S. dollar, if it used to be $1.80 for a carton of eggs, now it's $6, that's a failure of its buying power. Because of that, you will see Bitcoin go up the same as eggs will go up. The value of the dollar is going down, so the dollar against everything else becomes more expensive. He goes on to say, here are the remaining references as true as a limit. I am moving $2 million into USDC for the bet.
That's weird.
I will do it with Medlock and for one other person. Sufficient to prove the point. See my next tweet. Everyone else should just go buy Bitcoin, as it'll be much cheaper for you than locking one up for 90 days. Full pause real quick. I am not advising that. I don't know what you should do. I have Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin. You should talk to someone who knows about finance, because I certainly don't. Terms of the bet. Ideally, someone can set up a smart contract where Bitcoin is worth more than $1 million in 90 days. Then if I win, then I win. If it's worth less than $1 million in 90 days, then the counterparty gets the $1 million in USD. Holy crap, what? I didn't think he was necessarily suggesting that. That's what he's suggesting? He's suggesting outright that Bitcoin will be worth more than $1 million in 90 days. I don't think so. And I'm the guy who's been saying for years that a Bitcoin will hit $1 million. I genuinely believe it.
Yeah, that's a little
accelerated. I believe Bitcoin is headed to over $1 million. I don't know about 90 days.
But that's what I read. That's what I read earlier in this video.
If it's worth less than $1 million in 90 days, then he's going to give $1 million. So, are you kidding me? I might take that bet. Wow. Hyper-Bitcoinization. He says, we have to define hyperinflation in BTC versus USD. Okay, fair point. That's what I was saying earlier. Because all other fiat currencies can and will be inflated away. That's hyper-Bitcoinization. This is the moment that the world redenominates on Bitcoin as digital gold, returning to a model much like before the 20th century. What's going to happen is that individuals, then firms, then large funds will buy Bitcoin. Then sovereigns like El Salvador is incredible, by the way, read their story, shout out to Max Kaiser and Stacey Herbert, and tiny crypto-friendly countries. The big move will be when a US state like Florida or Texas, or a normal country like Estonia, Singapore, Saudi, Hungary, or UAE buys Bitcoin. And then, now Narendra Modi tells India's central bank to buy Bitcoin as a hedge. It's over. Why will it be so fast? When hyperinflation happens fast. We've seen digital pandemics, digital riots, and digital bank runs. Everything will happen very fast once people check what I'm saying and see the Federal Reserve has lied about how much money there is in the banks. All dollar holders get destroyed. The thing is, people are still tuned to an analog world where things get gradually worse rather than all at once. This is absolutely correct. I agree with that point. Everybody lives in this world where they think things take time. They do. But with the spread of information, things can snap and happen overnight. It used to be, I talk about this a lot, that when we declared independence here in the United States, we wrote up a letter, sent it to the Crown, took 3 months to get there. He reads and goes, they're what? They're independent. Send troops. After a month of preparations and a return letter, a 3-month trip on the high seas, they come back and say, here's our response. 6 months went by. Today, you send a text message, I declare independence, they respond instantly. He says this. People are still tuned to an analog world. It still runs, but there isn't much forewarning for a digital event. It's a 1 and then a 0, just like the bank runs. There are, however, 2 sources of forewarning. First is the chart of the long-term depreciation of USD versus BTC from less than $1, blah, blah, blah. Much of the smart money has been voting against the dollar. This tweet is a second forewarning. It'll be ignored and mocked by people who still trust the U.S. establishment, even after the last few years, who can't imagine that the U.S. banks and media could be lying to them to this extent. But they are, just as they did in 2008. And over the last 10 years, the digital devaluation of the dollar is coming, and it's going to be intense. Look at this. Wow. He posts an image of the dollar against Bitcoin, down 98.76%. Woo! Okay. Here's the thing. My buddy, Balaji, I believe you. I think you are being completely honest in your assessment. I think you've done the research. I want to take your bet. Hands down. I want to take your bet. You know why? Bro, it's not about proving you're right or wrong. It's about you gave me 2 sweet odds. Like, you're telling me to risk $26,000 and then wait 3 months and I could have $1 million? I assume you are correct and you may be right. So what I'll do is I'll buy 2 Bitcoin, save 1 for myself, wager the other one, and my worst case scenario is the $52,000 that I spend right now, I end up with $1 million because you're suggesting a Bitcoin's gonna hit $1 million. I am okay with that wager. To be honest, I don't know if I can put $26,000 on a roulette wheel. You know what I mean? But I suppose 40 to 1 odds, and I don't know if I believe Bitcoin will hit $1 million in 90 days. Woo! Maybe one of you guys wants to take up that bet. I might do it. Maybe
I'm too poor to take on that bet.
Because the risk to me would be so incredibly low. But we make a tracker. We'll do a Bitcoin price tracker. We'll do a wager, and we'll be like, who's going to get the cash in the end? And I'll say it outright, like, I actually don't think he's wrong, but I think his timeline is way too fast. I think the banking crisis is here. I'm showing you the stories, and I'm saying the media lies nonstop. But to come out and be like, in 3 months, 1 Bitcoin's $1 million? Yo, I don't know if I would make that wager. That being said, I learned my lesson on Bitcoin, man. And he makes a really, really good point. When the governments say hedge with Bitcoin, it will shatter $1 million. And maybe that happens soon. And I personally have some. I don't got that much. Maybe I should start buying more. Maybe I'll finally learn my lesson. We'll see. Next segment's coming up at 4 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you over there.
Hey. Alright. Oh, that's all the news that's available for right now. So maybe look at here. Nothing. Alright, time to get back to work. Trying to figure out these people. Well, the only one I don't have an idea on is Matthew. Because all we have is this rather simplistic music. Is he even still a guy here? Like, how's this guy a speaker and just not another? How is he a speaker and not just another performer in this event? That's just weird. Maybe there's an interview of the guy. The only thing I got is listening to his music.
She's singing words she can't define. Won't know I loved her the best I tried.
Alright. So if this is how it's going on, he gets the small screen.
Won't know I loved her the best I tried. Maybe we could go dancing upon a street made of burning coal, which we'd so swiftly depart from, just as we call it our own. I wish I could take those times, put my burning foot in my mouth, and eat my words. Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
She's dancing in a way she can't define. Oh no, I love her the best I tried.
I feel like I'm torturing myself and my one singular viewer.
Can't define. Oh no, I loved her the best I tried. And I could blind myself staring at this artificial light. I'm always just tearing this hell from ever taking me over, because I know that she is a part of me. But that
I'm thinking about giving this guy negative narcissism just because how torturous this is.
Never though. I'm disappointed and fucked up inside.
That might actually be a decent starting point.
Singing words she can't define. Oh know
There is an
that
element
there
of
is an
ignorance
element
in
of
this
ignorance
song.
in this song. Yeah. Walking down the back street, looking for somebody I'd never meet. And as my eyes search the crowd, the dream of her was her I found. And as I start moving fast, I never make any form of contact, physical contact either. But I brush against her as I walk past, and as I make my way through the crowd, all I can do is scream out loud, 'cause I know I choke. I know I choke. I know I choke. I know I choke. I choke. I know I choke. I know I choke. I know I choke. I choke. Words that she can't define. These singing words she can't define. Oh no, I loved her the best I tried. Singing words that she can't define. Oh no, I loved her the best I tried.
Yeah. It is really hard to match that kind of DPS with a weapon. And why would anyone even waste time using weapons in this game? Especially late game. Hold on a second. Murder. That is the best level. Spot in this game. Yay! More torturous music.
Got my head on my shoulders.
Yay!
My lips on
Yay!
the wine. Thought you were my greatest invention. Now you're just my biggest lie. Why were you hurrying so? Where did you go? Was it my fault that my feelings I never show?
Ooh, chest.
How
Chocolate.
did you know what was in my head? I could never go back to where I was led. I've lived and I've died, oh, but I've never breathed. I'm only still looking for the better part of me.
Get wrecked.
I've searched myself everywhere. Where are you? I've lost myself, I need your help. Though I need what you do to me too. Oh, where are you?
Yay, the next round. Weapons. There should be stuff here.
Cassandra, I miss you, I see you so clearly. Your shadow is dancing up on the ceiling, and all I wanna do is find you.
Might actually have the right idea calling this guy a narcissist.
Oh, I woke up without you. Looked out my window, there was nothing.
Oh, hello, Trap Gang. Hello, Trap Gang. Why the heck do you have a name like
Snow.
What? Why are you calling me? Why are you calling me Declan? Declan. Who the heck's Declan? Who the heck's Declan?
Oh, and if you meet the one I see, with eyes of stained glass, pale green, remind me to a wandering.
Sorry for not responding. Earlier, I just
got
got three screens.
Really, that's all I got. Cassandra, I love you, even if you were only.
Now we have a that name. Why would you even have that kind of random name?
Only in my sleep.
Oh my God! This guy is such torture. But
how can I allow myself to dream?
really thinking negative polarity narcissist. Literally the personality torture. This game is Rune Factory 5, so it is basically akin to Stardew Valley.
In the distance, you're sitting inside, floating slowly to the ground. Though I'm losing you.
Okay, I'm actually confused. The computer is saying I have one viewer. But we have two people communicating.
Hey, I know that you will stick around. I'll wait for you to save me, babe.
You know what? Screw this guy. I'm just going to mark him as a narcissist and move the fuck on with my life. Like, holy shit, this is torture. In dash 001. All right, I need more details on Chris Williamson because I just got three question marks on him. Oh, now it's saying I have 5 viewers. And I still want I write down interview. It's going to show me people he's interviewing instead of him getting interviewed. Let's continue this. But
that means that they can run through this big cohort of women, which leaves them heartbroken. That doesn't seem.
So going back to your earlier point, because you said quite rightly, it's not good for the guys. So to continue to close some of these loops. So the reason that I've been married to the same woman for 20 years, and by the way, she got with me when I was broke. So and she helped build all of this, and literally side by side the whole way. But now I'm rich, man. Even if she took half my shit, I'd still be just ridiculous.
You hear that, Lisa?
And so I could, and I think back at classes, ridiculous. All the like fitness girls, like, oh, like it was pretty funny. I don't.
And the reason that not only do I wouldn't if my wife were horribly burned. I've thought about this so much. So the experiment that I'm running, that I invite men and highly encourage them to run, is what does it look like when you share your life?
That's a rare find. That's a rare
Now,
find.
I think that there are ground truths. There's no doubt if you were to check my brain, the odds that I have unusually high receptors for like oxytocin and vasopressin is almost guaranteed, because I get so much out of bonding with my wife.
Men and women are supposed to complement each other. They're not supposed to be adversaries, right? So intrasexual competition within the sex is significantly greater than intersexual competition, right? Competition across. It's the reason why, to use one example, is why women slut shame more than men. You know, slut shaming is the sort of thing that if you listened to the news, it would be mainstream media. It would be the sort of thing that you hear men are slut shaming women out of their recently acquired sexual liberation. It's not. Slut shaming comes from women. Slut shaming is a price enforcement mechanism to ensure that no one woman drops the price of sex below a level at which almost all women would be acceptable. So let's say that me and you are women and we're going out on a date. I'm prepared to give blowjobs on the third date, but you're prepared to give them on the second date.
I'm the easy one here.
I'm afraid you are.
Okay, I was
fantasy situation.
What that means is that I have to drop my price for sex down. So an easy way to ensure that no one woman does that is to do slut shaming. Now, it's a price enforcement mechanism from women onto other women. Now, I believe that the alternative on the other side of this is simp shaming for men. So if you imagine that what slut shaming does is it stops women from giving away sex without commitment. What simp shaming does for men is it stops men from giving away commitment without sex. So men have a particular sort of ick that they feel, some men do, about guys that subscribe to OnlyFans, guys that kind of buy girls stuff from Amazon gift lists, wish lists and stuff like that. And I think that the reason for that is they know that that man is offering up part of what a relationship should be whilst not asking for anything in return. In exactly the same way that some women have a problem with girls that give sex away too easily because they know that that is supposed to be something which is supposed to be also part of a relationship, and that is being given away without asking for the commitment in return. So when you're talking about your relationship with your wife and the fact that you guys complement each other, that's exactly how it should be. And here's another element of solutions to the mating crisis, right? Stopping the adversarial conversations between men and women.
Yes.
Turning down the volume of the conversation around this. Like, you want to have men and women seeing each other as compatriots, not competitors. They want to be collaborators, right? They're supposed to work together.
I don't want to.
For women to say, imagine that you're on some awful daytime TV show, and to say like, women are out earning men and they're out educating men as well, and some sassy person to then go like hoop and holler and like this is you're just scared that we're taking your money away from you. And you go, do you not want to have a partner that's competent? Like, this hurts you as well. This imbalance in the dating market is not fantastic for the women who want to have a partner, and this is shown up in the fact that they're having higher rates of sexism than men.
Basic here.
15.1% of women are childless at 30 for the first time in history. More women without children at 30 than with women. For the first time ever. 51% of women from the ONS data that came out of the UK in 2020 gave birth to children outside of civil unions or marriage, which means that they were either single or just in a relationship.
No wonder
that is not necessarily the most secure foundation within which women can start to build a family. Like, do you not want commitment from your partner? Oh, marriage is an archaic institution and blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's pretty good at creating a foundation for building a family on top of. And I really want to kind of turn down the volume of that conversation. Men and women are supposed to raise each other up. You want to have a huge cohort of guys that you can find attractive, and guys want to find a huge cohort of women that find them attractive. I suppose another concern that you have here, especially with that, top 20% of men, is that I don't think that their behavior is particularly good for most men either. If your idea, and this comes back to your, I committed, I made this decision that I'm never going to have sex with another woman, remembering that men have a hugely greater desire for sexual variety. When men have sexual fantasies, they cycle through different partners pretty consistently, whereas women tend to just have one. If men read erotica novels, each chapter would be a different woman. Yeah. When women read erotica novels, it's one protagonist throughout the entire book, right? Because it's this investment.
Have you read the book A Billion Wicked Thoughts?
No.
Oh my God, read it, dude. Read it immediately.
Okay.
So, writing the book that you're writing, you absolutely must. I'm not kidding. Okay. It was said it's going to be in the episode. People will know if you've read this book. It is utterly fascinating, and it goes into basically the big problem with sex studies. Everybody lies. Even if you tell them that it's going to be kept anonymous, nobody's going to tell you the truth. And then these Google engineers realize, wait a second, we have a decade plus of anonymous data from Google searches.
Yep.
So we know exactly
that didn't last long. That didn't last long.
And it is hilarious. Guys are like literally the body parts, and just an unimaginable amount of variety, like everything you could possibly imagine. And women are like a 1,000-page novel, and on the final page they finally hold hands. And I thought, oh my God, this is hilarious. And if men and women just understood how divergent those fantasies are, we'd be a lot better off. I am very grateful that since I never finished this story, when I sat down with the guy who was very successful with women and I said, what's the secret to getting laid? He said, you just need to be an asshole. And I wanted to bang my head through a table. I was like, there's no way that cliche is true. There's no way. And so first of all, I've seen this guy around, not his girlfriend, but I'd seen him with other women. And I'm like, he's not an asshole, he's charming. So what does he mean? Because there's a reason that people keep repeating that. And so I was like, okay, if what he means is be unapologetically myself, be completely willing to walk away, and effectively be the bat symbol in the sky for the woman who's going to like me, for who I actually am. That makes sense. And so I'm going to assume that's what he means, because he himself is not an asshole. And so I started acting like that, and it worked so well. It was like flipping a switch where I couldn't get laid to being myself. Look, there are things that you have to be to attract somebody. I get that. But by working out, looking decent, taking care of myself, being hyper ambitious, which was a big part of what attracted women in the beginning. Being articulate, passionate. Okay, set those aside because you do have to have that bundle of things. But once I had that, and then I was like, oh, you're not into me? Fine. Not spiteful, not angry about it, just, oh, cool, no worries. So on, I think it was literally the first date with the woman who became my wife, I was just like, dude, if I'm with somebody, I know they're always going to find somebody else attractive, and I'm going to find other people attractive, and I don't want them to lie to me. Like, of course you would find, this was at the height of Brad Pitt's, like, Fight Club Brad Pitt, and I was like, of course you're going to find Brad Pitt attractive. Like, and if you're telling me that you don't, that you only have eyes for me, that's going to make me insecure because now I can't trust you.
One of the questions that people might be asking would be something like, why should I care about getting into a relationship at all? So this is an unclosed loop that we've got here. So we've spoken about the fact that women are struggling to find men.
Less guys is a lot more
than use him. But there would still be the guy I'm trying to why does getting into a relationship at all? Why should we care about this? And there's Stephen Shawgrack, the guy that wrote Birth Gap, traveled around 24 different countries, and he went to a funeral directors in Germany. Germany has one of the bigger birth gap defaults here, so you have this ever-increasing elderly population, and it's mostly people who are single. The reason that it's elderly is because fertility rates are staying similar in terms of how fertile people are, but the partnering is dropping through the floor. And he goes to speak to this undertaker, and this undertaker says to him that for the first time in his career history, he is doing funerals for people, both men and women, and nobody's attending.
Oh, God.
So when they cut the clothes off these people, because they are ready to embalm them or dress them or whatever to do this ceremony, which no one's going to go to, they don't know, they find strap marks, bruises on their arms, and they find bruises up here as well. And it seems like the carers that have been looking after them have been abusing them.
Jesus.
So you have this group of elderly people with no family that are alone, and then in the final few years of their life, they're being mistreated by the people that are supposed to be caring for them, and then after they're gone, they have a funeral that no one attends. That, to me, does not seem like a particularly free world. It doesn't seem like a particularly enjoyable existence.
It's free. It's not very interesting. But how do you combat that? So,
men and women need each other, dude. People are supposed to be in partnerships. Married couples live longer, they've got greater health spans, they've got greater lifespans. They offset Alzheimer and dementia onset by a significant amount of time. You're supposed to be with people. You're supposed to have communities, you're supposed to have friends, and you're supposed to be in a relationship. Like, if you were on your own, you were dead ancestrally, and your body will respond appropriately. I'm not saying that everybody needs to have kids, and having kids is not for everybody, but it's for most people, right? If you are, and you and your wife are perfect examples of this, two people for whom kids wasn't the right choice, and you are perfectly happy without them.
If you can accept the following statement as fact and go into it with your eyes wide open, then I'm open. And that is, you will regret not having kids. And if you understand that life is broken into phases, everything is what I call frame of reference. So if when you get to 80, you're going to regret it. I guarantee it. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You're going to regret not having children. I will regret not having children.
My point is that we have this ever more singleton society, right? Using sex in a transactional manner. I was on 2 dating shows. I did Love Island the first season in the UK. I did Take Me Out, which is another primetime TV dating show as well. I stood on the front door of 1,000 nightclubs and met 1 million people between the ages of 18 and 25 for 15 years.
All right.
I've seen the transactional nature. I've worked in the trenches, right? I've been there. I've been to the summit of this particular mountain. And I'm not saying that I want to roll back people being able to do what they want with casual relationships. What I want to remind people of is that there is a lot more to life than simply being able to buy shoes you don't need to impress people you don't like at a job that you hate for a very, very long time. And for most people, even with the best purpose in the world and listening to all of the infinite theories and the modern wisdoms and the Goggins,
am I even going to bother
they are going to need more than just their job. They're not going to be able to supplant their desire for family, community, and connection with a room filled with people that they can mentor and do stuff, because this is a very non-typical job for most people to have. We have all of these different
Victor, there's no
mating dynamics in terms of the sexual revolution, in terms of the roles that men and women have culturally, the position that men and women hold educationally, and in terms of employment. This is a messy, messy, messy situation. And I think that turning down the volume on the conversation in terms of how competitive men and women see each other, pedestalizing motherhood, so that if women do want to have kids, that they are not shamed out of having it because it makes them feel like they're a second-class citizen, that would also be absolutely fantastic. Like, those starting points, at the very, very least, to be able to go, how about we try and work together to make men worthy of women, and to make women accepting of those men. To not
I have to reevaluate these guys'
of a girl in the gym, and a guy was sort of looking past her at some point, and then he sort of looks over. I think she's filming herself doing hip thrusts or something like that. And a lot of people in the comments were saying, as men, saying, this is why I'm terrified of going up to girls. I'm absolutely terrified of going up and approaching a woman because I'm scared that she's going to think that I'm some sort of creep. And that doesn't create a very conducive environment for men and women to actually... And again, like, there are extreme situations that are significantly more common than they should be, where women really do have bad encounters with guys. Do you want to nerf every single man on the planet so that they never go up and approach a woman because of that? I don't know.
I have a life theory that I am very eager for people to understand. There's pathology on both sides. Communism is evil. Fascism is evil. They are as far apart at their beginning motivations as you can be. You have to find something in the middle. And so guys being predatory is evil. Guys being weak is evil. And you have to find that thing in the middle.
Do you know how Bill and Melinda Gates met?
I
actually
see
work-
where he's
actually
going.
work
Where
as
he's
a
going.
receptionist or an assistant type role, and Bill is founder, CEO, managing director, whatever of Microsoft in the 80s, I think, and he's noticed Melinda around the office.
But as far as I can tell, China and Russia back in the day were basically fascist communist states.
When do you fancy going out? He says, how's 3 weeks tomorrow? He says, Bill, I don't think that he's sufficiently spontaneous.
So yeah, they were communists, but rather authoritarian.
Could you imagine if CEO founder
You were a
of big
rich
tech
person
company
acting out loud, they came out,
after she says no, rings her back again.
Nope.
Game over. Again, like, are we saying that we need to go back to some Harvey Weinstein era where everything's free game? Absolutely not. But it's more than 50% of people are starting their relationships online at the moment, and they don't stick about as long. Relationships that start online are not as they don't have the longevity, they don't have the staying power.
Why?
The correlation is there, the causation, I'm not too sure why. I would
Take a stab.
The environment in which you meet your partner buckets them into
If
a
he
particular type of person,
actually he's not good at logic.
which means that there are more replacement options available for somebody that you meet online. I think also you are pre-selecting for similar interests, similar location, a lot of other things. You have the support structure of the people around you if you're talking about dating within work or within church or within the gym that you go to or whatever it might be. All of these things provide support. They allow you to ask somebody else that's been at the company longer than you about whether that guy is actually nice or not. So you pre-select for all of the things that you wanted, whereas on the internet it's a cold approach, right? It's a cold call email, that's the equivalent, and also it is significantly more replaceable. I mean, we haven't even really touched on it, but the globalization of the sexual marketplace has meant that everybody is competing with everybody else. Every woman now in Utah has to compete with every woman who lives in New York for the attention of some high-value guy. And if there is some dude that used to be 990 out of 1,000 in the particular small town that he lives in, you are way, way, way down the pecking order when it comes to, I think the equivalent is if you were 700 out of 1,000 in a normal small-sized town, there are 15 million men ahead of you on Instagram in terms of your mate value, like that 7 out of 10 thing, right? It's not good. It's not good, and it means that it is very, very difficult for you to... Why should you stick with a partner? Why should you go through hard times? With somebody else, I can just get back on Tinder straight away. I can just continue to swipe until I find somebody else that replaces this suboptimal relationship because something bad has happened. And then in the same situation, all of the stuff that we've been talking about, the subtleties and the nuances of this, I'm not saying that someone should put up with a relationship.
No more oranges left. No more oranges
left. But it's
left.
important to have a conversation where you go, how much baby and bathwater has been thrown out here when we've gotten rid of traditional dating techniques, traditional ways that men and women meet and deal with problems together. Like, how flippant should you be? How easy and quick should you dispense with this person that you've been with because there is something new and shinier out there?
Frame of reference, man, is everything. So, if I were going to write a book, which I'm not currently, but if I were, it would be about frame of reference. Getting people to understand you have a bunch of beliefs, values.
Yeah, if I compare them to Joe Rogan, I might be
beliefs
able
and
to get
values.
results.
People mistake them for objective truth. And they think, oh, I am just recognizing the world the way that it actually is. And the way that the world actually is being with this person, she's not perfect, and I'm better off going and getting another person. That's a belief. Now I have a different base, what I call base assumption. So my base assumption is if your solution to every problem is just to replace the person, that you'll never develop the depth because you can never make them feel secure. And one thing I wanted Lisa to know, it was really difficult for me to decide to propose, but once I decided to propose, I literally scarred myself to make sure I would remember I'm a different person. There is no going back. And once you have that belief, that rule, that value system, now all of a sudden you're operating very differently. So when I think about, because you had said to solve a lot of these problems, you're going to have to use cultural technology.
Yes.
And while I don't entirely know what you mean by cultural technology, I certainly get the gist.
So yeah, like repurposing what it means to pedestrianize motherhood would be a cultural technology.
Perfect. So I agree wholeheartedly. I use different words, and I would say it's going to be beliefs and value systems. I want to do something that almost certainly we will look back on in 20 years and both be embarrassed. But let's make a prediction, because I have a prediction, not what I want to happen, what I'm worried will happen. Because and let's define the problem. So I'm going to step into your world and say, okay, there's a mating crisis. That's the problem. To further define it from my side, I will say mating crisis, I'm just bucketing these in really clumsy big buckets for simplicity's sake. But that this is basically boils down to a problem of we have not yet found in a modern era the definition of what it means to be a real man and a real woman where they can work together well over a long period of time. So we haven't even run the experiment yet. So we're in this sort of modern things, maybe going on for 15-ish years, and now we're gonna get to watch how it plays out. What I think, I don't think we will ever be able to pull people back. And so when I started Impact Theory, it was legitimately aimed at all ages. I actually thought I would primarily focus on adults. After reading A Billion Wicked Thoughts and working at Quest for as long as I did and actually trying this on adults, I realized, nope, only about 2% of people will encounter a new idea and change their life at a foundational level. And so I was like, I'm giving up on adults. So then it becomes only about kids. And for me, the sweet spot is 11 to 15. It's what's known as the age of imprinting. It's where you're really gonna be able to give people cultural technology and change the trajectory of their life. And by that I mean give them new beliefs, new value systems. Okay, so if we can agree on that problem, and I don't know if we agree, but I certainly believe you can't win back adults. So the people that are headed down a dumb path, they're going to play out the whole experiment. You're not going to get them back.
All right,
So what's
now
gonna
he's
happen
talking.
is
Now he's talking
whoever
useless.
has a more modernized but somewhat more traditional set of views, so that there are roles, not Fred Flintstone, clubber on the head, stuck in the kitchen, not that, that's dumb, I think we both agree on that, but a modernized version that has roles, that doesn't deviate too far from, you keep calling
biological predisposition.
Perfect. So it's not deviating too far from that. So what I think is going to happen is all these weird countries, for people that don't know that I mean the acronym Western,
Educated, industrialized.
Thank you. You should probably give them the R and the D.
I don't know the rest of them. What is it? What is it?
People, the last one's democratized, I think.
Anyway,
I forget what the R is. You get the idea. They're Western world. They all have these terrible birth rates. They are going to be just sort of slowly consumed by places with a higher birth rate, which means they're probably more traditional. And that's just going to become culturally dominant. That cultural narrative will take over, and all of a sudden, that will be the cool thing again, and we'll get more to that. So when I was a kid, hopefully I can sum this all up with this. You just keep looping. And as a kid, I heard about Caligula, and I was just heartbroken that we don't have orgies, and I didn't know at the time that he was fucking evil. I just knew that Romans had orgies, and that sounded awesome, and I was 14, and I couldn't imagine anything cooler. And so I was like, why don't we have orgies now? Like, this really sucks. I was really crestfallen. And I started thinking, there has to be something that causes us to sort of become Puritans again. But I could not understand what that is. I think we're living it right now. You end up creating a cultural moment, however you do it, where that culture becomes vulnerable either to being truly conquered, take the Romans, falls apart from the inside, or now, where it's like, we just aren't having kids. Like, the more you, oh God, this is fun, I'm gonna get fucking canceled for this. The more you educate women, the less they have kids. The more vulnerable you are now to cultural collapse. Again, it's awesome. My wife isn't having kids. I'm the guy creating that problem. So I'm not passing judgment on it. I'm just saying it is what it is. And this is how you end up re-looping. And so at some point, the birth rate of more traditional cultures will just overtake.
70% of countries worldwide are beyond the birth rate tipping point, right? So they're producing 70% worldwide. The sub-Saharan African countries that you're referring to, which will be the ones that are maybe more traditional, that you think, oh, it's fine, you know, we're not going to run out of that many people, it's going to be okay. Every 15 years, the average number of births per mother declines by 1. So it's 6, then it's 5, then it's 4, and that's every 15. Now, for the people out there that say, good, humans are a scourge on the earth in any case, the earth is overpopulated, you are unreachable.
Did I ever get any comments on YouTube or whatever?
We're not going to reach 10
Whatever.
billion people, and we are going to fall very, very quickly. By 2050, China is going to have 650 million people.
Oh my God.
There's 1.2 billion in it now. China and Japan and South Korea have the worst imbalances with regards to this, the worst birth rates. Japan's 125 million people at the moment. It's going to be 60, 65 billion people by 2050.
Whoa.
So this is not just going to be something that creeps up on us. This is going to happen precipitously within pretty much everybody that's listening to this lifetime. And that doesn't sound like a very good situation either. Like, if you think that a world where there aren't too many people on it is difficult, wait until there's more old people than young people, because that is some sort of dystopian hell on earth. And maybe there's going to be something that happens whereby it gets squeezed, and then we're going to have the next generation is going to start having more kids. But I see nothing that suggests that that's going to be the case. So if I was to make a prediction to roll the clock forward for the next, 20 to 40 years or something like that, there is going to be a huge, huge drop-off in terms of the number of people. How is it the case that the population can continue getting older, and yet the total number of people on the planet can continue getting bigger, and populations decline within certain areas? Well, it's because people are living longer. So you have this ever-aging civilization whilst there are no new people that are coming in. And yeah, I mean, dude, the US may be filled with a lot of Mormons. So my sister's Mormon. That's great. They produce a hell of a lot of children. But you are going to end up with some very odd pockets of highly fertile subcultures within entire countries and societies that are declining. And it's not fun. It's not very, very good. This Stephen Shaw guy, Birth Gap, he spent the last 7 years traveling around 24 different countries, data scientists looking at it, and the interesting thing about declining birth rates as an existential risk is it doesn't galvanize anybody. There's no smoke in the sky, there's no asteroid coming towards us, there's no movies about Arnold Schwarzenegger crashing through your house's ceiling and landing.
And we also have what you were talking about earlier, which is there is a huge and growing cohort of people who believe that people are a virus.
Correct.
That shit really scares me.
Peterson said on my show, I can't think of a thought more implicitly genocidal than that.
Yes.
That humans are a scourge on the earth, and that we shouldn't have any more, that people shouldn't have children.
Do people not realize how brutal nature is? Nature doesn't give a fuck. Dude, nature will eat you with ants. Nature will put a parasite in your brain that makes you, think about what it does to the toxoplasmosis.
Yeah.
A virus gets in your brain, makes the rat like the smell of cat urine, and they will jump on cats. And the cats fucking eat them. Dude, nature is ruthless. So yeah, I don't get the, before I just willy-nilly put a statement out like that I have not thought nearly deeply enough, I will say we need to be thoughtful about the planet, all 100%. But to go so far as to see nature as like a kind and gentle thing and humans as the brutal thing, I think is deeply flawed.
Alex Epstein calls it human racism. He says that people look at humans as being this sort of disease that's covered the earth, and that the earth would be this beautifully balanced thing without us. It's like, the earth's going to be fine. The earth is going to be absolutely fine. Your perception of what earth means may change, but really what people are concerned about, and this is a virtuous side of climate justice, is that they don't want the earth to become inhospitable to humans. Like, that's what they're trying to avoid, because other animals and plants will be fine. Some will go away and new ones will come along, right? So if you just look at the ecology overall, it will be fine. We will be the ones that are fucked. So it's actually quite a pro-human basis that it comes from. And I'm like, oh, well,
no, it
that
isn't.
but also
No,
in
it
some
isn't.
senses that don't have kids. Don't be the only shepherds that can actually stop. If there is a natural disaster, if there is an asteroid heading toward Earth, the lions aren't going to do anything about it. The only people that can are humans that have got some technological capabilities. Yes, should we be careful about what we're spewing out into the atmosphere? Yes, should we be working on renewables, etc., etc., etc. Like, evidently. But who do you think is going to do the innovation if there's only people around?
Yeah. Talk to me about the black pill. I didn't even know about this until I started researching it. I'd never heard of the black pill. The red pill I knew. The black pill I did not. I heard an interview you did with a guy who I think is a black pill.
Wheat waffles.
Yes, community person.
Yes.
And some of the underlying assumptions that seemed to be present in that frame of reference I found unnerving for them. What is the black pill, and do you see a path out, or is it advantageous?
Black pill ideology is a approach to understanding mating dynamics, mostly held by men, but there are some women that are a part of it, and it suggests that it sees the world actually as it is, that this is the fundamental way that dating dynamics work. They work off LMS, so looks, money, status. In that order is what is most important for a man to become attractive to a woman, and basically everything else is kind of superfluous along with that. Now, one of the things that you get from the black pill and incels, which would be, I guess, tacked onto the side of that, slightly separate but similar, you get a community of people who can support each other in their challenges within the dating market. And that's not nothing. You know, if you're a lonely guy, having a community of people that you can that understand the challenges you're facing isn't nothing. Now, William Costello, one of my good friends, he's the #1 incel researcher in the world, found that ascending, which is becoming someone who would finally be attractive to women as a guy, is very much looked down on within the incel community. Incel and black pill aren't the same thing, just to put that out there. But within the incel community, ascending is something that's not supposed to be done. And ascending isn't just, you know, having sex with a woman or holding hands with a woman or even being getting a message back of a woman. It would be if you posted in one of the incel forums that the girl at the barista at Starbucks that served you your coffee looked at you for a little bit longer than you thought, and maybe this means that she's interested in me.
That's ascending?
That would be ascend. That would be seen as beginning to ascend, yeah, because it would be giving hope to yourself that you might be
So they wouldn't want to work out and get better and self-improve?
Because they would say that it's fundamentally flawed, that they are broken individuals themselves, the way that they are. And the reason that they don't want anybody to show, in my opinion, the reason that they're so averse to that being something that gets posted in some of these subforums, this isn't the same for all of them. The reason that they have a problem with it is that it gets hope. And if you have hope, that means that maybe you're not so broken, and maybe the reason that you're not having sex could be fixed. And one of the ways that
Isn't that the best news ever?
well, because if you fail, that means that it wasn't preordained. That means that perhaps it is your fault, or perhaps you could do something to change this. If it's unchangeable, right, then it doesn't matter. You have no culpability, you have nothing to worry about or fear about. You can rail against the world and how unfair it is, and you would get support from the group of you guys. This isn't every incel group, this isn't every black pill group, but they focus on looks, money, and status.
If you had 3 minutes alone with somebody who was black pilled, would you just be like, cool, it's nice to meet you, or would you be like, all right, look, we only have 3 minutes, there's just a couple ideas, I want to get across really fast?
Yeah, so I would say something along the lines of, I was hopelessly alone and bullied when I was in school. I was the most unpopular kid throughout all of school. I was an only child, very socially awkward, and you would not have picked me as being anybody that would have become even slightly competent in life, let alone being in relationships and being happy and so on and so forth. You do not know the path that your life is going to take you down over the longer term. You do not know how you're going to grow up, the way that you're going to look, the way that you're going to become competent or confident, or any of these different things. So condemning yourself to a type of ideology where you are giving up hope is not going to be useful to you because you don't know what's coming around the corner.
Yes,
that are some challenges.
Golden sphere.
You're gonna roll over and just allow the world to continue to kick you in the teeth. The pessimist is always going to be able to prove himself right. So I would try to show the tons and tons and tons of examples of young guys who have struggled in finding a purpose, in finding a community, in finding friends and goals and all of the things that young guys want to do. You have impact on that, you have agency, you have sovereignty over the direction that your life is going to go in, and I can speak to that from a first-hand example. That I've gone from being literally like the worst, most unpopular, uncool person, chronically bullied throughout all of school, to now having a bunch of friends that I respect and respect me, to having a career that I really care about, to contributing to the world in a way that I feel, it feels like a life that wasn't supposed to be for me. And the reason that that happened, at least in part, is because I wanted to make things change. And if you're around a community of people that encourage you to not change, you're going to end up living out that pessimistic life, and you're going to prove it to yourself that it was true.
What do they think about somebody like a Bill Gates? Are they saying, well, so not only am I not good looking, but I'm not smart like Bill Gates? Is that, because it's like, okay, looks fine, I mean, you can do plastic surgery, but Jesus, even if we rule that out and we say there's nothing you can do to look better, which is so not true, but let's just say, you still have money and status. So it's like, bro, like have you watched Yellowstone?
No.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. In fact, there's one line, and then I will get back to my initial point. There's a line in that made me fall in love, and this guy is a total fuck up. He comes on the ranch, and he's becoming a cowboy, and it's brutally hard, and this kid hates his life, and he's just in agonizing pain. And the guy comes up to him and says, it's tough work becoming a man, isn't it? But it sure beats the alternative. And I was like, God, yes, exactly. Okay, back to our guy. So you can in Yellowstone, the reason I brought it up is this same kid discovers that he's good at the rodeo, and that there are certain women who are just really attracted to guys who are good at the rodeo. And so he's like, whoa, my whole life I felt like a loser, not particularly attractive, but I'm good at this thing, and there's a certain type of person that's attracted to people that are good at this thing. Like, they just haven't explored the world. Like, go get good at something. You yourself are saying that money and status are a thing. Why isn't the community obsessed with, all right, guys, we're fucked on the looks front, but money and status, we got this, let's go.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would try, I think. They would try and say, well, they would do looks maxing, and if looks maxing wouldn't work, status maxing, jester maxing, which would be trying to become...
Oh, funny.
Yeah, correct.
Got it.
You see, you're part of it already.
There it is. That was my first strategy, so I get it.
My point being that, yeah, the guys will try and accumulate looks, money, and status, and if they can't get looks, then they will try and get money.
But all of that's ascending. To me,
this would be within the incel world. So when it comes to black pill, which again is like an umbrella, these things are interplay in very, very delicate ways. The black pill ideology would say if you don't have a minimum bar of looks, no woman is going to be able to get past that. It's very unfalsifiable. You know, Wheat Waffles, the guy behind that channel, is a really interesting creator, but even like even him, it can be quite stonewalled with regards to this because it's a very absolutist philosophy. And in fact, maybe he's right. Maybe this is the way that the world is for a cohort of guys. You know, especially within incels, I think 30% of incels are either neurodivergent in some way, like autism, Asperger spectrum, or some way physically disabled. So you have this community of guys who feel forgotten and alone by society. Like, who am I to say that this community of people who are also suffering along with them isn't giving them support? But yeah, I mean, money and status is something that you can always try and achieve. The problem would be the way that it would be unfalsifiable would be, oh well, without the looks, you're going to struggle to achieve the money because pretty privilege, halo effect, and without the looks, you're also going to struggle to achieve the status because people want to be around people that look well.
Can we just run two paths in the hopes that somebody in that community is listening? All right, so you're horribly burned. Now I'm talking face gone, burned. There are two paths before you. You're not getting laid. The odds of that, I'll just grant you that would be so difficult, even for somebody with my mindset. Getting laid if you're horribly burned and scarred, fuck. Like, I can't imagine. I don't wish that on anybody. So okay, cool. That's done. But there are two paths before you. You can be angry about it, and you can focus your energy on how there's nothing I can do, I can never change it. My identity is wrapped around the fact that I will never get this.
I have someone on Twitch.
That's like, don't ascend, just accept that you're never gonna have that, and this is your brotherhood. Or option two is you figure out what you love, and you go after that thing. You find other people, maybe it's just a brother.
I never did.
And you find other people in the same way that you were able to find black pill people. I promise you, you're gonna be able to find other people over here, burn, too unattractive, whatever. But that are like, well, I'm gonna max everything else.
Yes.
I'm gonna find meaning and purpose. I'm gonna write a book. I'm gonna become a poet. I'm gonna become a cowboy, a fucking woodworker, whatever. Like, you're gonna find something that you're just really gonna go hard, and you're gonna alter your frame of reference. I don't think people understand how malleable beliefs and values are, and that you can decide that, oh no, the only thing that matters in life is how much farther you go than where you start. So cool. I started at minus 10,000. So my job is to get to minus 9,900. Word! Like, but you can build that frame of reference and now reward yourself emotionally for every step of progress that you make forward. And my life is about getting people to understand that one idea. That's why impact theory exists. That's why I didn't just take money and retire. Like, if people understood the psychological difference, even just in my own life. Remember, I did not used to be wealthy. I did not used to have success in business. I did not used to have success with women. I would let a 6.5 looks wise. Cool. So I meet minimum bar. So I didn't have that going against me. But I had the other stuff. But my life changed when I realized, oh wait, focusing on the fact that I'm just smart enough to realize how much smarter everybody else is fucking miserable. And so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't, if I keep investing in that and I keep focusing on it, I still believe it's true, by the way. I really am just smart enough to realize that I'll never be the GOAT. But it's like, well, I can death loop on that, or I can focus on, cool, word, I'm never gonna be the best, but how much better can I make my life? Now, because I made that choice, I ended up getting wealthy and all that stuff. But it's not like that was self-evident. I didn't know that was gonna be the outcome. I was just like, it doesn't make sense to brood over this because, to me, all that matters is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. So if I focus on that I'm never gonna be as smart as the smartest people, that's gonna be really unhappy. If I focus instead on, well, but can I get better than I am today? Can I get a lot better? Like, can I max out the amount that I can get better? Not that other people won't get better than me and go farther than me. Dude, that changed everything in my life. Everything. And now seeing how far that's taken me emotionally, financially, in relationships, as fast as I can talk, I'm trying to get people to understand it's a change of frame of reference, and then everything else changes.
To push back against that, for all that it might be the person who is badly burned and is going to focus on all this stuff, don't forget that at the beginning of this we said humans are supposed to be together. But the partnership thing, the lack of relationship is going to be something that you're going to focus on an awful lot because it's something that you can't get. And this is why I have a massive amount of sympathy for the guys.
What do you say to that person? Yeah, I'm really sorry. Focus on it more, and just know that you have my sympathy.
Yeah.
That's what you would say?
No. Firstly, I would say, no. Firstly, I would say, that sucks. That's very, very difficult. And the fact that this is a challenge that you're going through is something that you shouldn't take lightly. Like, it's a big deal, and you shouldn't treat it like it's something that isn't a big deal. There are certain things that you do have control over in life, and you should focus on those. I agree with your point. I can just also see why it must be so painful for people who are chronically alone and don't feel like they can have anybody around them. You know, it's a difference between going camping and being homeless, right? Like the people that choose to be single out of choice, or the people that are single because they're forced. And it's difficult and it's painful, and it causes these people to be lonely. A lot of guys, I think, that are suffering with this will grow out of it. You know, the guys that are 17, 18, you have no idea where you're going to be in 10, 15 years' time. You have no idea what sort of a person you're going to become, the way that you're going to look, the kind of people that you're going to meet, a lifestyle that you're going to have. And even if LMS is still the ground truth of whatever attraction is in your particular worldview, there are an unlimited number of different paths that you could go down in future that are going to make that way, way, way easier.
Yeah. Do you have sympathy for them or empathy?
For most of them, but 13 on side.
I was that guy for a long time. I was that lonely guy that didn't understand why I didn't have friends. Why I used to obsess over things like how people tied their ties in school, or the type of shoes that they would have, or the way that they would cut their hair or something, because I was adamant that that was the reason why they had friends and I didn't. And I didn't realize it's because I just didn't really understand how social connections worked. I wasn't particularly socially adept, and it meant that I struggled with that. So I empathize. I know what it's like to be alone. I do.
If you had to turn them around emotionally,
Forgot to do this.
I'm going to accept that in this thought experiment, they will never have a partner. But if you had to help them live a life of fulfilling them, I can't help but use my frame of reference here.
Oh well.
Do you have a thing that you could do that you think would help them?
All the stuff that you've spoken about today. Find purpose, meaning, the capacity to do it, contribute to community, do things that make the world a better place. It's the same things that we do with a partner as without a partner. Life is, it can be very difficult. It can be incredibly challenging, especially when you don't have something to contribute to that you care about. And if you are able to find that, and you can continue to iterate on what you're interested in, what you're good at, what you're interested in, what you're good at, that's a good place to start. Maybe it's the gym, maybe it's artistry, maybe it's giving back to a community, maybe it's looking after dogs and going dog walking, maybe it's watercolors, or whatever it is that you do. Once you do find that thing, it's going to make your life an awful lot easier.
I don't even want those. Don't even want those.
That outlet for all of that forward momentum. And if you do not have that, if you don't have something that you can focus all of that attention onto, you're going to suffer, and you're already suffering, as are all of us. And you're suffering maybe a little bit more. The pessimist is always going to prove himself right, so try and find a way to find a pursuit that is going to make you feel satisfied in life, that's going to give you something to apply all of this forward momentum and desire to.
That's very good advice. Where can people follow you?
Chris Williamson on YouTube. If you want to go check out an episode, the recent one I did with David Goggins is available. You needed a couple on his most recent book tours, so that can be linked in the show notes below. And dude, I appreciate you. I've been a big fan of your show for a long time. Very, very glad that you've had me here.
I'm honored, man. You're an amazing voice in the space, and I'm super excited about what you're doing. All right, everybody, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. And until next time, my friends, be legendary. Take care. Peace. Learn how to detox from dopamine and take back control of your life with this episode from Dr. Andrew Huberman.
Then what you realize is your capacity to tap into dopamine as a
How to appear charismatic, even if you're not. Some of the favorite insights I got from this. One was when you meet someone for the first time and they ask what you do, they don't actually care about what you do. What they're asking for is, please give me any remotely interesting information which I can connect with my own life. It's an opportunity for you to give an engaging and interesting answer which can leave a good impression and lead to a fun conversation. You could say, like, I'm in sales now, but I did 2 psychology degrees at university, and then I dropped my life and went to Brazil for 6 months, and I've got a business coaching thing online, but I really just want to retire and spend my time with dogs and start a film school. In that, there are so many different little points that the other person can grab onto. Those are the most interesting ways, I think. You have to have a little pre-prepared script. You know, when someone says to you, what do? You already know what you're going to say. Just make the thing that you're going to pre-prepare more interesting. How to appear charismatic, even if you're not. Some of the favorite insights I got from this. One was when you meet someone for the first time and they ask what you do, they don't actually care about what you do. What they're asking for is, please give me any remotely interesting information which I can connect with my own life. It's an opportunity for you to give an engaging and interesting. You must have with someone before you marry them. Some people actually believe to make sure if it's good. These people want physical intimacy without emotional intimacy.
It's an excuse not to commit. No one like that ends up getting into a very happy marriage, because all they have done is emphasize the overwhelming pleasure, and it's just one more reason not to have a loving, intimate relationship. Usually those women are like, what if he has a 3-inch with a barb on the end of it, and I don't find out till my wedding night? Something outrageous like that is just overwhelming. The other piece, though, is this is one more excuse to not get married. People will have 5 children, and
let's say that you can go on a generation ship that you and future generations will live on in order for us to get to the closest habitable planet. But by you saying yes to going on it, you commit 20 future generations for the next half millennia for being on there as well. Is that a choice that you get to make?
It gets into long-termism. I recently was reading the book. He started to outlay how many people have lived versus how many could live in the future. Dude, we don't matter. You start looking at it, and at one point, he has like these 10 human figures. And he's like, each one of these 10 is basically a billion people. Now, I'm going to take that same figure and I'm going to color it in black. Now, it's 10 billion people. If the world lasts for 500 million years, this is how many people are still yet to live in the future. And he fills the whole first page, the whole second page, the whole third page, and about half of the fourth page. And he goes, by the way, I'm just going to stop now. But I could have filled 20,000 books with these black little figures because that's how many people we have yet to go. Basically, the decisions we make today do have an impact in the future.
Let's say that you can go on a generation ship.
Progressives over the past like 10 or 20 years have done an absolutely amazing job at reaching out to minority groups and disaffected groups and making them feel like they have a voice. They've done an equally horrible job at kind of on the prior dominant group, which is usually like white straight men. I think they've left them feeling like very disaffected.
All right. Oh, this should be. This should be useful.
Do you think cancellation is at silencing people? I saw that Sneeko just got another strike on his YouTube channel, lost his TikTok account, lost his Twitter, and he seems to not really see it as a concern. Andrew Tate says that he's got even bigger since he left, and then Steve Will Do It was at the NASDAQ announcement thing for Rumble as well. Do you think that it's cope to say you get bigger when you're cancelled, or is it legit?
It's huge.
Switching
I think
screen.
canceling is really good at getting rid of people. It's not very good at getting rid of ideas, though. So you can get rid of the man, but you're probably not going to get rid of the underlying current of thought that elevated them to the position they were in before. And that's going to still be there waiting for another person to kind of like take the reins on it.
So they set a type of rhetoric that creates an echo that other people can then fall into.
Kind of, yeah. Or like, have you ever heard of a concept called the Overton window?
Yes.
A lot of people don't know this, so they don't seem to understand this. The Overton window is discovered. It's not created. Politicians are trying to find where people are, and they can move them a little bit, but it's not like politicians say, this is the Overton window. This is how far right and left they are. It's really a big struggle for politicians trying to figure out, like, where are people, and then where can I kind of like slot in myself so that I'm popular there. So like, for instance, Donald Trump didn't necessarily significantly move the Overton window in some direction, 3 dimensions or 2 dimensions or whatever, but more he identified, whether coincidentally or not, that's a whole other conversation. But he identified there was a whole group of voters that felt a certain way about something, and he was able to tap into that. When you've got people like Andrew Tate or Sneeko that are getting really big, it's because there's a hunger for that type of thought. It's not like these guys are creating, like nobody had known about this until Tate came under. It's that there are certain people that are hungry for that type of thought. So if you ban him, the banning is bad for that person. People will cope and say like, oh, you can't get canceled. Like they got even bigger. Well, then why didn't they just delete all their socials before? Like there's a reason why people want to be on these platforms. But there's still going to be that underlying current of thought, and somebody's going to come by that's another red pill or MGTOW or whatever and take the reins on it, I think, yeah.
I think you're right. I think based on what I've seen, when you remove people from that ecosystem, the audience at best, the absolute best that you can hope for is it stays as big as it is now. But the discovery medium is these platforms that have millions and billions of users, right? If you're off YouTube, there is no more discoverability for you. If you're off Instagram and TikTok, how are people going to find you? You saw this with Alex Jones, right? Alex Jones had a country-sized audience. He got removed from social media, but you know that unless he creates some incredibly smart referral scheme, how are new people going to discover his message?
I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. Like, it's such an annoying thing to argue with people because it's such a massive cope otherwise, and it betrays everything we know about like how these platforms work. Like, if I'm a platform and I'm buying talent, the reason why I'm buying talent to come to my platform is because I'm trying to bring their fan base over, you know? I want to be on a platform where people are there not because Destiny's there, but because they're watching other people. If people are coming to a platform only for me, that means that platform doesn't have anything else left, like, for me to grow from, you know? Like, so Rumble is definitely growing a ton off of Andrew Tate, but I don't think Andrew Tate is going to grow a ton off of Rumble.
Yes, very interesting. Well, there has to be a critical mass where Rumble could acquire so much talent that it might actually start to move the needle. For instance, Spotify's acquisition of Call Her Daddy and Rogan changed what people listened on. Maybe there's an argument to be made that people are going to watch some video content and they're maybe a little bit more platform agnostic. But I would argue that the reason Spotify worked is most people already had it. Spotify was coming in with a huge amount of existing brand equity, and it's actually a genuinely better experience for listening to podcasts on too. So it's a superior product that already had equity coming in, as opposed to Rumble, who are kind of holding onto the coattails of these big creators that they're bringing over. Steve will do it, Sneeko, Tape.
Yeah, the books are still probably being written on how to do this effectively. Like, nobody really knows 100%, like, how do I grow an alternative platform? There's a reason why, I don't know this off the top of my head, but I'm willing to bet that, like, Twitter, Facebook, these platforms are probably like 15 years old at this point, right? I know Facebook is at least that old. Twitter's probably, I feel like I've seen tweets from 2008. So, like, these are old platforms, and people have tried to start new platforms, buy a bunch of talent, and it still kind of falls through. So, yeah, it's very difficult to grow a new platform completely organically unless you're literally offering, like, the whole package. Like you said, it's got to be a product that's good on its own, that is like, why would I use this over something else? It's got to have unique talent there that you can't find in other places. It's got to have some kind of discoverability or hook in areas on other parts of the internet that people are using. Like, there's a lot that has to go right. And man, the barrier to entry for stuff like that is probably getting higher and higher and higher every day, like pharmaceutical levels in terms of how much money you have to spend to get people over on these platforms, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, TikTok, perfect example, right? I thought we'd reached saturation for the number of different channels that people would have, because there's other stuff. I don't know, you hear about people that use Gab or Yik Yak. Do you remember Yik Yak? Do you ever see that?
I don't think I did, no.
So it was location-based announcement, kind of like Twitter, but it was all anonymous, so you couldn't see who did it, and it was all location-based. So you could basically spread rumors about people. That it was Gossip Girl, but on a thread, and it was completely location-based, so you would only see the stuff that was around you.
Oh, I'm not gonna remember this, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, kind of. There was another app called, like, Whisper or something. It wasn't called that, but it was similar. Like, basically, when you open the app, there's, like, 20 things, but it's all said by people locally in your area, and you don't know who it is, right?
Yeah. My point being that when I saw those, I was like, oh, yeah, well, this will be a cool thing for maybe a subculture, or maybe it'll try to get off the ground but probably fail. TikTok actually managed to get into the market and hold on to it because it had a superior product to everything else that was online. Without that, and I'm not convinced that Rumble quite has that yet.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be companies that I'm sure people are going to be doing case studies on, like, how they mess something up, because, like, we're on Skype right now, right?
Yes.
What a letdown that somehow Zoom was able to come out of nowhere and become, like, a massive company. Like, whoever was the product manager at Skype dropped the ball on that harder than almost any other company in history. Or what if you were the person that ran Vine and you're like, okay, well, obviously short-form content like this doesn't work on the internet and mobile apps, so it's time to leave. And now, like, 10 years later, you've got, like, TikTok, and it's like, oh my god, like, is that, like, this is like a guy, the proverbial, like, 10,000 Bitcoin holder on an old hard drive that got thrown into a dumpster somewhere. It's like, what mine was, he, like, messed it up somehow. It's like, yeah. So, you know, I'm sure that, like, I bet the ultimate answer, if I was God and I could come down and figure out everything, I bet that there's, like, 40% is, like, all of this, like, you've got to have the right talent, the right allocation of resources, the right product, blah, blah, blah. And I'm willing to bet that, like, 50-60% can just be, like, right place, right time. Like, a lot of it might just be down to luck. Like, a certain deal getting signed, a certain thing going viral on the internet that slowly starts to propagate more users to your platform, etc. Like, there's so many variables when it comes to internet stuff.
I think you're right, and yeah, it'll be interesting, man. It'll be interesting to see, because, like I said, there has to be a critical mass. Let's say that every YouTuber with over 300k subs moved to Rumble exclusively. People would start watching that. Now, yes,
absolutely,
YouTube would, other creators would come through and fill up some of that watch time, but the question about how much do you need in order to tip the balance? And we've seen this with some of the guys that have moved from Twitch to YouTube gaming. That's a big sort of competition that's going on at the moment, and Twitch keeps on seeming to shoot itself in the foot and the face and the knee and everything else at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, take everything I say with a grain of salt. But the one business model that I want to see tried that hasn't been done yet is, I feel like people are really keen to buy talent and then they just do that, but they don't engage with the talent well. Like, I feel like if I ran another platform, I would want to buy a talent that still associates with a lot of people on the other platform. One, that's important. And the second thing is, I would want to do something with them that's unique that they didn't do before, so that people would be, like, motivated to go and watch, right? Like, if somebody was going to buy me as talent for a platform, you could stick me somewhere else and have me stream, but, like, are people going to watch it? Like, I'm still going to put up YouTube videos. Like, are they really going to care that much? But if you were to buy me as talent and then put me on your platform and you did, like a boxing series, I don't think I would ever do this. But if you did something crazy like that, well, now it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, he's on a new platform, which is kind of annoying, but he's doing, like, a new cool thing I've never seen
Live
before.
events with a panel and an audience or some shit.
Yeah, it's not enough in this day and age. I don't actually know your background if you work in like the tech world or whatnot, but like if you're in the entrepreneurial tech world, there's an ungodly amount of money that flies around in these rooms. Like the worst projects ever get like 7-figure rounds of funding, 8-figure rounds of funding. So you're like, what is happening here? It's not enough to just throw money at something, because if that was the solution, like people would have already discovered these other platforms. You have to engage with it in a more intelligent way, in a more creative way than just like, oh, I paid him, $5 million a year. Why didn't he, grow my platform? It's like, yeah.
What are your thoughts on the manosphere at the moment? What do you think it gets right and wrong?
I'll say very carefully, because the manosphere is a very broad sphere and will incorporate everything from people thinking that like women are actual demons that are meant to be like used and abused and manipulated to further yourself in life, all the way to this other end where it's like, women act a certain way, men act a certain way. It's good to be aware of this so that you can make yourself and the people around you happier, more successful. So let me caveat by that.
What is mine?
Broadly speaking, I think that progressives over the past like 10 or 20 years have done an absolutely amazing job at reaching out to minority groups and disaffected groups and making them feel like they have a voice. We have awesome representation in media, even if some of it's a little cringe sometimes. We're debating things like trans sports, when 15 or 20 years ago, the only trans person you'd ever see on TV was on Jerry Springer or Maury. We have different races of people in different areas with disabilities. Awesome. They've done a really good job at that. They've done an equally horrible job at kind of shitting on the prior dominant group, which is usually like white straight men, and I think they've left them feeling like very disaffected. It's kind of sad. It seems to be part of like human nature that to advance one group, it seems like you almost like have to shit on another group. That's like a required part of the human experience. But yeah, I think you've got kind of this group of like kind of these white dudes that are kind of like hanging out, and they have all this white privilege, but they're lonely. Some of them don't have very much money. They're not doing too well in school, and no part of society seems interested in talking to them anymore. And I think that kind of opened up this opportunity for, initially it was like the Ben Shapiros or like the Jordan Petersons especially, or the Joe Rogans kind of talk to these people. And now that whole section has kind of exploded out to like the manosphere, where you've got all these people willing to kind of give advice or talk to these kind of like disaffected, lonely white dudes that feel like nobody, or not even just white dudes, but disaffected, lonely men that feel like society kind of doesn't want to talk to them anymore because they're toxic or they're horrible or they're abusers or they're rapists or
It's an interesting blend of cultural and structural problems. I had this guy on the show called Richard Reeves. He's written a book called Of Boys and Men, and it looks at all of the conversations that you will be familiar with about evolutionary psychology and around the cultural interpretation of what it means to be a man today and how that plays out in the broader culture. But he came at it from a completely structural perspective, and he was saying things like, in order for a male to have the same level of impulse control as a 10-year-old girl, he needs to be 24. There's behavioral genetics studies. Catherine Page Harden, who's out here in Austin and is also from the left, which is interesting as somebody that does behavioral genetics, because that's typically not. She released this study looking at impulse control. Impulse control of a 10-year-old girl is the same as a 24-year-old man. It's wild. My point being that there are structural issues that need to be looked at, but yes, as long as you are unable to have a conversation like this publicly without there being an assumption that it's a zero-sum game, and games for one are the loss of the other. Another thing to consider, I've been talking about this a lot as well, intrasexual competition is significantly more prevalent than intersexual competition. Almost all competition is within your own sex, not between the sexes. Men compete with men and women compete with women. And yet, we've somehow been convinced that we are each other's enemies rather than compatriots.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on with the way that everything is framed these days. Something that you said, the problem is that you can go so deep on so many of these conversations, but we can't even get any of these conversations off the ground. Like, even starting some of these conversations basically makes you like public enemy number one, and then you're just kind of like completely shot down. So it seems like over the past 5 or 10 years, we've made like zero progress on any of these things. And there is kind of like an orthodoxy of thought right now for certain things. I had a school administrator email me one time because I'd been digging into like school-related stuff and how it seemed like it was kind of moving pretty far in one direction. And I don't know if you're familiar with this, but right now in the United States, women and men, there's like a 60-40 divide in schools right now, where women are 60% of the new graduates and men are 40%. That's unbelievably tipped on the other side of where it was before. And then you mentioned structural problems. Something interesting too is I think during the COVID-19 period, I think men were more likely to have to drop out of school to work to support their families than women were, so it like grew the divide even more. But the school administrator emailed me, and he's like, the idea that you could even breach that topic, and have that conversation, like maybe we need like affirmative action for men in schools, or maybe we need to start looking at that. That's like an inconceivable conversation. You can never even begin to have it. So yeah, we're definitely at an awkward point right now where there's a lot of important conversations that need to be had, but the mainstream and progressives won't have it. So then as a result, only
Just
people
a
on the very far
little
right
closer
will have
to
it. And I'll agree with the
100%
left. Like a lot of the conversations happening on the far right are really dog shit, but they have nobody to blame but themselves because they're not willing to engage in the
What's the
conversation. So what do you
alternative?
say? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I always say that. That's a good question when it comes to like Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan. People are like, these are horrible male role models. It's like, I kind of agree to some extent. What's your alternative? You have nothing. You have nobody. You don't even want to talk to these people because you think that, you think that men are fine and they don't need any help for anything, and they've been in the patriarchy and blah 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 blah. And it's like, damn, I remember learning about the patriarchy like 5 or 10 years ago. And back then, when we talked about the patriarchy, we talked about how the patriarchy was oppressive to men and to women. Why does it only seem to negatively affect women now, right? Like, I don't understand how it feels like all the old stuff we talked about doesn't matter anymore, and now it's just this hyper fixation on moving. I hate using words like woke, but like moving in that direction as much as possible. And then, yeah, it's not surprising that you've got only far-right figures, or right-leaning figures at least, willing to talk to the disaffected male group.
That's a good way to frame it that I hadn't thought about before. The fact that by not bothering to engage with this, you open up the floor inevitably for only one side to dominate. I don't think that that's particularly good in any situation. You should have multiple inputs, but if you don't, then you're going to have it completely besieged by one. So on the point of the dropout of men, this is from my newsletter from last week. In the span of just a few decades, girls and women have not only caught up with boys and men in the classroom, they have blown right past them. Half a century ago, the landmark Title IX law was passed to promote gender equality in higher education. At the time, there was a gap of 13 percentage points in the...
You can say that women blowing past men in the academic circles is a product of men falling behind. But they have been changing. Or it could be a product of women being young girls being better at sitting still in a classroom. It could also be a product of them changing the way education works to favor women.
Proportion of bachelor's degrees going to men compared with women. Today, the gender gap is a little wider, 15 percentage points as of 2019, but the other way round. For every 3 female college students, there are only about 2 men. The trend
I just
was
said
during
something
the
interesting,
college
so
enrollment as a whole declined in 2020, but that decline was 7 times greater for male than for female students. Fucking wild.
In some ways, that's awesome. Like, we got more women in school, we got them educated. That's so cool. It wasn't like a lot of people were like biologically, like, women are stupid, they can't do blah blah blah. And there was a lot of research on it. It's like, no, that's not true. Women are actually, in some ways, better at school than men because of the temperament differences between men and women, and who's able to sit in a classroom and focus, whatever, which is cool. But we have to be able to maintain like focus. Like, the focus wasn't
exactly
on
what I was just saying.
It was making sure that we had some parity in society, that we were able to kind of like that both sides had the opportunity to explore, expand, and succeed in school as much as possible. And if it feels like one group is being left behind, even if that group is somebody that previously was like a major power holder, we should be able to have the conversation like, okay, well, what can we do to like bring men back into the classroom? But man, even just saying those words, it's like I can already imagine like people freaking out, like, what do you mean men make up 85% of CEOs, and men are out earning women still, 92% to 100%, blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, fuck, I guess, if we're gonna go to the extremes, and then that's where you're gonna draw your data from, then I guess we just can't further the conversation at all.
There's an argument to be made that it's all well and good talking about how many CEOs are men, but this doesn't really help the group of poverty-stricken, drug-addled, incarcerated, suicidal men at the bottom. You get men at both ends of the scale. I also agree. I've come to believe that women do better than females do better than males in school. Like, just categorically, they do better than males in school. And the only reason that we didn't see this is because females had the brakes put on them. And now that we've released the brakes, I don't think that it's possible. Now, you could say, well, there should be different types of learning. There should be different types of schooling, maybe even gendered schooling that actually helps boys to get more playtime, be outside more. Certainly more male school teachers. Here's a stat that I learned. There are 4 times as many female fighter pilots in the US Air Force as there are male kindergarten teachers in the USA. 2% of kindergarten teachers in the USA are male and 7% of fighter pilots in the US Air Force are female. Now, both of those may be underrepresented. Maybe should be more female fighter pilots. But to say that it's 90...
Wait, hold on. There really only 2% of teachers are male? Is that true?
Kindergarten teachers, yes.
Oh, kindergarten. Okay. Jeez, that's crazy. I went to... this is weird, but I grew up very Catholic. I went to a Jesuit high school, so the majority of my teachers were male. But that was high school, too. But damn, that's a crazy stat. Yeah.
Wild.
2% of... Yeah.
And if you have a boy and a girl that goes into the head teacher's office for the same offense, indiscretion, whatever you want to say, the boy is 2 to 4 times as likely to be expelled as the girl.
Like the prison system, kind of, right? Men are more likely to receive, given the same background or whatever, are more likely to get harsher punishments from judges than women typically are. Yeah. But no.
Digging into the manosphere a little bit more, do you think that the red pill movement is a net good for the world?
Man, I don't really know. It's hard to say. Like, if I get my hands on some of these guys and we start talking, their messages are usually pretty good. But then when I'm not there and I listen to them talk, I kind of wonder sometimes. It's hard because, like, sometimes I feel like when somebody's there to hold them a little bit more accountable, and I'll say the same for me, too. Like, this is why I learned this, a random side story. There's a horrible geeky game. Have you heard of it? Online?
Yeah, it's the one where you make massive starships and drive around and stuff.
I learned a lot about, like, leadership structures and managing people or whatever through that game, which is really funny. But something that I learned was that anytime there was an argument for a particular idea, it is essential to have a person on each side of that argument, because you always need to be holding yourself accountable. And if you've got everybody on one side, you can run off in a way where you've got a lot of blind spots. You can start to miss everything, where like, oh, well, we should have thought of this, we should have that. So anytime, even if I, like, as a leader of my little game corporation,
now I'm getting hungry. Now I'm getting hungry.
This thing.
And I've returned.
I'd always make sure that there was another guy pointed to, like, tell me, like, this is why we shouldn't do it. And even if I decided to, at least I knew, like, well, these are the drawbacks to why we shouldn't do this particular thing. I feel like with a lot of online political talk, with a lot of the Manosphere guys, or with me, it's good to have 2 voices there, or like a moderating voice. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but I don't know how much you listen to some of these conversations. So, like when we start getting into like terms or vernacular, like the cock carousel or the 1,000-yard or the 1,000-cock stare, or like weird shit like this.
What's the 1,000-cock carousel?
For women that have too much sex, or like the cock carousel is women will fuck throughout their 20s and then they settle down with some poor schmuck in their 30s after they fucked their way through 50 million people or blah blah blah. Yeah, like when you start to get this serious, like I feel like you need somebody to ground you out a little bit more, because the conversations start to get insanely one-sided and you're not accurately representing like what's truly going on in a lot of these interactions. So it's hard to say. Like when I'm talking to a lot of the Red Pill guys, if I get on their shows and I talk, their messages are, in my opinion, usually resoundingly positive. They're talking about things like self-improvement. They're talking about things like wealth and girls should be a byproduct of the improvements that you make in your life. They're not the goal. It's just something that will occur if you make yourself successful. It's usually overwhelmingly positive messages that usually tie into what I would consider to be the positive aspects of masculinity. But it feels like sometimes if I'm not there, or if I'm listening in the background and there's other stuff going on, it starts to get like very toxic, like very quickly.
What do you mean by toxic?
Like the idea that like women are like different types of women are there to be churned and burned, that women are like kind of like very subservient to men and very like inferior in a lot of different ways, that that the value of women is tied in almost completely to like the amount of sex they can give you or how they look, and that like women that pursue things like going to college or like furthering themselves are like masculinizing themselves in a really negative way.
Not necessarily true on the looks and sex. There's also housekeeping. And someone to have a conversation on a regular basis.
Way. I think these kinds of ideas get just the view of women in general. It feels, and I understand to some extent, sex is kind of like a competition in a way. But when you start to view all of life that way, kind of like what you said in the beginning, where it's like men versus women, like I think that you should probably view women as like your partners through life, and not like these adversaries that you're trying to trick into fucking you constantly. It'll probably give you a better outlook, I think.
Dude, you've nailed it. It's the adversarial relationship, I think, and this zero-sum game. Mm-hmm. The presumption seems to be, if a man sleeps with you, it is your loss and his gain. Mm-hmm. I mean, let's just use that as a starting point. That doesn't seem to me. I've met about 1 million people in my life, and about half of them were women, right, on the front door of nightclubs working. So I've seen people at their most unencumbered between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 in the morning. For the most part, they get on absolutely fine. I don't think that they're trying to fuck each other over. My experience of human nature is that almost everybody is pretty kind and gentle, and yeah, there's some assholes out there, but for the most part, everybody's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting, you mentioned about the fact that a lot of the sort of red pill advice focuses on self-improvement. It always seems to have an undertone or an undercurrent of that self-improvement, even if it's just for you, still being in service of getting girls eventually. Mm-hmm. That the best way to get a girl is to focus on yourself. This focus on yourself is just a smoke screen to hide the real goal of still being reliant on validation from girls.
Yeah. It's very funny too, because the more toxic you get into that sphere, nothing is more funny to me than like a group of guys that are talking about how fucking worthless women are and they're these sluts and whores and blah blah blah. But like at the end of the day, like how do they signal that they're like top shit? It's because they've got like really hot girls next to them. Like nothing is more funny to me than seeing that like you need that validation so much that women are like at one end they're like these incredibly adversarial things to be conquered, but then at the other end they give you more like a dude walking in with like a $20,000 watch and like a $50,000 suit doesn't look as good as the guy walking with the 4 hot girls. Because if he's got 4 different hot women that are validating, that guy must be the coolest dude in the world.
Pre-selection, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's a very interesting world to see that sometimes the more. I remember listening to this one. This is a really famous old like incel speech that this guy spends like all this time like these sluts are coming into our world now and blah 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 blah. And then like in the next part of the speech he's like, I'm gonna show you guys how to get 2 or 3 of these girls at the same fucking time. And it was so funny that while he's simultaneously talking about how fucking horrible and slutty these women are, he's going to show you how cool you are by getting you a lot of these girls, because that's ultimately where the validation comes from, and that's very funny to me.
What sort of guys do you think, or what sort of girls do you think that the guys who follow Red Pill will be getting? Because it seems to me that there is a selection bias for the kind of interactions that a lot of the guys that follow that philosophy to the absolute T will get, and that will jade and color their view of women overall.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that you can shop for certain types of women that will probably reinforce certain types of beliefs. This is always one of like the big criticisms I have when I'm on some of these shows, is that like like it feels like they get themselves stuck into these like self-perpetuating cycles where if you're only valuing women for like, let's say that you come into the mindset of like, okay, if a woman's got a college degree, she's earning a lot of money, she's masculinized, okay, fuck her. And then if a woman's not like looking her best and taking care of herself or blah blah blah, like she's not being feminine enough, so fuck them. So like, who are you left with? You've got like girls that like never went to school, girls that are focused on their looks all the time, girls that are like relatively shallow. Like when you're in this group of people, and now in this group of people, you're like, well,
wait, Amber Alert. Yana Wilson took Junior Wilson. This woman really kidnapping her child that she had at 34 years old. Oh yeah, gotta get my laundry. Now, I'm seriously tempted to put you guys through this torture as I'm leaving, but no. Oh. That's not what I want. Wait, didn't I have a different one? Whatever. That won't work. Enjoy this while I'm off on getting one.
You are soaring in the lead with accelerating speed. Look at how your town is like a model made for play. You can easily ascend through the thunder overhead. Aim at everything that drags you down and blow it away. Who would ever want to trail through a dime that doesn't tell? So if you ever stall or you're stuck at all, raise your heights to prevail. Oh yeah, show 'em you're proud, you will fall down, but just get up again. And watching the horizon is like
All right. Let's return to.
Look at how women act. All they're trying to do is like, you know, fuck up in terms of like fuck upward socially mobility. They're trying to find like really wealthy men. Like they don't give a if they're really shallow. Like they don't know like any of the shit about like how many countries are on the planet. Blah blah blah. Like yeah, you end up in this cycle where like of course that's the type of women that you're like hitting over and over again. You're hitting on because that's like the message that you're sending out to the world. Like this is the only type of woman that you're even looking at. Like everybody else is invisible to you. So yeah, I definitely think a lot of these worlds get into these self-reinforcing cycles where they filter out everybody that doesn't agree with how they view the world. And then if you filter out enough, then obviously every single thing you find is going to reinforce your point of view.
Do you think that the red pill guys are kind of, some of them could, if they took this to the nth degree, kind of poison the well for other men? Because as you sleep around more, you create the alpha widows that other men are taught to avoid. So there is a finite pool of women, and if you leave a bunch of broken ones in your wake, because that's part of the philosophy that you follow, like, it seems to me the fundamental issue that I have with the current iteration of men's advice from this side of the internet is that it helps individual men at the expense of pretty much everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, like, we could do like a 7-hour show on the hilarious contradictions of like all of that. Two really funny ones are, oh man, you just brought up the like the alpha male, right? The titular
alpha widow.
Like the alpha male creates alpha widows, right?
Yes.
Or like because the point is you're supposed to have as many girls as possible. Like these guys will talk about like, have you heard of the concept of like this one-sided open relationship?
A little bit.
It's like more and more popular that I see popping up in these spheres where they're like, oh yeah, like a good relationship is where the man is open to fuck as many women as he wants, but the woman is closed and she can't fuck any other men. That's like becoming more and more, it feels like the norm in these circles. And I'm like, I mean, how many men could do this before all those other women now are like ruined? Like, isn't that kind of a bad cycle to be in? You're talking about like 1% of the men fucking it up. And it's funny because these guys will talk about like, I'm sure have you heard the term hypergamy?
Yes, of course.
Like, aren't you by virtue of telling people to do that, like furthering like the amount of hypergamy in society? Aren't you like ruining everything by doing this? There's that you're like creating a worse world by the way that you live if you really think that's a bad world, which they seem to think. There was a second argument that I got into once on the show. I was on the Fresh and Fit show and it was really funny. I think everybody agrees that like you have to stay away from single moms. It's the worst thing ever. Byron had this term for him. I don't remember what he used. It's like something like use them and lose them or something. He had like a thing for him. It was like, oh my, or one-time use only, or for fun use only, or whatever. It's like Jesus. But then later on in the show, and we all talked about how like if you're a single dad, usually you're in a better position to date than like a single mom, et cetera, et cetera. Like everybody agreed on this, ubiquitous on the panel, and even I agree with that to some extent. Single moms do have a harder time. But it was really funny because in the later part of the show, we got into something about like the unfairness that men face in like the court systems, and somehow like alimony and single moms came up again. But now these guys are talking about like single moms are in the best spot in the world because every woman that divorces apparently gets like a 5-figure a month paycheck from their husband, and they get and they get all this alimony, all this child support, they take your house or car. And then my question is like, well, hold on, I thought you said the single moms were fucked. Now you're making it sound like single moms are the best people in the world to date. Like, why would I want to date a single dad who's a loser and lost all his money when I could go after a single mom whose ex-boyfriend is paying for all of our shit? That sounds like the best arrangement there. And they had a really hard time trying to parse out like bringing these two different like trains of thought into one another because like, well, fuck, well, are single moms in a really bad spot? Are they actually like the best people in the world? And like, yeah, I think if you dig in really hard on the manosphere stuff, you start to run into like a lot of very strange contradictions to where either like different ideas when they're brought together are incongruent, or you're like actively furthering and creating a worse world by the advice you're giving to people.
That's why I started with the question, do you think that it's a net positive or negative for the world? It's an interesting one, man. I've slowly started to change my opinion on a number of the creators, like Fresh and Fit's one of them. As I've taken more of the good kernels out of it, I'm like, okay, like there's some really good stuff in here. It's framed and packaged so often in things that it's difficult to discount alongside that, though. So I've been thinking for a long time about the idea of the third wave manosphere, right?
Yeah.
So I think that first wave manosphere was pickup artistry, it was Neil Strauss, it was the game, it was mystery, it was negging and like neurolinguistic programming and canned openers and all that stuff. And then Me Too happened. That was not going to survive Me Too. Maybe it wouldn't have survived in any case, but Me Too sort of hurried the onset of that. So you needed to sanitize the advice that was being given to men, especially around dating. It couldn't be as transactional, it couldn't be as aggressive. And then out the other side of that now you have, instead of it being pick up and game, it's high value man, it's alpha, beta, it's talking about evolutionary psychology more so, it's discussing markets, sexual market value and stuff like that. I still think that the fundamental issue that it has is that it sees men and women as adversaries. I think that you need to have a version of this where you can have collaboration, where you can pedestalize men as fathers, where you can pedestalize women as mothers. Like, one of the biggest contradictions that you see is monogamy is something which is good, at least in society overall, because it is a sexual redistribution strategy that helps men at the bottom to get partners. It allows more societal stability. It encourages conservative and traditional values amongst women, which is something which also seems to be upheld. But in the same sentence, you're looking to run through as many women as you can. That doesn't seem to really marry those two things together. And again, the man's win is the woman's loss. And to me, that doesn't seem like a very collaborative way, not a positive sum way, abundant way to frame this. So I'm just thinking about what a third wave manosphere would look like. How would you be able to advise men and have this? I understand that there's a sexiness to certainty that comes with a lot of the messaging. Okay, so what would a third wave manosphere look like?
Yeah, I guess it's like, I wish that people, I think that, and this is what I always say with the Red Pill guys, a lot of the descriptions they make, a lot of the observations they make about how things work is usually pretty true. And I think that's how people hook in initially, because they are describing real things, sometimes in stark contrast to what like the left is going to say. Like the left will say things like, oh, like, you know, no matter how a woman looks, you know, we should still love her. Or like, oh, like no matter how much money a man earns, like we all love men no matter what, the same way, or like that's not important, like that's shallow. But like if you go into the real world, obviously people are making decisions relating to stuff like this all the time. So you immediately discount anything they're going to say. If you're going to lie to me, you're going to blow smoke on my ass, I'm going to ignore you immediately. And then you go to the Red Pill guys and they're like, well, you know, money is pretty important to women and the security you can provide. And, you know, for men, like they do like younger pretty women. It's like, okay, cool, that's cool. And then you get into their, you know, kind of world, and then they're telling you, yeah, women like security because they're backstabbing, conniving fucking sluts that are only looking to take care of their progeny and their offspring, and they'll leave you in a second if they find a more successful man, so you need to fuck her and make sure that she stays loyal. And it's like, fucking holy shit, Jesus. The descriptions will be accurate, but then like the analysis past the descriptions gets so negative, and it's like, Jesus. Like, it would be nice if you could bundle up, like, you have your observations, but then you kind of find ways to make these more understandable.
All right.
So like here's something that I consider, right? People will say things like, women are drawn towards success because they like money and they like security and they want to provide for their children. And that's probably partially true. I'm sure there's like some extent of that is true. But I'm also sure that the types of people that become successful are also probably types of people that are pretty attractive. If you've made it really far in some business or some industry, you probably have a lot of traits that aren't just good for that industry. They're probably good for people too, right? Like, I hope I do decently as a streamer and a YouTuber. I hope that I also can do decently in conversations. I can like be pretty entertaining in real life. I can have, you know, like good experiences with people. And there's going to be like a lot of crossover between like what makes a person really successful versus what also makes a person like a cooler, fun, or awesome person to hang around. And I think that like trying to view things more realistically through that lens rather than this like hyper bastardized, hyper obsessive need to use like Evo Psych to explain every facet of human interaction. I feel like the former is so much better than the latter. It's healthier, more, like you said, more collaborative. It puts us all kind of on this path. It's like, okay, how can we improve all of ourselves rather than where it feels like we're in Survivor, trying to fuck over the other party as much as possible while still making out as well as we can?
An interesting question that I would ask any of the guys in the Red Pill world is, do you think that you need to educate women about how to be better collaborative partners with men on average as well as men?
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
It seems to me that books like Mate by Tucker Max and Jeffrey Miller, if you've been familiar with that, so they basically did this about 10 years ago, and Jeffrey Miller's one of the fathers of evolutionary psychology. He's done many of the seminal studies that people refer to when they're talking about this dating and gender dynamics in the mating system. They wrote a book. This book would be amazing for every woman to read as well. All women should read that book. if you want to make the dating market a better place for everybody overall, you need to bring women along too.
Yeah.
And it's a very specific type of woman that is going to sit there. I mean, Kevin Samuels, you know, as an example. It's a very specific type of woman that would have taken that rhetoric that he was putting forward and go, yeah, actually, that's what I want to hear. That's not to say that he didn't have an impact on some women that listened, but it's quite an extreme way to go about it that I can imagine will raise more hackles than it convinces people gently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree. Kind of on that same train of thought, and I don't know, I might just miss
So
it.
that's 30.
Are there any Red Pill people that talk about relationships at all? Because I feel like they only talk about like getting the girl initially. I don't know if I've ever heard a Red Pill person talk about like these are the things you need to do to maintain healthy, strong relationships.
Have you seen? There's a subreddit called Married Red Pill.
No, I haven't seen it at all.
Married Red Pill is applying Eve Psych Red Pill dynamics to sustaining a long-term relationship. So yeah, kind of. The only creator that I can think of is Hamza. He's the only guy that I can think of that fits into that particular niche. He's got a girlfriend at the moment. He uploaded a video with him and his girl walking down the street, just being happy or something the other day, and some guy decided to comment on YouTube saying something like, "Imagine putting in all of this effort for an absolute fucking pig." Something like that, because he didn't like. And I'm like, yo, that's the area of the internet that I really, really don't want to be associated with. Mm-hmm. But you're right. Most guys are going to end up in a long-term committed relationship.
For some reason.
Surely optimizing for what most guys are going to get is a good way to educate them. And starting where they are as well. I think you talk about kind of the selection effect of having an open relationship that it's only for a very specific type of person, with a very specific mental makeup, and maybe not everybody can deal with that. And even if you can, maybe you can't find a partner or partners that are prepared to deal with that as well. Well, do we not need to try and get people to the stage, or meet them where they're at, and slowly try and improve people from there? And the main issue is this zero-sum mentality. It's the fact that a man's gain is a woman's loss. And I wonder what a more holistic version of it would look like.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The adversarial part, the winning and losing is a really bad way to look at things, and leads to a ton of negative outcomes,
Consider as well that men have got a huge loneliness problem at the moment. So in the UK, 2 out of 5 men have no friends at all. And I worry that some of the rhetoric sees all men as either threats or enemies, rather than friends or companions. Like, you need to be able to see other men, not just the ones that can help you further your body count this week or bank balance next month, as people that you can collaborate with.
That's another thing too that I talk about a lot, or that I've talked about a lot, that men we kind of suck at friendships compared to women. I think that women are I want to say the last study I saw, I think it was like, of all the men that are single, I think it's like 24% of them are okay with being single forever. But I think for women, that number is like 37 or 38%. It's like almost like 15 points higher. And or maybe it was like 10 or 15 points higher. I'll go back and check.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
I think that one of the reasons I think is because if you look at the way that men communicate with each other versus women communicate with each other, women friendships are very emotionally satisfying. There is a lot of gratification there between opening up and sharing close and intimate details with each other. And for male friendships, we don't do that much at all. And it seems like for men, kind of the only place you ever really get that, if you're comfortable with it, is from a woman, is through like a relationship, like with a woman. So I think that like having a bunch of men that have, and I don't know if you've experienced this, like I've had like groups of friends where we're all guys, we talk to each other, we're watching like one dude like destroy his life, and we're just kind of like, good luck, man. Like, you know, it's on you. Like, I hope you can figure it out. But you don't really want to like pull them aside, like, hey, we need to have like a deep talk about you making some really bad decisions, whatever. Whereas for like women friendships, like they hold each other like emotionally accountable a lot more. Or I know there's been, I'm guarantee like every single stand-up comedian has had like this same skit where he's like, you know, a guy gets home, what'd you do? Went to work. Anything fun? Nope. Like, what'd you do after? Got a drink. Like, oh, okay, bye. And then like for women, when they talk to us, like, oh, I went to work and I saw Sarah and we tried this and she told me about this and her kid and blah blah blah. Like the communication is way more better. But yeah, I think that fleshing out male friendships is probably a good thing too. We don't talk about that either, I think.
Well, it's seen as something that men should innately know about. I think you should just be able to find friends as an adult. But I had this guy called Max Dickens on the show, and he told me this really sort of moving story. He'd was getting to the stage where he was about to get married to his partner, so he proposes to her, and then after he's got engaged, he's going to get his suit fitted, his wedding suit, and he was with a female friend that he's known for ages. His female friend turned to him and said, so who's going to be your best man? And no one came to mind, and he said, I must just be being a little bit confused or something. It'll just give me a few minutes and I'll be able to work it out. And he looked at his list of male friends, and they were all people that he worked with but didn't really know that well, that he would feel a little bit strange if he asked them to be his best man.
Yeah.
And he realized, holy shit, where have all of my male friends gone? And this is something that's very common, that once men get into relationships, they absorb the friend group of the female, and that becomes their new social circle. And that, first off, closes off the potential size of the social circle because they can't ever go and find new people to bring into their wife's friends group. And also, if they ever lose the wife, the friendship group goes away as well.
Yeah.
So it makes for a very lonely existence. And I think that, working out how men can be more collaborative in that way too is pretty important.
Do you ever talk about work from home?
No, not much.
I feel like a lot of people have championed it and they like it, but I'm worried that like work from home is going to be like that final tether to reality that is going to snap, and a lot of people are just, man, dude, over the coronavirus pandemic, when a lot of people were doing for work from home and they still do it, I think there's a lot of guys that like literally for 8 months they never left their fucking house. And for a lot of people, like our work environments are already male dominated, so it's hard. Well, like if you're a man, you work like in tech or like STEM related stuff, it's like going to be 2 women to like every 100 men. But even for finding like male guy friends or just seeing people every day, I get really scared when people are doing the work from home thing more and more and more. And it's like, if you are a social person, that's good because you're still going out and doing things. But if you're not, man, you're like losing the last bit of human interaction, except maybe saying hi to like your DoorDash delivery person that you're ever going to get.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that there was some work done on this by Scott Galloway, a dude from NYU who I had on yesterday, and he was talking about how the work from home phenomenon had caused increases in social anxiety, obviously increases in screen time use, all of this stuff that everybody independently says is a bad idea. What happens, I think, is we confuse a comfortable or convenient activity for a worthwhile or enjoyable one. Like, just because you don't need to do the commute to work, just because you get to wear a shirt up top but shorts or boxers down below, doesn't necessarily mean that this is good for you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you should lean into working from home. And perhaps overall, even though it might be more inconvenient and more difficult, it might actually be better to make that trip into the office.
Something that I think we're going to learn, it's probably going to take us another 20, 30, or 40, or 50 years to learn it, but I think something we're going to learn is that there was a lot of natural friction that existed in life that made a lot of the payoffs way more fulfilling. And as we've gotten better with tech, we've gotten really good at removing the friction from fucking everything.
What like?
But I think at the end, what?
What like?
Oh, like everything. So I'm sure you've read books before, right? Like, there is a feeling, even for fictional books, I'm not just talking about even for fictional books, maybe people here have like read at least like Harry Potter, right?
28.
There is a feeling to like turning the last page in a book and closing it that will never be matched by scrolling memes on TikTok or Reddit for like 12 hours. But it's so easy to scroll for memes that like, maybe let's just do that. Let's do that all day, every day. Like if you look at your screen time on your phone, you'll like throw up like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day on your screen, staring at your phone, scrolling through memes, and you'll remember any of these. There's like no fulfilling experience there ever. But the friction is like not there at all. Like I just pick up my phone and I push and I get the happy button over and over and over again. The idea behind like meeting people, even like, where do you meet most of your friends and everything in life? Like people wouldn't expect it. Like, okay, well, we choose our friends, we do choice, freedom, and blah, blah, blah. No. It's in the areas that you're the most restricted. You meet a lot of friends and dating partners, everything in school where you're forced to socialize with people, or in the work environment where you're forced to be around people, or in these places where you're thrown together with 20 or 30 other kids and you have to like socialize with them. And usually that's like an overwhelmingly positive thing. 99% of people come out with at least one friend, or like friend groups or whatever. I mean, without getting too controversial, did you follow like the Robinhood, GameStop,
Yes.
all that? How do you feel about that?
What do you mean? A group of people just LARPing their way to potential financial ruin or loads of chicken tendies?
Okay, cool. Okay, I think we're on the same page then. Yeah. Okay, because some people really champion that as like the little dog story. But I think one thing that we talk about friction, is without getting too complicated the finance thing. But there's this idea that you have apps now that allow you to buy and sell stocks for free. And it's so cool and it's so gratifying and it's gamified, and you download these apps and you can do it, and now you get a lot of these people that are buying and selling stocks that have no idea what they're losing all of their money on it. And it's like, maybe there should be like a little fee attached to a trade so that you have to think at least a little bit before you push that button to buy or sell a stock.
It's not trading, it's gambling.
Yeah, of course, yeah, that's true. But yeah, I think it feels like there's so many areas in life where having that little bit of friction is good. You should work a little bit to do something because it does something to the human brain. It gives you a more satisfying, fulfilling experience. And left to their own devices, humans will, inject fucking heroin into their minds and push a button and stare at something and do that for the rest of their lives without anything. Like, I think we need to be somewhat on rails. We need to, have at least a little bit of friction in life to make sure you're working for some types of rewards, or else it's so poisonous to the mind.
The path of least resistance is the one that you're always going to be able to find. There's this concept I learned about called the region beta paradox. You heard of this?
Nope.
Pretty cool. Imagine you have a rule. You always walk when you're traveling a mile or less, and you always drive when you're going more than a mile. If you follow that rule, you will paradoxically travel 2 miles faster than you travel 1 mile. The important insight here is if you only take action when things cross a certain threshold of badness, sometimes better things can feel worse than worse things. Look around and you find lots of people stuck in region beta. The guy who sticks around at his just okay job instead of ditching it for the chance for something better. The couple who should break up but can't bring themselves to do it. The friend who refuses to get a new apartment because their current one has some black mold. All of these people would actually be better off if their situations were worse because they'd leave their jobs, partners and apartments and be glad they did. Their only regret would be not leaving sooner. And that zone of comfortable complacency, comfortably numb scenario is where a lot of people get stuck. Not with the activation energy to kick out at the bottom because it's terrible, and not ascended to the top of the highest flourishing heights that human civilization could offer them.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't know that name, but I know this concept from the other end. I want to say there might be a name for something called decision paralysis, but basically it's like if you could graph like the discomfort or whatever in going into a new situation, it's always going to get a little bit worse before it gets better. And getting over that initial bad hump is really challenging for a lot of people. The way that I overcame this is anytime I've got like kind of shitty decisions that I have in front of me, there's one thing that's always going to be true. Well, I assume it's going to be true. And that's that time always moves forward. And so in 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years, you will get there. You're going to be 35, you're going to be 37, you're going to be 39. You are going to be there. And given that you know that to be true, looking back on this moment, what decision would you have been happier making? And using that process, there have been times where I've been able to make kind of like decisions that are hard, that I know are going to be shitty for a while, but it's like I know that 3 years from now, if I look back and I continue this path, I'm going to fucking hate myself. Because I can already look back 1 year and it's like, fuck, why didn't that guy make that decision, you fucking moron? Why would I stick here and then in 3 years be like, fuck, like it feels really shit. If you think it feels really bad to sink 2 years into something that sucks, try sinking 10 years into it. Holy fuck. And if you think 10 years is bad, you might be in a 10-year bet. You might be 32 years old in a shitty relationship. Like, fuck me, I've wasted my whole 20s. Try wasting your whole 30s and 40s. Okay, dating at 55 is a lot harder than dating at 30, you know? There's always, you've always got so much to be grateful for. You've always got like so much that you can improve on, but sometimes there'll be little bumps that make it hard to get over it. I think this is a really well-known phenomenon too. Another reminder of that is there was some military colonel or somebody, I don't remember, but I think that I feel like I watched this guy give an inspirational speech, and he said that you should try to set your goal to do like some really menial task, like I think he said brush one tooth. Like you don't have to go to the bathroom to brush your teeth, just brush one tooth. And the idea is that by the time you get there, nobody just brushes one tooth. If you do that, you're going to do the rest, right? Or if you go to the gym, it's like, okay, I don't want to go and spend 2 hours at the gym. I'm just going to the gym and do one lift. I'm going to go and I'm going to squat and I'm going to leave. Well, chances are if you go and you do your one lift, you're not going to want to leave after 20 minutes. You're going to do the rest of your workout because you're already there, you know? But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. That is a real phenomenon. And you have to learn a lot of little tricks to get your mind over that little hump, because that little hump, as insignificant as it is, can destroy your entire fucking life because you'll never get over it. And you'll be comfortable. What is it? There are Pink Floyd lyrics or whatever. Before you know it, like your whole life is gone and you're from Dark Side of the Moon. But that little bump can be really damaging to a lot of people.
Beginning the momentum is super, super hard. A really great question that I had people ask during COVID was, look, we don't know how long we're going to be in lockdown. We're going to be in lockdown for 4 months, say, or 6 months, ended up being a bit longer in the UK. What would have had to have happened by the end of lockdown for you to look back on lockdown and consider it a success? You have the entire world at your feet. Yeah, you can't travel, and yeah, there's restrictions on your freedoms and what. But really, you can do anything you want. Do you want to lose 5 pounds? Do you want to start learning a new language, or play the piano, or improve your relationship with your kids? What would have had to have happened over the next 4 months for you to look back and consider it a success? And that ends up giving you so much perspective in an insanely accurate way. Do you look back and go, oh, it's obvious what I want to have happen. I know what I want to have happen over the next few months. and yet without the little tricks that can push that inertia and just get it out of the way, people get stuck in 0 as opposed to in 1.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, life is very easy right now. So it's, in some ways it's scary, yeah.
Can you explain to me what stochastic terrorism is? Because I'm seeing this term get thrown around on the internet a lot, and I don't know what it is.
It used to be really popular 5 years ago. It's a bit out of date now. I don't think people use it as much. Maybe it's coming back. But stochastic terrorism is basically the idea that, like, I'm going to lead you to the assault rifle and the scope, and I'm not going to make you pull the trigger. It's basically like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide all the necessary circumstances and rhetoric for you to feel like you need to take violent action without me saying it. So have you ever heard of, like, the Great Replacement?
Kind of.
So that might be an idea. So basically, maybe I'll talk about, like, okay, listen, there are brown people, they're coming to your country, they're raping your women, they're taking over, they're becoming bigger voting blocks, and you're going to lose all of your rights, all of your freedoms, and eventually you're going to be a minority in your own country, and you're going to be subjugated to their rule. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do about it, but I'm going to make sure that you really understand that, right? And then, so when this type of rhetoric becomes very pervasive, like, inevitably, somebody's going to feel like they have to stand up and take action because, holy shit, because, I mean, obviously, if you really believe this is happening, you probably should take action. And then the violence that results from that, people would say, like, well, that's a result of stochastic terrorism, maybe.
Okay, so laying all of the breadcrumbs up into a point at which something can flare up,
yeah.
But also having culpable deniability to be able to stay away from it. Do you think that is it everywhere at the moment, or not?
I think it's a very. I think there's a lot of things that are fun tools to use to analyze what's going on in society. You just have to be very careful when you start swinging out your moral hammer about condemnation, because I think that the concept of stochastic terrorism is a good one, and it's something we should analyze. But, like, depending on how flexible you want to be with it, like, everybody does it, right? Like, you could argue that the massive BLM riots in the United States were part of that was stochastic terrorism. That, like, saying that police were all going to kill black people, that politicians don't care about you, voting doesn't matter, capitalists hate you. Well, of course, people are going to go riot and destroy everything and steal shit because, you know, why wouldn't you if that's what you believe? So yeah, I think that it's good to. I like the concept because it's good to view, like, well, where does our rhetoric lead people? Like, if somebody in my audience, let's say that I found out right now that somebody in my audience went and did a mass shooting and he killed a bunch of women. Do I feel like I've said things that lead people down that road? Because if so, I would want to change. I don't want people to feel that way. I feel like I have a responsibility to my audience that I'm not giving them a message where it feels like the only way out is, you know, through violence or something. So yeah, I think it's a good concept to know of and to be aware of. But don't, like, get weird about, like, calling people terrorists and shit and go, like, crazy or whatever. Yeah.
It's the terrorism part that I didn't quite understand, because terrorism is a very specific type of crime phenomenon that people engage in. I don't know. It just seems like, and that might just be a lexical problem, right? It might just have poor branding, but it didn't really seem to make so much sense to me. That being said, the unsaid things, what it is that you're not saying, is often as powerful as what you are saying. And I suppose that this speaks to that vacuum that allows speculation to fill it, and then for people to take action off the back of the speculation.
Yeah, it's very relevant to what we were talking about with, like, the manosphere stuff. Jordan Peterson does this a lot, but we won't have to get into that. But, like, somebody will come away from, like, a lot of red pill stuff, and somebody, maybe a left-leaning person, will look at them and be like, you guys hate women. Like, it feels like you hate women. And then the other crowd will look at you and be like, find me one time in this entire video where we said that we hated women. And it's like, well, I guess you never said it. It's like, that's right, because we love women. It's like, okay, maybe you do. But, like, if you look at all of the messaging, all of the cock carousel comments, all of the, like, slut hoe comments, all of the, like, virgins are the only women worth anything comments, all of the women are, like, the succubi that are looking for provider. It feels like you hate women, but I guess you never really did say, yeah. It's that level of plausible deniability and that inevitability to where you're leading your audience that I think like triggers the fuck out of a lot of people, or at least it triggers me sometimes, yeah.
I heard Hassan say, I have hatred in my heart for this man. Was that actually about you?
Probably. We have a very, is it sordid? Is the word I'm looking for? A very sordid history, I think.
Why? I would have considered both of you guys are from the left. I know that there's distances that you can go on the left, but I would have thought that you guys would have been...
That's a whole other hour-long... It's a very long history together.
I didn't realize there was law.
Oh yeah, it was. He kind of came from my community a long time, maybe 3 years ago. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of
shit, son.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things that people often talk about, the fact that on the right, the way that some of the more bombastic commentators can go about things, it makes it kind of obvious that this person is disagreeing with this person and there's infighting and so on and so forth. I think because of at least publicly how a lot of the left wing is presented at the moment, the empathy, the kindness, the compassion, the inclusion, so on and so forth, it's kind of assumed that everybody also gets on, that included in that is harmony, but it seems like maybe not.
I think there's something called the bigotry of small differences, where
you have distaste for the people that are like you more than the people that aren't like you.
Yeah, and I think I actually kind of feel that too now. Now that I've seen it
That's
firsthand,
a new term. That's a new term for me.
Like, if I'm arguing with a conservative person and their audience is like calling me like a cock, a loser, a bitch boy, blah blah whatever, like I don't care. Like what? Like why the fuck would I care? Like sure, okay. But when I argue with left-leaning people and their audiences are all calling me like transphobic and racist and hateful, it's like, no, not at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Like those insults that come from crowds that are more politically similar to me bother the fuck out of me because their attacks against me are, in my world, are totally fucking untrue. Like I don't like, fuck you. Like that's not even remotely true. I imagine it's probably similar for like even like manosphere guys. If people on the left like, oh, you hate women, you guys are blah blah blah, like yeah, whatever, fuck you. Like what do you know? Whereas like if you're getting attacked by another manosphere guy and he's calling you like, oh, well you're kind of a pussy, or like I don't think you're really being man enough, and then you're like, oh, well, what the fuck? This is my whole philosophy. Of course I am. So yeah, I think that the closer you're ideologically to somebody, the more irritated you are at like some of those smaller differences. Whereas with really huge differences, you're like, yeah, we're totally different. Like, yeah, what is it? Yeah.
I suppose as well, you would presume that the people who are on a different side to you would understand the nuance of your argument a lot less. Whereas the people who do have that same side, you go, well, look, the fear and the reason it might strike a little bit closer to you is that maybe there could be some veracity to what they're saying. I don't think that there is, but what if there is? Yeah. What if it is the fact that they understand, they've read all the same books as me, they follow the same people as me, and they've come up with this particular conclusion?
Yeah. No, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, because they're closer, so it feels like they're like if somebody makes a wildly outlandish. This is actually true of all content creators. Not to reveal too much of a secret, but like if you go into a content creator's like chat room or Twitter or whatever, and you say like, "Oh, I hate you because you're like, you're 4 feet tall," and like, okay, whatever, I don't care. But if somebody goes into like, "I hate you because you have very weird ears," and that's something that the person feels like self-conscious about, that insult's gonna hit a lot more. It's like, fuck, is he right? Like, are my ears kind of weird? Like people will, the things that are more true, the more true an insult is, the more it kind of bothers somebody, and people on your side are probably able to dig into something that is like more like resembling of the things that you care about, or more resembling of like your similar ideologies, such that they'll get under your skin more, I think.
I was at a cricket match a couple of years ago, and it was a very drinky one-day affair. One of the players that was on the pitch, who was black, had recently had his wife cheat on him with some other cricket player that wasn't on the pitch at the same time. The crowd, after they'd had quite a few beers and it was a little bit later in the day, started doing a chant about this guy's wife and about where she was and whatever. It was like a mean chant around him. It made me really reflect on the fact that had they have decided to make a chant about his skin color, every single person would have been called out on social media, arrests would have been attempted, so on and so forth. But the precision targeted weapons-grade pharmaceutical chant about something very specific that was not an immutable truth of himself that he basically didn't get to choose, but was a byproduct of his lifestyle, that was somehow permitted.
Yeah.
That blew my mind, the difference between those two things. And it seems like it kind of throws into interesting light what we mean by freedom of speech and things that are protected and things that aren't. Because sometimes the region beta, right? Sometimes worse things can feel better than better things, or at least worse in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, and I'm sure there are some people where you can say some things about them that like everybody will look like a racial slur or a sexist slur or something like that, and you're like, that's horrible. But like if you can dig in really deep on other insults and feel like, oh, well, that's kind of mean or whatever, but it's like,
not protected.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure.
What would you do if you were trying to advise the left on how to re-engage with men online? What needs to be dispensed with, or what would be the place that you can begin at? Because you're right, it is very much dominated by people that have more conservative traditional values. But if you want to have a healthy debate, you need to have people from all sides. What are some ideas that you've got about how to engage more effectively?
It's really cringy because everybody says this, but I guess I'll throw my hat into the ring and say it as well. You have to be willing to engage with truthful things. Once you've kind of let the truth take a backseat to your political ideology, you've like compromised your ability to communicate with anybody. So as soon as you've gotten to a world where it's like, oh, well, men and women, like I've had huge arguments with people where they've told me that like men and women are roughly the same strength as each other, except sometimes cultural differences make it a little bit different. And when you're starting to have arguments like that, nobody's going to listen to anything you're saying, because it's clearly you want men and women to be equal so much that you're willing to sacrifice like true observations for things that now you're in another world. Yeah, your epistemic statements, your ideas about like gathering knowledge and truth in the world, that can't take a backseat to what you feel is right. That's not good. And conservatives do it too sometimes, to some extent. I won't say it's just people on the left, but people on the left are especially egregious with it right now when it comes to analyzing things relating to like men and women or trans people or some other types of social issues as well. You know, you have to be willing to start, and that's how I usually build bridges with people on the right. Is I'll start with like a true observation. Like if you come at me and you're like, well, I think that black people do actually commit a lot more crime in the U.S. than white people. Like, yeah, they do. I'll agree with you. That's an important part of my analysis, right? Well, why do they commit more crime? That's like the important question to ask. Not trying to fight. Well, if we massage the stats enough, I can actually show you that the crime is actually the same if I control for age, if I control for demographic, if I control for where they live in the city, if I control for this and that and that and that and that. And it's like, oh, it's the exact same. It's like, yeah, well, if you control for enough fucking things, you can make everything the same as another thing, you know? Yeah, I think that's like that would be my big suggestion. Like, be willing to make true, bold observations and then work from there. And that, yeah, I mean, fuck, like we have all like the sociologists and the anthropologists and all that shit on the left anyway. That should be your job regardless, is to make those hard, strong observations and then build from there.
It surprises me, given the fact that there would be a market for a left-leaning commentator who wants to speak to men about personal development and dating and stuff like that. The online content creation world is a pretty good market for allowing gaps and unsatisfied audiences to be fed, because as soon as somebody starts to find it, they get audience captured and start to go down that rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a fear of being sort of lambasted as a whatever phobe or ist from the left that is stopping creators from going and doing that at the moment, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like there's always like an ideological purity that's enforced really by everybody on the internet. Not an ideological purity and an ideological rigidity, such that if you buck any one of some statement that you're supposed to be on board with, people will view you as literally the opposite side. Like there's a lot of people that accuse me of being like a far right creator or fascist or Nazi adjacent. I've gotten a lot because I don't like toe the line on every single left-leaning thing, even though I'm more progressive than probably like 95% of people on the planet, or 99% of people on the planet, like 95% of people like the Western world. So yeah, I mean, I can see the fear there of wanting to stay with your tribe and not be like an outcast.
And the sacred cow, if you decide to go for one of them, that's game over.
The sacred cow, if you decide to go for one of them, like
one of the sacred cows, like declaring that gender differences are actually real, declaring that men and women aren't the same.
Oh, yeah, depending on which idea you hit on, yeah, you can get a lot of trouble for that one. Yeah, for sure.
Destiny, ladies and gentlemen, if people want to check out the stuff that you do online, where should they go?
I'm going to be
on youtube.com/Destiny, Instagram.com/Destiny, and I've got a friend on Twitter called Necroliberalism, but I'm banned on Twitter, so I'm not allowed to have accounts there, but...
Dude, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
What's happening, people? Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that episode, then press here for a selection of the best clips from the podcast over the last few weeks. And don't forget to subscribe. Peace.
Oh no, Chris Williamson is giving me the most trouble out of all of these guys. Could be mid-polarity Zealing. There you are. There you are. So I only got one summer headdress out of doing that. Good to know. Good to know. Okay.
None of these radical, woke, politically correct people seem all that happy to me. I don't know about you. I've never seen not one of them, a radical feminist, a radical leftist,
At least I get to keep my...
I've never seen one of them that seems happy. Well, you know, the proof of the pudding is in the tasting. Perhaps that's because that premise is wrong. Maybe the truth actually will set you free, and maybe lies actually will delude you and make your life worse.
What's the problem with politically correct speech?
The problem with politically correct speech is that it attempts to transform reality by redefining words. So I think we can all agree at the most basic level that's what PC does. It redefines all of our terms, and in so doing it hopes to redefine reality itself. The problem for conservatives, though, is that it lays a trap whereby basically, any way you react to PC strengthens PC. And I use the term PC. You could also use the term wokeism or cancel culture. Whatever. You know, part of the issue is they change all the words. So we're talking about the same broad phenomenon. Obviously, the one way conservatives can react to help PC along is just by giving in, right? You use the new terms. You call Bruce Jenner she. You obliterate women's sports. You use all the kind of new jargon. Obviously, that gives them what they want. But then there's another group of conservatives who say, no way, I'm not going along with these new standards. You can't make me do it. I'm a free speech absolutist, right? And I think a lot of us have maybe used that kind of language in the past at various times. But the problem here is that the whole point of political correctness is to destroy the old standards, right? So if you go along with that, then you're helping them to do that. You're destroying the old standards. But if you throw your hands in the air and say whatever you want, do whatever you want, I don't care, I'm a purist, right? You're also destroying the old standards because now no one's... So either way, PC gets what it's after. And this is why, you know, the phenomenon has been in our public consciousness probably about 30 years, a little over 30 years or so now. It's been building for more like 100 years, and it's why in that whole period of time, there is no shortage of conservatives who said, oh, we're fighting back against PC. PC's gone too crazy. Donald Trump basically staked his 2016 campaign on this issue of political correctness. but we keep losing. I mean, this is the first day of Pride Month, where now first graders in the United States, I don't know about the UK, it's probably the same there too though, in the United States, first graders are being taught transgender ideology, and Kellogg's cereal is telling them to pick their own pronouns. So obviously we haven't done a great job pushing back against PC, and I think the reason is no one is willing to stand up and offer a substantive vision to defend the old standards.
Does that make political correctness conservatives' fault then?
Yeah, basically. You know, Chesterton, one of your fellow countrymen, had a great line where he said, it is the job of the liberal to go about making mistakes, and it is the job of the conservative to make sure that they never get corrected. And I think that's basically what conservatives have been doing the past 30 or so years. Part of this, I think, is because we don't want to offend anybody. We want to be very nice. We're sort of generally content. That's why we're conservative, right? That's why if we were not content, if we thought everything had to be ripped down, we would be radicals. So we don't want to be offensive, really. And then the other issue is a lot of conservatives basically share the liberals' central premises. And this is especially true in the United States, because in the United States there is a robust liberal tradition, and I mean even the classical sort of liberal tradition. I think it was Tocqueville who made the observation that Americans behave like conservatives, but they talk like liberals. So the language of liberty and individual rights is all, you know, it's throughout all of our founding era and throughout really all of our history. But we don't talk a whole lot about tradition. We don't talk a whole lot about order. We don't talk a whole lot about, well, law and order even. I mean, Donald Trump, you know, kind of brought this back in at the end of his presidency. But it takes the second position to this idea of emancipating yourself from everything, this individual autonomy. And, you know, ultimately, I think that the only logical conclusion of that is going to be this transgender ideology. And you see it actually with the development of political correctness. First, you're trying to liberate yourself from social mores, from traditions, from religion. Then you're trying to liberate yourself from the family structure. You saw this a lot with secular feminism. And then ultimately, you're trying to liberate yourself from nature. I mean, this is why I know a lot of people believe that transgenderism is kind of the opposite of feminism, right? One says women are real and need to be protected. Transgenderism says women aren't real. It's just men can actually become women too. But it's kind of that logical consequence of this radical liberation, which I think is kind of the theme that defines Western modernity the last 500 or so years. And I think we're kind of on the fumes of that, you know, that only lasts so long as you've still got some animating principle and tradition in your society. But goodness gracious, it seems like that's fallen down around us. So I just sort of think either we will defend old standards, return to tradition, if you will.
Now my game is
totally lost, because the momentum of the radical left, as expressed in political correctness, is just so great, and it's only been accelerating in recent years.
If you're stuck in this catch-22, though, and it's essentially impossible, or the situation that you've laid out is very difficult semantically for conservatives not to fall into one of a number of holes, or anybody that isn't a leftist to not fall into one of these holes. You don't need to be a conservative to disagree with some of the semantic and lexical games that are being played.
Yeah.
What do you do?
This is the hard lesson. I know a lot of people aren't going to want to hear this, especially conservatives. We need to embrace a just and prudent censorship. Now, people are going to tune out. They're going to say, Michael, you're
That's the word. That's the word. I was always suspicious of that Knowles fella.
You know, you're a censor, you're an authoritarian. Okay. From the very beginning of our country, there have been whole swaths of speech that you cannot engage in, that are not defended by the First Amendment or our broader free speech tradition. That includes fraud. You're not allowed to engage in fraud. That includes obscenity. Increasingly, you are actually encouraged to engage in that, but still, we have laws on the books against it from the very beginning. We were throwing pornographers in prison for obscenity as recently as 2009. It wasn't that long ago, and that was at the federal level. You're not protected from sedition in certain forms, going back to the earliest days of the country, all the way well into the 20th century. There are whole swaths of speech that you're really not allowed to engage in. And the argument for that, by the way, is that certain speech undermines speech. Actually, I'll go back to Chesterton, who has another great line. I think he's the most...
One of the things I find most striking is the presence of Antarctica on ancient maps, because we didn't discover it until 1820. And yet it's on maps drawn in the 1500s with great detail.
Antarctica is one of the weirdest places on Earth, and from the very beginning, Antarctica has pretty much been a mystery to us.
Now, what the f is it doing on a map drawn in the 1500s, which we know was based on older source maps when nobody knew it existed in the 1500s? To me, the obvious answer is we are dealing with the fingerprints of a lost civilization.
Oh my god, really?
For one, the continent is sparsely inhabited, with less than 10,000 people living there. This is despite the fact that Antarctica has a landmass of 13.66 million square kilometers. As one of the most uninhabited places in the world, Antarctica has been the subject of significant exploration, and many people have done their best to uncover some of its biggest secrets. Joe Rogan, arguably the world's most popular podcaster, has been one such person. Over the years, his podcast has played host to several scientists and explorers who've spoken about some of the secrets of this region that you might not know about. Follow us on this journey with Joe Rogan into some of the weirdest and most shocking facts about Antarctica. We'll also be looking into external sources to find out additional facts about this mysterious landmass, opening your eyes to one of the weirdest parts of our entire planet. Operation High Jump and the Missing 411. Joe Rogan has been at his podcast for well over a decade now. In that time, he and his guests have come up with quite a lot of wild theories and arguments. Because of that, it's pretty rare for you to ever see Joe shocked out of his mind. However, back in 2022, he got a pretty shocking revelation that left him stunned. On an episode of his Joe Rogan Experience podcast back in August 2022, Joe had on Sam Tripoli, a fellow podcaster and comedian. There, Sam explained the event of Operation High Jump, a military exercise that happened in Antarctica back in the 20th century, one which involved President Harry Truman, Nazis, and even aliens. To be fair, Operation High Jump did exist. Officially titled the United States Navy Antarctic Development Program, the exercise went on from 1946 to 1947, and it was led by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd. The operation consisted of 13 warships, about 4,700 military personnel, and several aerial vehicles and machines. Official records show that Operation High Jump had a simple objective: to train military personnel in extremely cold conditions and to determine the feasibility of establishing military bases in Antarctica. President Harry Truman and the American government had been curious about Antarctica and the fact that the area was largely untapped, and they were looking to pretty much establish American sovereignty over the region. However, Sam explains to Joe that according to journals written by Admiral Byrd, Navy commander had made contact with Nazi unidentified flying objects, UFOs. Sam explained that the Nazis had essentially made a deal with aliens to use their superior technology in World War II, although we're not quite sure why this was never used in the actual war, or what the aliens were still doing in Antarctica following the conflict's resolution. Anyways, according to Sam, Operation High Jump's top brass eventually went back to the president and explained to him that they had to bring the aliens on board and make a deal with them. The president obliged cutting a deal with the aliens and allowing them to conduct experiments on people. And you won't believe where those experiments were being conducted. Wow, who would have thought that our national parks and forests were so creepy? And if you think this is the end of the tale, then you've got another thing coming. The story of America's pact with the Nazi aliens ends up leading to that of the Missing 411, a series of unsolved cases surrounding people who have gone missing in national parks around the country. The story of the missing
Goodbye. Goodbye.
He put a maroon curtain behind him. He had the SM7B that Rogan has. He even has the same boom stand and the same headphones, and he's looking at the same angle that they showed the guests for Rogan, and he's not on Rogan. He's not even on a podcast.
Even though all of that's happened, they can't sell a book anymore because they've rinsed their audience for all that they've got, and en route to doing that, all of the people that they cared about don't care about them. Perfect example, Liver King.
Something I'm incredibly interested in is charlatans, and the reason I'm interested in them is because they frustrate me so much. My immediate reaction is anger, and then kind of like sadness, like this
pity.
Yeah, like no, it's
So this guy is
seeing
seeing
some of
some
the
of the
same
same
traits
study
as
Joe Rogan.
And so my initial reaction is just to get on my camera and shout, right? But then I take a step back and I want to like reverse engineer why they are in the place they are in. And in doing so, it's like I came up with this charlatan's playbook. The more recent ones that I've found has been V-Shred, and I've shared it with you quite a bit.
Oh yeah, he's doing that stuff with his adverts.
Yes.
Best way to burn fat and get in shape. It's not keto, it's not paleo or fasting or vegan, and it's not super intense workouts like CrossFit that you see all the time.
That ain't how you lose weight.
He is basically the antithesis of a creator, in my mind. Everything he does is
Never mind.
It's all about SEO. It's all about engagement so that people can click. It's like a click funnel thing. It's all of the terms that I don't give a about. Like all the that I just want to make good videos for people. And this guy is like, how can I get people to click to get to my website so they can take this what is the thing he does? It's the body type quiz.
Instead of sitting there for 30 minutes and talking to him about the 3 body types, I sent him to my free body type quiz that tells you the 3 most important things to do to get in shape for whatever your body type is.
Because the body types for him determine what your path is going to be. That's, okay, if we look at charlatans, that's his sacred knowledge.
Gated information.
Yes.
Yep.
And then the in-group, out-group, which he says on every one of his things is CrossFit's not going to do it, keto's not going to do it, cardio's not going to do it. There's your out-group. Here's the in-group. Come to me. And then all you need to do is sell. And so that's basically the charlatan thing, but it's this blatant disregard for creativity and creation on this platform that really pisses me off the most. And I just the latest thing that I saw, man, he put a maroon curtain behind him. He had the SM7B that Rogan has. He even has the same boom stand and the same headphones, and he's looking at the same angle that they showed the guests for Rogan, and he's not on Rogan. Mind you, he's not even on a podcast. And yet, when you see this clip, to the layman, they're like, "Wow, he's on Rogan. Let's see what's going on here." No comments available. He turns comments on
that's what he was going for.
Whatever, of content. And so, like, you see things like this, and this guy has to be raking it in, and it's just completely frustrating. And it's like I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with that. Like,
there was no disrespect
about it,
or Rogan
you
at
know?
all here.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, I think that this may be the first in a series of videos that has you going down the V-Shred rabbit hole, you know, like the Liver King rabbit hole. But a lot of people have had a bunch of problems with him for a long time. I'm not super familiar with everything that he does, but I know that he seems to have made some pretty outrageous claims, that he does the in-group, out-group tribal stuff. One thing that I would say that I've been considering a lot recently is it doesn't matter how much money you make. If you lose your status en route to making the money, you're going to be miserable. Because a lot of guys can have tons and tons of money and no respect from any of the people that they respect, and all of the money in the world doesn't mean anything.
But can I challenge that? Because we see that all the time. We see people love people for having money. Like at the Liver King.
Who that you respect in the fitness industry?
I know, not that I respect.
But who that anybody respects in the fitness industry respects V-Shred?
Nobody. And
right, that's my point.
Right.
If the people that you respect don't respect you, like, it's fine. Here's your army of whatever grandmas that don't understand the difference between a fat and a carb macro. Fine, that can be your audience. But ultimately, you want to be respected by people that you respect, by other people that you admire within your industry. If you sacrifice en route to getting success, if you end up making yourself and your position so toxic and so uncool and so narcissistic and unlovable that every single person that you respect thinks, oh, you're the epitome of cringe, you're not going to feel happy no matter how much money you have. And you see this, there's a bunch of different creators in the UK that have had incredibly successful book launches or created online programs or done whatever. And even though all of that's happened, they now can't sell out a live show. They can't sell a book anymore because they've rinsed their audience for all that they've got. And en route to doing that, all of the people that they cared about don't care about them. Perfect example, Liver King. How desperately did Liver King want to get on Rogan? It was palpable, right? He was ringing people the day that the story broke, trying to get an intro. Rogan even brought it up, I think, on the episode with Derek, where he said, like, a mutual friend of ours was rung by Liver King to see if I wanted to bring him on. And I said, no, he's not coming on the podcast. Millions and millions of times he's brought it beforehand. I ran through and I spoke to my wife and I said, Joe Rogan's talking about me. Hey, how amazing is this? It's like, dude, he's not respecting you.
Yeah.
So even all of the money that Liver King makes, which is probably going to be way more money than V-Shred makes,
so I guess
he isn't respected by the people he respects.
Yeah, I guess it's just like the idea of the lovable heel, and it's like something that I know we see it in America. It could be international as well. I mean, Andrew Tate was a good example of this as well, where if as long as you can show that you
with the expectation of learning how it works, and improving upon the previous attempt, or I forgot the other one. Essentially, practice makes perfect. And you see American political system as a very practiced system. Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah, all that information I just explained, trying to figure out how you think of things, well, confirming if my understanding is correct. Yours is wrong. Like, everything, the whole idea of the establishment being an iterative or a practice system, wrong. Well, let's go back to my premise that the government administrations are essentially iterations upon the previous administration. That's the concept that we're now operating under, correct? Except there's no iteration at play whatsoever. Or to be more specific, it's the death of iteration. That's the dominant force in the a dominant force in politics. Inheritance. Yes, inheritance is being defined right now by me as the death of iteration. Literally, it is literally the death of iteration. But eventually that person dies. And sure, he can pass on his connections. He can pass on his wealth, power, even his status. But he can never pass down his knowledge in the way that is required to maintain what was created and iterate upon it. So suddenly, the iteration dies and is passed on to someone who has no real idea how to use it, becoming inheritance. And the entire political system in just about anywhere is built upon inheritance. And inheritance is the death of iteration. Wow, I just completely forgot I'm on stream. Getting cold. Why am I cold? Why am I cold in the middle of March? Why am I cold in the middle of March?
You're good at something, and if that thing is making money, people will love you for it. Even if what you're doing is a bad thing. And Andrew Tate's a prime example of that. So, like, even the Liver King thing, he was going on podcast after podcast denying being on steroids over and over and over again. And he kept getting more and more famous, and people were like, oh, this guy's full of shit. But yet, and I always bring this up, him being on the UFC broadcast, that's like a big deal, because they're like, oh, look, here's Halle Berry,
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, like, and then, oh, look, there's the Liver King, and it's on, I'm talking the main, the main feed for the UFC, and he's like waving to the camera. It's like right there is a prime example of a guy who is a charlatan, is doing everything wrong in our conversation, who has none of the respect or anything, and yet here he is garnering the respect. And so it still exists, though. Like, that's the ultimate qualm that I have. If V-Shred was to go and say, hey, look at all the cars, look at all the money, look at all the clients that have been successful.
Ship some of these.
He could literally show a pay stub, and people be like, yeah, like, hate him, hate the player, don't hate the game, or whatever the saying, to now excuse his charlatanism.
I don't think that he's particularly relatable. Again, I'm not as familiar with his
right.
content.
I mean,
but there are parts of Liver King that's relatable. To give him his due, he's training hard. He's obviously doing work regularly. He's talking about things that all of us consider. He's talking about diet. He's talking about training. He's talking about thinking about things in a deep way, even if he doesn't necessarily think about them in a deep way. And the lovable heel, I think Tate is an interesting example of that. Even with him, there's a degree of personability that he has. It feels like I'm talking to at least a little bit of a real human, whereas V-Shred feels like I'm talking to an advertisement boarding.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I feel like Liver King would be kind of like you're talking to a WWE character.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't know the cadence to even all of the things. Even when he did his apology, he was like talking about the pointing, like ascending to the sky and all of this stuff. Yeah, have you seen that video from ages ago where he's in the car, I think, wishing somebody a happy birthday, and it's the same accent, but just like a normal guy. He just sounds like a totally normal human. It's so bizarre to see.
Him, like, it's less character.
Oh, there's no character. Yeah, it's just him being totally
I would love that.
Yeah, it's floating around on the internet. But
I'll tell you this much: if he does go natty, which he said he was going to, on Schultz, you know, fool me once, shame on me; fool me twice, shame on you, type of thing. If he actually does go natty, he will garner my respect, I think.
Well, it would be dangerous, right? Derek said that.
Yeah,
if he decides to drop off everything. The goal of this wasn't to get him to stop taking drugs. The goal of this was to get him to come clean about taking drugs. Right,
and I think, so Pete Rubish is a great example of this. Do you know who Pete Rubish is? So he was a legend. You know when powerlifting was like the thing. Mark Bell was a big part of this crew. The Elite FTS guys, the West Side guys. It was a really kind of cool time of the internet. Where a lot of our information was from powerlifters who started to geek out on training and getting really, really strong, and the numbers kept going higher and higher and higher. It's kind of tapered off a little bit, but Pete Rubish was one of these guys that there's a really great video. It's him building. It's his deadlift over time in his mom's basement, and there's a point where he starts taking drugs, and these numbers start going crazy, and he is nuts on camera, like, yeah, and he's, you know, pulling 800 regularly, and pulling it conventional. He's a fucking monster. And Pete and I now have become really good friends because he has gone completely natural. From a guy that abused the out of drugs for a long time to have gone completely natural, and everyone's like, man, just take TRT, you'll be fine. His he posted on Instagram. It was really cool. I just said, Pete, you're amazing, like, on it, because he posted his testosterone level, and then he posted his meet that he competed in, and his testosterone was like 287, and he's 31, 32. It's really, really low. You know, borderline hypogonadal, pretty much. It's obviously something. Not good. But he's like, dude, I want to be clean for 3 years so I can compete in tested powerlifting. That's what I want to do, and I want to go for it. I don't care what anyone says. And I'm like, Pete, that is amazing.
Pretty cool.
So it's possible, and I think it is possible. Maybe it's dangerous, maybe it's stupid, but it's one of those things. Like, you know, it's a similar thing to like David Goggins, where, hey man, it's what you're doing. Like, you of all people have experience with David Goggins and the dangers that he put his body through, and the video that you did with him where it was like he's talking about the shit that happened to his knee and his leg, and the doctor being like, I didn't know that this was humanly possible.
Yeah, you have no cartilage, it's just bone on bone.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that, press here for the full-length episode.
All right, so wasn't particularly useful.
What I was looking for.
Well, this could be interesting.
I'm a massive fan. You have been a huge, huge influence on where I've got to now.
It looks quite young.
And I think
it's only a year old.
it wouldn't be too extreme to say that you don't understand the magnitude of the impact that you've had on people, because you can't see how the impact you've had on people has had their impact on others. You are degrees of separation removed from an undeniably better world, as far as I can see it.
Yes, and so is everyone else. Yeah. I mean, you can be woken up to that. And then I can tell you something about that, because I do understand it to some degree, I think, because people constantly approach me, and I see, because I watch. But I can tell you as well that there is nothing that's it's so gratifying that it's almost too much. You know, and it's a funny thing, because you could say, well, what if you could have everything you wanted? Then the next question is, do you really think you could stand that? And so, you know, I'm in this unbelievably fortunate circumstance where people tell me about the steps they've taken to make their lives better in wonderment. And they allow me to see that. And it's very intimate, you know, and it's stunning. I'm walking with a friend of mine quite regularly, and he's a tough guy, man. He's worked with delinquents his whole life, so he's like a social worker superhero. Very physically tough person and a very masculine male, but a social worker and very caring. And he's been very helpful to me. And he's been walking with me every day, and people are stopping me. And, you know, the other day, this guy walked by us on the street. He was pretty run down. He was probably in his mid-40s, and he's kind of street person looking, you know. And he stopped and he looked at me and he came over and he said, "I love you." And I walked away, and my friend said, "You sure have a lot of men coming up to you and saying that they love you." And I said, "Oh, yeah." I mean, I don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. It's so, the behavior is so completely unusual. And, you know, my wife, too, she said she's seen a whole different side of men, especially since we started touring, because of this happening. Because generally when people approach me, and they're not invariably men, but they probably are 70% of the time, they're very polite and very careful. And she said that showed her a
Oh my God.
whole side
Enough
of
of that
men
beep.
that she
Enough
didn't
of
even
that
know
beep.
existed. And so it's something. But I do believe that people, you know, I do believe that my experience has been that there isn't anything that, I guess two things. There isn't anything that's more rewarding than trying to do things right. All other forms of reward pale by comparison. They're not even in the same conceptual universe. And there's nothing that's more adventurous than telling the truth. You have no idea what will happen to you if you tell the truth. And so if you're looking for an adventure, boy, that's an adventure.
You've said that sometimes you feel ashamed because you don't feel worthy of being some sort of sage at the head of a movement of people that are sorting their lives out. But in the nicest way possible, you don't get to choose if people follow you. We chose you. Like, as the prototypical 27-year-old directionless guy that stumbled onto your work, something in you spoke to something in me. You taught me the value of telling the truth and of being responsible and of doing what is right, not what is easy. It was like a pebble at the top of an intellectual awakening avalanche. It was like a gateway drug to integrity. And it's not just me that's got better. The world is undeniably a better place because of the sort of person that I've become. I'm a better friend, I'm a better son, I'm a better boss, I'm a better partner. I've had the fortune of reaching tens of millions of people on this podcast, and I've given TEDx talks, and I've improved the texture of my own daily existence because of the process that your work triggered. You do not know the depth of impact that your work has had, and if the option had been there, I, and probably a lot of other people, would have happily taken on our share of your suffering over the last year if it would have somehow helped as a thank you for how you've helped us. So, thank you.
It looks to me like you are doing that from everything you just said. So, you know, hooray, great. That's exactly how to do it. And it's a privilege to be involved in this. And, you know, God only knows what the consequences will be. So, you know, we'll aim high and work hard and speak carefully and be appreciative and all of that. And then we'll see what happens. Jointly.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that, then press here for the full, unedited episode. And don't forget to subscribe. It makes me very happy. Peace.
Every time they tell me stop, I use every comment, hate that makes my feel. Gather up my energy and boom, I hear them talking, saying the way that I move is so reckless. That is a part of my mind I've been blessed with. Give 'em my blood, so I am relentless.
Here we are, the Keep Hammering Collective with Chris Williamson today. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. This is, I've been waiting for this. I've been following you for a while. I love your content. I love what you put out. And watching you makes me wonder, the Modern Wisdom podcast you made a huge name for yourself. How'd that come about? And what is wisdom to you?
So I was a club promoter for a very long time. I got to university and wanted to have an excuse to party for free and became pretty good at it. So me and a business partner, the first guy I ever sat next to in my first seminar at university, still 15 years later, we're working together. We hadn't got rid of each other. And we just wanted to build a business. I love business building, did that for a long time. Got toward the end of my 20s, I'd done some reality TV, I was on some dating shows. And then it got to sort of 27, 28, and I'd done this big reality TV dating show, which was kind of like the pinnacle of the Party Boy World Championships. And I thought, is this really all that I've got to offer the world? You know, me in a tiny pair of swim shorts, prancing about on TV. Not that that's not nothing, but it just felt like there was something else missing. And even though I loved the work that I'd done, it felt like being a crab that kind of was outgrowing his shell somehow, and it was like constraining, and I was feeling just ambiently sort of uncomfortable about stuff. And that was a good time. It was whatever, 2015, 16. So you had your Jordan Petersons, your Sam Harrises, your Rogans talking about taking ownership, talking about telling the truth and finding a purpose. So I really enjoyed consuming that stuff. I got invited on some podcasts just because I'd done some TV bits, and I really enjoyed the process. And I thought, well, if I do my own, I can do this as much as I want. And then I just started my show. It's almost 5 years ago exactly now. And yeah, we're now 600 episodes in, 5 years later.
That's a lot of work. That is so much work.
Yeah.
You know, you telling that story, do you think, I know you had a sordid childhood a little bit, talked about bullying and being lonely. Do you think that reality show was kind of a book into that? Like, you didn't get much attention as a kid, and now you're getting all this attention. Do you think that was part of that journey, and that's why you were drawn to that?
That's a really good point. So most of the high performers that I know about are coming from a place of insufficiency. You know, they're trying to prove something to that parent, that teacher, that bully, that group of friends or whatever from their childhood, that they actually are worthy of love or praise or acceptance or admiration. And I think that you could track, certainly through my 20s, the fact that I think my fundamental like framing of who I was people might not like me or want to be around me because of the world that I'd come up from, being really unpopular and bullied in school. But if they need me, that's like close enough.
Right.
That's a close proxy.
I see.
So if I'm the guy in the front door of the club with all of the VIP bands,
you had the power.
People need me.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this is fundamentally flawed. Like, you don't need to offer people things in return for them liking you or wanting you to be in their life. That's not the way that it works. But for me, I was so convinced that I was flawed and chronically meant to be alone, that I needed to be able to offer the world something in order to be accepted in that way.
Right.
And yeah, I think that you could see going on the reality TV stuff is just scaling that up. Like, just give me more,
Right.
more leverage, more scale, more exposure. And yeah, I think that wouldn't be too wrong to say, but it still creeps up in other areas of life. You know, even with all of the self-work and all of the bits and pieces I've been exposed to over the last 6 or 7 years, I still see it creeping back up. It's very important that I need to keep in check my fears of insufficiency or lack of confidence or lack of self-belief.
How does it crop up?
Sometimes I feel like success is a fluke and imposter syndrome of nobody knows that I'm not supposed to be here.
Right.
I think you've mentioned this as well. The fact that it almost feels like one day someone's going to come out of the woodwork and go, oh, this actually isn't your life.
Yeah.
You actually don't deserve this.
Yeah, you're the lonely kid by yourself.
Yeah,
that
you're not
nobody
supposed
likes.
to be here. And oh shit, we made a mistake. It's not supposed to be you. It's supposed to actually be that guy over there. And you go, I knew it all along.
Right.
This is one of the strange things about the routines that you learn when you're a kid, because they just seep into all of the sinews of life, and they're so hard to pull out. You know, you can change your approach with relationships at 30 and then 34 and then 38, and you've got perspective. You can at least see them in a different way. There's tons and tons of stuff from childhood that I simply can't remember, and yet I'm able to call on this like worldview of acceptance or lack of. And it's very difficult to deprogram in that way. I've spent a lot of time trying to deprogram stuff. So, you know, for anybody that has suffered with bullying as a kid, that felt lonely, that felt isolated, that feels like they need to prove something to the world, like I for you, because that's me. And the only way, two ways, I suppose, actually, that I've found that have been pretty successful at helping me. One has been having an undeniable stack of proof that I am who I say I am. So Rogan calls it building a mountain with layers of paint.
Right.
It's just one iteration after the next.
Right.
Better, 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 better. Each single time that you do something, you can get yourself to a stage where you've disproven your imposter syndrome so many times in the real world that it just has to, it's crushed under this ridiculous weight of evidence.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Go, there's no way that you could continue to exist. And the other side is to find people that just want you for you. You know, this is friends, this is family, this is partners.
Right.
And if you've got someone who there's no contingency for why they want to be around you.
Yeah. That's hard though, because they know you as you now, and you now is like, you know, looks like a model, fit, popular, has power because you have a platform. So yeah, I mean, I understand that, you know, you have changed, but I think still the worry is like, I'm still that kid.
Do they only want me because of now my position?
Right.
And this is one of the problems of success. I think this is why you have, you know, actors that you find out about their entire entourage was pushing them. Avicii, this famous DJ who didn't want to continue playing, and all of the friends that were around him, his assistants and his managers and stuff, it looked like they were pushing him to continue to play because they were invested in that. Not only were they monetarily invested, but that was their status, that was their lifestyle, that was what they wanted to do, and they were prepared to push this guy to the stage where he had to take his own life. So you can definitely, when you start to gain accolade or success, the motivation of the people that are around you can be called into question.
Yeah.
And if you've got that framing already that maybe the world doesn't want me for me, you can, what was this quote that I heard? A negative mind will find any way to make the world fit his priors.
Right.
So if you go into a situation adamant that that you are unlovable, unwanted, broken, flawed, insufficient, you will manage to warp reality to be able to fit what you already believe.
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. You know, I found myself, one thing that I enjoy about your podcast and your style is, of course, the Goggins podcast came out recently, last Monday, and I was probably, I don't know, maybe one of the first ones to listen to it. I was so pumped. I was like, I got to go on a run so I can listen to this. Because when I'm running, there's no distractions, and I can just absorb every word. But I found myself distracted, too, because as Goggins was talking about his experience, and you were, you know, probing, and it had me reflecting back on my journey, too, which I think is the beauty of podcasts, and it's the beauty of discussion and storytelling, which is what makes this platform so powerful. But it had me thinking of childhood pain, basically. And, you know, I'm 55 years old. It's just like, get over it, right? But I still think that, man, that you still, I don't know if it ever goes away, but it had me wondering, too, do you remember as a child the most painful thing you had to go through as a young man? And I'm trying to validate myself, wondering maybe it's just me, or do people remember?
So for me, there's no individual situation that occurred. It was like what's that Japanese water torture type thing? You know, it's just a consistent ambient
drip, forehead thing.
Sense
Yeah.
of
Chinese.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, I would be interested to look at the psychology behind what happens if someone has a single very traumatic event versus a more protracted, drawn-out suffering. And, you know, like, dude, I wasn't abused. My parents were great. You know, we didn't come from a rich place, but there wasn't anything that I was struggling for. Like, I wasn't poor, I wasn't starving. But I was alone. I was an only child, and I didn't have very many friends, and I was bullied in school. And you can create an awful lot of suffering yourself off the back of that. And I also think, you know, talking about I'm 55, like, time to get over it, like, fuck that. The priors that you have become the laws of physics that your world exists within. And if you have a particular type of worldview that you've held for a very long time, that doesn't make it easier to get rid of. That makes it harder to get rid of. You know, the fact that you can carry a burden with you for 55 years doesn't mean like, oh, well, now it's time to drop it. You go, fuck, it's fused into my fucking flesh. Right? It's part of me. No.
Yeah, I understand that. What came to my mind was, and it wasn't, you know, I had whatever sort of childhood, it's fine. But what the hardest thing for me was, I remember I left living with my mom because I didn't like my stepdad, moved in with my dad in town here, you know, from the small town out where we drove yesterday. And then I felt lonely, which is why your story kind of resonates with me, because we moved to Portland. I was on my own. My brother wasn't there. So the thing that I remember being the hardest as my childhood was telling my dad that I wanted to move back with my mom, because it was like this divorce thing. It was kind of a pulling back and forth. You know, my mom, of course, wanted me there. My dad wanted to win this little battle, have me with him, and I wanted to be with him because he was my real dad. But then I was just so lonely. And so to telling him I want to move back with my mom was, you know, kids say crazy things to their parents. They say, yeah, I don't love you. And, you know, it's just kids being stupid and trying to hurt people. But that, I knew that hurt him deeply. And man, so I was in 8th grade, so probably, I don't know, 13 or 14, telling my dad, you know, I want to move away, man, that was rough because it hurt him.
Well, the reason it hurts you is because you care about people. We were talking about this yesterday. You know, fundamentally, one of the reasons that we get hurt when we watch other people suffering is that we see the good in people. We don't want to see other people suffer. And for you to be on your own and want to be back with your brother, because your brother would be social support, he would be like literal physical support if you were in school, and you know, you would have your boy back.
Yeah.
But one of the side effects or byproduct of you no longer being alone was your dad now being alone.
Yeah.
And you have to say, I mean, this is the person that stays in a relationship because they think that the other partner is not going to be able to deal with it by themselves. This is the daughter or son that never leaves the hometown because the grandma and grandpa are going to be, they're not going to have anyone to look after them. You know, like these sorts of trade-offs that people have they're serious. Like, they're not things that should be snarked at. They're not just simple situations.
Right.
They're incredibly difficult because it's like apples and oranges. Like, how many lonely nights without your brother is worth your dad not feeling insufficient? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to weigh these two
things? Can't win that one.
Yeah.
Can't make it work. Yeah, the math doesn't work.
Yeah, and even in retrospect, you know, you can spend 40 years going back over this conversation with yourself.
Yeah.
Still not working out, was that the right decision?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did I do the right thing?
Yeah, it's that's why I say it's hard looking back, because it's, on one hand, I'm like, you know, why am I still thinking about this? But
it's because you're a good man, that's why. It's because you care about other people and you don't want other people to hurt.
You know, I don't, so here's the thing too. I actually don't think I'm good, because I know how my brain works. It's like, it reminds me of another thing. Somebody the other day was talking shit about Goggins. And I was, you know, I have a hard time with that, because I feel like, and maybe this is why I'm questioning myself, because I feel like some people, I mean, I've met people, regular people, who think they're amazing at whatever they do. They're the best, you know, and I look at what they're doing and what they're producing, and I'm like, you're not the best, dude. And I saw this guy talking shit about Goggins, and I'm like, this guy influences millions of people. Do you really think you're looking down on him? And you have, what have you done where you have where you should be judging somebody like Goggins, right, who has 2 New York Times bestsellers, multiple world records, a Navy SEAL, served his country for 17 years, and what have you done? But this guy is, I think some people get, they overestimate what they're doing, what they're contributing, or are they delusional? So I'm like, you say I'm a good guy, I'm like, I look at myself in the mirror and I know the thoughts I have about, I'm like, this guy, screw this guy. I know, who I really am, so it's hard, and I wonder, can people buy their own BS, or are they delusional? What do you how do you perceive that?
You can manage to convince yourself of pretty much anything.
Okay,
This is the same as the priors thing, right? Like, if you have come into a situation believing that your self-worth is almost always determined by your monetary wealth, let's say. So your parents perhaps were keeping up with the Joneses when you were younger, or perhaps they showed love through presents. Christmas was a huge deal, and birthdays were a big deal, and it was always about new shoes and new cars and blah, blah, holidays and stuff. You are going to go into the world with a presumption that that is where your self-worth is derived from. That's no more or less real than anybody else's priors. That's less effective. And this particular person, if their fundamental source of value is comparison between them and somebody else, absolutely, to them that's the physics of their life. Now, they're not the sort of person I want to be around.
Yeah.
They're not the sort of person I spend my time with. But I would be hesitant as you seeing the mean or nasty thoughts or the retributive fantasies that you have about calling this person out or meeting them in an alley or doing whatever, you know, like... We don't have control over our thoughts in that sort of a way. It doesn't make you a bad person to have bad thoughts. Like, this is what was so interesting about, do you remember Minority Report?
Yes.
With Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
So I always think about that film because it showed what would happen if people's intentions were able to be used to project forward their actions. Now, it was actually more complex than that. It was actually able to work out what was going on. You could imagine a world in which cancellation came not from the things you said, but from the things you thought.
Right, yeah. That's what I'm afraid of.
But that would be terrifying.
Yeah.
Dude, some of the things like, and this is the concern that people have about parents calling, or children calling their parents out for the stuff that's said in the home. My dad said this sexist or racist joke in the house. Because what is happening is you are ever more constraining the space within which people can openly think or
Yes!
with ideas.
Yes!
And there is a question, like, are there some ideas that are so toxic and brutal that they shouldn't ever even be said out loud, even in the comfort of your own home? For the most part, people would say no. Like, there has to be a boundary.
Right.
But you could push that one step further and say there's some thoughts that are so toxic that you shouldn't even be allowed to have them inside the comfort of your own head.
Yeah.
And I would be very hesitant around, taking a sense of self-worth or accusing yourself of being, I don't know, any kind of person for thinking things that are just a natural response to someone that's being a dick.
Yeah.
Like, this guy he's being a penis, and rightly so, but it's about your actions, right? And let's flip it on its head. So imagine that someone said to you, Cam, I really love what you do with regards to your training. I just wanted to let you know, like, I'm one of the most motivated people on the planet. And you go, wow, like, how does that manifest? You go, well, dude, I think about training all the time.
Right.
You would say, well, you're not training. How much do you go out and do? Oh, well, no, I don't actually go out and do any training at all. But I think about it a lot.
Right.
If I flip that round to you and I say, you think bad thoughts and do good things, that doesn't make you a bad person.
Right, I see. The actions. The actions speak louder than the thoughts, for sure.
Correct.
Yes.
And there was another thing that I learned from Jocko. He had this conversation with Sam Harris like 5 years ago. I was listening to it in preparation for the conversation I had with him a few months ago. The episodes that we're talking about, we'll put them in the show notes below, the Goggins and the Jocko and stuff, if you want to go and check those out, because they were both great. And Sam was saying that courage or bravery is an emotion that you can't fake. He said that doing the courageous or brave thing in spite of not wanting to do it is bravery.
Right.
There's no such thing as fake bravery.
Right.
If you do the thing and didn't want to do it, that's bravery. And if you don't do the thing despite wanting to do it, that's cowardice.
Right.
But motivation works the same way. If you do the thing and you didn't want to, that is motivation. It doesn't matter whether you felt motivated or not.
Right.
The outcome is what matters.
Yeah,
right?
effort's there.
And the same thing is right in reverse when it comes to being a good person. Like, if you do good things with bad thoughts, that's being even more good in my eyes.
Good. Thank you. I overcame more. Because I wasn't starting at zero, I was starting at less than zero.
Started as such a dick. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good. I feel better. Well, that's a good segue to this wisdom thing. Were you a boy genius? Were you a voracious reader? Where did this perspective and wisdom come from? I mean, your podcast is Modern Wisdom, and I have to say, when I listen to you, I feel smarter. I'm not smarter. I feel smarter. So where does the wisdom piece come from?
Oh, man, I'm just repurposing what other people have said. Like,
Well, no, you have that perspective. The perspective you just had on the thoughts. That seems.
But that's taken from Sam, right? Like, that's Sam's idea that I've repurposed and I've run with it for a couple more. I've just developed that across. Well, it could be courage, but then it could be motivation, but then it could be being a good person. So it's a perfect example. Like, I can't remember who it was that said there are no new thoughts under the sun. And the point there is that a lot of the big problems and big questions that humans ask themselves have been asked already.
Right.
And they percolate through, whether that be directly through a quote in a book or indirectly through culture or the way your parents looked at each other or whatever. Like, you can take these things. They already exist out there. So I don't know. I spent almost all of my 20s, dude, being a professional party boy. Like, the most fun, outgoing, degenerate lifestyle that you can think of. 30 trips back and forth to Ibiza, 1,000 club nights stood on the front door, met 1 million people going in and out of nightclubs. Like, this wasn't the environment in which that you were supposed to cultivate, I don't know, like a wisdom approach to life. Right. I wasn't asking people about answers to the Fermi paradox around why there's no aliens out there on the front door. It was like, hi mate, bye mate, here's your VIP band mate.
Yeah.
That was my life.
Right.
So, I don't know, I think the opportunity to learn has always excited me, and the introspection or the curiosity, it's really curiosity, I think. The sort of short answer is just, I'm so fucking interested about everything.
Right.
And other people are as well.
And it's just a quirk of whatever version of the simulation that we live in that I can call that a job, that I can commercialize that, weaponize that, utilize that, and I can then deploy it. And then other people get to learn from the shit that I learned. I was thinking about this last night, because you have a truck which is very, very nice, but very, very analog. Like there's no self-driving, there's no nothing else. It's like you put your foot on the floor, it makes a big loud noise and it goes fast in a straight line.
That's right.
But I was thinking about Tesla's automatic driving, self-driving car system. And I learned about this thing from a data scientist, that the reason that Tesla is so much further ahead than all of the other competitors is because it's accumulating more and more road miles to train its own system on. So because they've got this broad distribution,
more data,
precisely, and that means that more data makes the system better, which then iterates an even better experience, which makes them sell more cars, which means that they get more data, which means that they all the way up. And that means that they leave any competition in the dust very, very quickly. And I realized that there is it's called a power law, right? So the Matthew principle says, it's a quote from the Bible, to those who have everything, more will be given. To those who have nothing, more will be taken.
Right.
And it explains why success begets more success and failure begets more failure.
Yeah, people hate to hear that, don't they?
Yeah, because it identifies that it isn't some ruthless capitalist malign force that's keeping them from success and giving it to other people. It's a natural byproduct of the way that increasing success begets more success.
Was the Bible referencing faith? Was the Bible talking about more faith begets more faith?
I think that it was more to do with, at least my interpretation of it is, it's more to do with poverty and success in kind of the social realm. However, I would imagine it's the same with everything, dude. Confidence. You know, the people who are on an absolute tear, whether this be in the NBA or in podcasting or in art or in music or in whatever, that are just, everything they touch is magic. And it just gets better and better and better. And then you see the people that are on the other side of that hill, and everything that they do just gets worse, and that reinforces their fears about it being worse. The baseball pitcher that's got the yips, right, just can't hit anything at all. And what I realized was that the show and my exposure to all of these people, you know, Jordan Peterson, Jocko Willink, Andrew Huberman, David Goggins, like all of these different people, has given me the same kind of competitive advantage that Tesla has. Because for each podcast that I do, that's another layer of paint, as Rogan would call it.
Yeah, more data for you to know what works, what resonates.
More interlinking stories. And that means that when you have a conversation with someone, I've had a conversation with a guy who's trying to re-engineer human DNA to be able to survive space flight, because our DNA is very, very fragile, and space doesn't have the protection of from radiation that we have here on Earth. So one of the problems that we're going to have, even if you could create the life support systems, you could create a propulsion system that would get us to Alpha Centauri or whatever sufficiently quickly, DNA is going to suffer. It's going to be really, really difficult. So, and I'm like, okay, well, who have I spoken to that's got something similar to do with this? And there is something. And that's where you can start to see people that look unbelievably competent. The Goggins of the world. Someone that has this inhuman level of capacity, and yet layers of paint every single day for years and years and years and decades. You can see how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I guess your wisdom journey, I'm still thinking about that too, because you're at the nightclub, and I'm thinking it's definitely a different path than Marcus Aurelius, you know, to gain that wisdom. Why I was thinking about that is, you said you're kind of repurposing, as been discussed before, just as Ryan Holiday has proven, Marcus's wisdom is still relevant today. I mean, you read, what is his writing? Meditations. And it's like it can apply today. How does that work? But I guess it goes back to your point that nothing's really changed.
Correct.
Is that right?
The fundamental problems that everybody faces are the same as they've always been. The original name for meditations was Letters to Himself. Right. Is what he wrote it as. It was never meant to be published. So you can imagine this, you know, philosopher god king who is trying to be virtuous in a time of massive corruption. He deals with the Antonine Plague, you know, this basically a pandemic which affects half of the Roman Empire or something, and he gets struck down, and his only surviving son, or his eldest surviving son, is this like party boy idiot who really, because Aurelius was given such a leg up by his mentor, he kind of has faith that you can craft a very rough rock into a beautiful gemstone, and unfortunately that doesn't seem to be the case when his son does come into power. But yeah, nothing is that particularly new. But another thing that I really love, one of my favorite things from Marcus Aurelius, is the whole universe is change, and life itself is but what we deem it. Life itself is but what we deem it. The 8th most profound word in all of philosophy. What he means is that things are going to happen. You are going to have experiences in life. Almost all of the important impacts of how those experiences change you are going to be the story that you tell yourself about what that experience means.
How you interpret it.
So you could imagine that you are, yesterday, me and you had to carry a 72-pound rock up a 1.5 mile hill that's got 1,000 feet per section.
Right.
The way that I felt after doing that first leg of a very steep incline was painful but satisfying. I knew why I felt that way, right? The story that I told myself about why my heart rate was 140, 150, and my shoulders were burning and I was sweating and all of this stuff was because of what I done. If I felt that spontaneously sat in a car in traffic, I would call an ambulance. I think, what the fuck is happening to me? I'm definitely having a panic attack or a heart attack or something. So the story that you tell yourself, in some regard, very much is what's happening.
Right.
You know, the framing that you place around the present moment largely determines your experience of it. And this is where having faith in yourself, having confidence in yourself, you know, an undeniable stack of proof that you can deal with whatever is put in front of you is super important.
Yeah, it's true. Well, it's, you know, I learned people, they watch things like this, and you don't really know the person. Yeah, you can listen to hours, you can try to interpret what they're saying, infer what they actually mean, who they are, but you don't really know. But how I find out what type of person somebody is you put a fucking rock on their back, right? And so what I saw yesterday, people who don't know, you can make all sorts of assumptions. But what I saw yesterday was, and why I like doing it is because when someone suffers, there's never a more honest time. You can't when you're suffering, you can't fake it. It's one reason why suffering, the mob has used torture. They're going to pull out fingernails. They're going to find out the truth about a person. The military they make their men suffer because they want to find out who's weak and who's the best. Because you cannot lie when you're suffering. What I saw yesterday is you were suffering. It hurt, but I saw a clip the guys filmed of you. I was watching it last night. You're going up the hill and you were talking about suffering for no reason. I think is how you termed it. Is a challenge. You know, it's not like you're doing a race. It's not like anybody's watching, so to speak. But do you think that suffering is the ultimate?
This is a 2-hour thing. This is a 2-hour thing. Right, right.
And there's our confirmation. It seems that the indictment of Donald Trump is coming, and the evidence, Robert Costa reports. He's the chief election and campaign correspondent for CBS News, says steel barricades arriving outside Manhattan Criminal Court. And that is it. An 8-second segment where barricades are being unloaded by the NYPD outside of the Manhattan Criminal Court, where they believe Donald Trump will be indicted. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump will actually be arrested and face a perp walk, but the GOP is striking back. House GOP targets Manhattan DA as possible Trump indictment looms. I do not believe they would put out these barricades unless they knew it was going to happen. Why? Donald Trump said they're going to arrest me on Tuesday, protest. Now, the argument may be, the NYPD says, or the New York City government, look, whether it's indicted or not, people are going to protest, get the barricades ready. I doubt it. Trump supporters are not the kind of people to go out unless a thing happens. In fact, even when a thing happens, it's hard enough to get Trump supporters to come out. If Donald Trump does get indicted, I don't think we will see strong protests, but that's what they're worried about. They are not, in my opinion, worried that Trump supporters will randomly show up if Trump is not indicted. There's got to be something to react to. Now, the extradition is where things get interesting, and Ron DeSantis has actually issued a statement when he was asked all about this. I think I should play it. Actually, I don't know if I have the full statement here. Let me see if I get a different one. We got 3 minutes and 45 seconds, but I do think, it's from Jenna Ellis, you should hear what DeSantis has to say, because he targets the fact that it's a George Soros-funded district attorney. It's political.
What's wrong with being reactionary? Like, I hear that word. It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like an insult. In fact, it sounds like you're someone responding that.
We will not send Donald Trump back for your political garbage.
Which is fundamentally a good thing.
Government, they say, he's a criminal in our state, we want him, but Florida won't cooperate. What do you do? We are talking about the first ever of its kind indictment. It is the indictment of a former U.S. president, and it is pitting the red states against blue states, and oh boy, I have no idea where that goes. Let me play for you the statement from Ron DeSantis. You can see his breakdown of this. Oh, sorry. I have the audio improperly playing, as I do every single time that I do this, and let's start it back over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can't hear a word this woman's saying.
Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor. And so he, like other Soros-funded prosecutors, they weaponize their office to impose a political agenda on society at the expense of the rule of law and public safety. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast majority of crimes. And what we've seen in Manhattan is we've seen the crime rate go up, and we've seen citizens become less safe. And so you're talking about this situation with, and look, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is that if you have a prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day in his jurisdiction, and he chooses to go back many years ago to try to use something about porn star hush money payments, that's an example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. And I think that that's fundamentally wrong. I also think it's important to point out when you're talking about these Soros-funded prosecutors, yes, they may do a high-profile politicized prosecution, and that's bad, but the real victims are ordinary New Yorkers, ordinary Americans in all these different jurisdictions, that they get victimized every day because of the reckless political agenda that these Soros DAs bring to their job. They ignore crime and they empower criminals, and that hurts people. Hurts a lot of people every single day. These Soros district attorneys are a menace to society, and I'm just glad that I'm the only governor in the country that's actually removed one from office during my tenure.
I just got to pause there real quick and kind of highlight this. I like DeSantis, but he said, I'm glad I'm the only one who's removed one. I think he's misspeaking, but that didn't sound good. Let's think about things. I'm glad I'm the only one removed. No. We would be glad if they were all removed. So he should say, I'm sad. I'm the only one who's actually done anything about it. You're attacking anyway, though. Come on. You gotta listen.
And in terms of, we are not involved in this, won't be involved in this. I have no interest in getting involved in some type of manufactured circus by some Soros DA, okay? He's trying to do a political spectacle. He's trying to virtue signal for his base. I've got real issues I got to deal with here in the state of Florida. We're obviously shutting down CBDC, which is important. We've got so many things pending in front of the legislature. I've got to spend my time on issues that actually matter to people. I can't spend my time worrying about things of that nature. So we're not going to be involved in it in any way. I'm fighting for Floridians, and I'm fighting back against Biden. That's what I do every single day.
And that's basically what it gets down to. I think the big point here is, I do believe the reporter may bring up extradition. I just want to hear that. But maybe not. Maybe yeah, for some reason the other channel is not coming through, so I'm not hearing what else is being said right now. But it seems to be about it. I want to make sure that the statement runs through. I'm pretty sure, yeah, let me just double check while we're here, because this is an extremely important point. I do believe he's saying outright we will not be involved, and he will not extradite. So check this out. We do have it confirmed. DeSantis says he won't get involved with Trump's potential indictment in any way. The government can intervene in an extradition matter if it is contested under Florida law. In his first comments, we all heard what he said. We're not getting involved. They say under Florida law, the governor can intervene in an extradition matter if it's contested, but Trump's lawyers have told media outlets the president would likely surrender if he is indeed indicted. Trump announced on Saturday he could be arrested. We get it. Now here's where the GOP is stepping in. This is where things are getting bonkers. New York as a state, the Southern District of New York, it's a Manhattan DA going after Trump. These are state charges. Florida is where Trump is, and they're like, we're not going to be involved. And now the federal government's targeting, or members of the Republican Party, the federal government are targeting New York. Is it okay? Can I say civil war? Come on. Okay, sure. I don't know. Maybe not. Whatever. Here we go. House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan and senior GOP leaders are preparing to demand testimony from members of the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office amid reports of an imminent indictment of former President Trump. Republicans are discussing firing off letters summoning employees in the Manhattan DA's office for sworn testimony, according to a GOP official familiar with the plans. We have the letter, my friends, from the House Judiciary GOP. It says, Dear Mr. Bragg, you're reportedly about to engage in an unprecedented abuse of prosecutorial authority, the indictment of a former president of the United States and current declared candidate for that office. This indictment comes after years of your office searching for a basis, any basis, on which to bring charges ultimately settling on a novel legal theory untested anywhere in the country and one that federal authorities declined to pursue. If these reports are accurate, your actions will erode confidence in the even-handed application of justice and unalterably interfere in the course of the 2024 presidential election. In light of the serious consequences of your actions, we expect that you will testify about what plainly appears to be a politically motivated prosecutorial decision. Oh boy. The New York County District Attorney's Office has been investigating President Trump since at least 2018, looking for some legal theory on which to bring charges. The facts surrounding the impending indictment have been known for years. Michael Cohen, President Trump's disgraced former lawyers, pleaded guilty over 4 years ago to charges based on the same facts at issue by the impending indictment. But by July 2019, however, federal prosecutors determined that no additional people would be charged alongside Cohen. Now, in the words of one legal scholar, you are attempting to shoehorn the same case with identical facts into a new prosecution, resurrecting a so-called zombie case against Trump. Okay. I don't know what they can do. They can testify. I don't know what to expect. Part of me cannot believe that there will be an indictment of a former president in this way. The other part of me says they will stop at nothing to come after Trump. And with the deployment of these barricades, I gotta say, it's starting to feel like they are getting serious about these moves. So what more can be said other than we will wait and see. Tomorrow morning, we will know whether or not they will indict Trump. And you know why Donald Trump says that he will surrender? If Donald Trump is indicted, I believe it will push him towards re-election victory. I believe based on the current state of facts as of today, with the banking crisis and the economic crisis, Donald Trump today stands to win. Tomorrow that may be different. There are many variables we can't predict. But if they arrest him and make a martyr of him and have people in this country start getting real scared about what's going on, with Democrats weaponizing their positions of authority, it's going to wake up a lot of people. And don't get me wrong, the Democrat cult will double down. But I think moderates will shift away, very seriously shift away. So these are the latest updates. I don't want to do a complete rehashing of the Trump indictment story, but seeing this video about the barricades being deployed says a lot. And then DeSantis' responses are all breaking news, but I'll keep this one short and leave it there. Next segment is coming up at 6 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you all then.
So one night in 2011, a Swedish man called the authorities to remove a moose in his neighbor's yard. He added that he believed the moose was intoxicated. How did he know it was intoxicated? No reason really, just an inkling. Apparently the moose got wasted off apples from a tree and got so tipsy that it tipped over and became part of the tree. And it took fire and rescue services to divorce the sauce moose from its tree. The moose got up and proceeded to walk back into the forest. The next morning, after passing out and going AFK in the same neighbor's garden. So mostly happy ending, nobody got hurt, the tree was left more or less intact, and these pictures were taken by the man's 10-year-old son with the hopes that he could sell them and use the money to buy a PlayStation. CNN would end up buying the pictures. So now there's some 22-year-old Swedish dude that has the best conversation starter no matter what room he's in. And this wasn't a one-time thing. If you had a nickel for every drunk moose story in Sweden, you'd have enough to buy yourself a first-class flight to experience a Buzz Bullwinkle in person. There was that time a moose got plastered and decided to harass school children, and there was even one case where some moose binged on the forbidden fruit and then... well, I can't tell you exactly what's happening here, just know it's a 3-player game with 0 controller. It's believed that when apples fall from trees, they eventually ferment and all the sugars become alcohol. And when moose eat these fruits, well, at best a child gets a PlayStation and at worst a child witnesses 3 moose stationed in play. Some scientists argue that alcoholics are a myth and that moose are just too massive to be put out of commission by some apples. My response? There is no sober explanation for this.
Look at this dude.
It's not a stretch to believe some animals will go out of their way to alter their consciousness, and the methods get a lot more out of pocket than just eating expired apples. Brown bears in a reserve in Russia apparently huffed jet fuel to get just eating expired apples. Brown bears in a reserve in Russia apparently huffed jet fuel to get elevated. Photographer Igor Spilinok spent 7 months in bear country, and he says the bears would find these used barrels, take a hit of kerosene and gasoline, and proceed to airdrop their conscience to Mars. And yeah, the baked bears started fiending, to the point where the kerosene carnivores would actively stalk helicopters just on the off chance they get to lap up any fuel that spills onto the soil. And if you're judging them, you must not know what humans are willing to introduce into their bodies just to let their minds ascend. According to a survey, about 46% of Americans call Christmas their favorite holiday. For any of the 46 watching this, I apologize in advance. Reindeer have been seen actively seeking out and eating the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Thanks to their special digestion, they're able to eat something considered poisonous to most animals. The mushroom is also a well-known hallucinogen, and considering reindeer will go out of their way, even digging through snow to cop a taste, chances are they know too. And while it is poisonous, it's technically poisonous the same way alcohol is, which is why shamans in Siberia would down the mushroom in rituals in order to become one with nature, and all the animals in it, while getting absolutely obliterated in the process. It's even believed that since unwanted toxins are flushed out the body through urine, if you didn't want to run the risk of getting folded by fungus, you could drink the pee of an inebriated ice deer to join the same wavelength as them. It's said that the fungi gives the users feelings and visions of taking flight, a red and white being that puts reindeers in the clouds. Santa might have been a mushroom this whole time, or a shaman, and the reindeer charioting his sleigh of Christmas magic are just a bunch of caribou cooked off shrooms. Now you see why Rudolph was a red-nosed outcast. While everyone else was trying toadstools, he was out here crushing crystals. But long story short, get R. Kelly by the right reindeer and you'll both believe you can fly. That's probably in bad taste. Like the reindeer. In 2009, Tasmanian farmers were plagued by crop circles that seemed to appear in their fields overnight. Some people thought it was aliens shooting their shot with the earth. The answer is somehow even weirder. This is a Bennett's wallaby. And just know this wallaby wallet. Tasmania is the world's largest source of the poppies used to make opium painkillers. And the travel-sized kangaroos break into the poppy pastures and eat enough to go on a literal field trip with no school bus. Turns out the circles were caused by faded wallabies grazing in circles and then crashing. And these junky marsupials will go as far as scaling fences and eating the same white opium gum used to make morphine and the purple stuff Lil Wayne likes. All that to get more stoned than a witch in Salem. And after they eventually come back to Earth, the wallabies wake up and just go about their day. Because only someone with no job and no bills to pay can afford to live like this. Which is why bees don't be having any of that. You want to get high on hive time? You better pack up your stuff and figure life out because you finna be homeless, good buddy. In the summer, the intense heat can cause the nectar and flowers to ferment. The end game of that is literal bust bees flying under the influence. And the symptoms are exactly what you'd expect. A hammered honeybee will often bump into flowers and trees and can even get so sloshed that they can't make it back home and can flatline if they get too cold at night. It doesn't get a whole lot better if they do find their way back. Like I said, bees have no tolerance for the tipsy, and any bee suspected of being on the juice is violently confronted and thrown out the hive. And since bees primarily communicate through a waggle dance, it doesn't take long for a blitz bee to expose itself. In some cases, guard bees will cripple the offender by chewing their legs off to make sure they physically can't come crawling back. Yeah, they make sure to make an example out of him. And the reason is because bringing fermented nectar into the hive can quite literally destroy the entire colony from the inside. It'd be kind of like passing out special brownies before the big company-wide meeting. So yeah, bees on booze lose a whole lot more than their sobriety. Bees ain't the only ones gambling with life by flying under the influence. In 2006 in Vienna, Austria, 40-something birds were found expired on the ground, but when they were examined by scientists, they didn't find the signs of avian flu like they were expecting. What they did find were rotten berries in their systems, and suddenly the pieces started coming together. It's believed that the berries fermented inside the birds and got them more faded than an NBA legend's hairline. Now for real though, something about greatness means negotiating the integrity of your lineup. The songbirds even had the liver scarring that you'd usually only expect from a hardcore drinker. The result was a bunch of intoxicated birds face planting in the windows. In lighter news, the same way people start slurring their words once they get to first base with a bottle, very down birds will often sing like drunks. In an experiment, vocal zebra finches were given some alcohol, and after a couple sips, their songs got more disjointed, more disorganized, and just overall sloppy. Worst part is, they probably thought they were killing it too, which makes them the complete opposite of bats. And you'd think something that flies for a literal living wouldn't do it while mind fogged. I said fog. I said fog. But bats don't really have a choice, and the ones that eat primarily fruit and nectar can often fall for the same traps as birds and bees and get royally fogged over. Except bats might just have the tolerance of a Russian veteran. In another experiment, you know, it's funny how often science involves drugging or drunking wildlife. But bats from Belize were liquored up until some of them had a blood alcohol content of 0.3. Keep in mind, driving while at 0.08 is playing with the law, life, and Lucifer, since that's who you finna see next. But the drunk bats were somehow able to perfectly maneuver through an obstacle course without FUIing into a Facebook. They were also able to perfectly use their echolocation while very much buzzed off nectar, unlike the songbirds who literally couldn't hold their berries for their life. And since bats from Central and South America were able to handle it better than old world bats, it's believed this tolerance came from them eating more fermented fruit. So basically, the reason bats are able to completely drink you under the table is because the ones that couldn't became part of the past. Bats are some of the lightest mammals on the planet, yet are also one of the strongest heavyweights when it comes to elk. But they aren't number one. The animal with the highest tolerance is something you might not have even heard of before. The pen-tailed tree shrew weighs less than a pack of Skittles, yet can somehow also outdrink an elephant. The Malaysian tree shrew regularly sips nectar from the Bertam plant, a plant so high in alcohol content that it smells like Peter Griffin after a shift at the brewery. A concentration of 3.8% makes it as potent as beer and gives this nectar one of the highest ACs of any food. Yet the shrew drinks it like water and seems immune to it, to the point where the tiny squirrel monkey in Malaysia will spend hours nursing nectar. Apparently that's like a human downing 9 glasses of wine, and they do it without 4 kids and a failed marriage. And science doesn't exactly know how tree shrews can do this without unlisting themselves from the census. And the shrews are so committed to the cause that the plants they drink from have literally evolved to make themselves more accessible to them. The Bertam has strong, sturdy stems and potent smelling nectar that basically acts as a Batman signal to shrews. They really spend millions of years investing into the shrews' drinking habits, and the shrews evolved to be able to help themselves without also getting slumped. The slow loris is also a common customer of the Bertam, and in an experiment, the bug-eyed booze monkey chose alcohol over literal water. All I know is that if chimps had the tolerance of the tree shrew, the world would be a slightly safer place. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put an ad right here, because this is the part of the video where a lot of y'all are gonna click off, and honestly, I don't blame you. Chimps share about 99% of their DNA with us, and fiending for the fermented stuff is very much included. Chimps in West Africa have been caught trying the same palm wine villagers drink. They'd wait for the sugary palm wine to ferment and then use leaves as sponges to soak it up just so they can squeeze it into their mouths. And yeah, the chimps got turned. But sometimes they get a little too gone for everyone else's good. Because there have been multiple cases of chimps raiding illegal brewing setups in Uganda and making off with whatever beer they could. And in some cases, the beer-blasted chimps would proceed to hunt human children. That escalated, didn't it? I'm not gonna go too far into the specifics for the sake of our mental health and guidelines. Just know that the same way chimps will stalk and jump smaller monkeys as prey is the exact same way they go after children. Not to mention a chimp heavy on liquid courage is more likely to run a fade than just run. In their defense, humans encroaching onto their natural habitat and adding even more competition is the biggest reason for chimp carnage. But in their offense, chimps are 1000% the angry, belligerent drunks of the animal world. And they're not the only primates that
is definitely male.
Vervet monkeys on the Caribbean island of St. Kitts managed to drink themselves into an addiction, to the point where the drunkies fuel it by stalking tourists from the trees just so they can snatch any drinks left unattended. The booze bandits are so committed that they even managed to work out the best times and places to get away with their thievery. It got so ridiculous that researchers decided to study them, and turns out we're really no better than them. Since the drinking behaviors of these monkeys are so human, you'd swear it was a joke. In this experiment, they found that some monkeys are social drinkers that only participate if other monkeys get involved. Then you have the regular drinkers, the ones who do it, well, regularly and socially, but they're still able to help lead the troop. So they're pretty much the functional alcoholics. And then there's the bingers, the ones that drink themselves into a coma or until they get so aggressive they pick a fight with someone. So yeah, I'd say they're the frat boys of the group. These are the ones that would drink themselves into an early life retirement if you give them the chance. And finally, you have the monkeys that don't or barely drink at all. Also, apparently, it's just funny to me, apparently it's the younger vervet monkeys that are more likely to turn up than the adults, since the adults have to be alert and aware of social dynamics in a group. You peep how I can replace monkey with human and everything I said still tracks? And it doesn't just stop at booze. Once in the prehistoric times of 2000, in an experiment, a bunch of squirrels, you know what, we'll rule of thumb, if I ever say the phrase in an experiment, expect nothing but nonsense to follow. This time it involved getting a bunch of squirrel monkeys stoned and then giving them the option to self-medicate, which they did, as the monkeys that were introduced to Mary Jane would be more likely to push a lever to receive an injection of THC, proving that monkeys like to get high. And I could have told you that without the experiment, especially when you see the things lemurs do to boost their conscious. Even though they're not technically monkeys, the primates of Madagascar might have the most creative way of getting lit. Millipedes are poisonous, and black lemurs specifically will grab the bugs, chew on them, and then rub the toxins all over their fur as if it's bug spray. And science says that's exactly what they use it for. But the poison also doubles as a mind-altering life choice that causes lemurs to drool and become the literal highest in the room. Meaning lemurs also self-medicate. They just be smoking millipede packs. Now there is a chance that lemurs really are just only using this as bug repellent, but this is not the conduct of someone who would pass a pee test. As for the millipede, imagine millions of years of evolution just for your biggest flex and defense to be used as a struggle bong for a lemur in its stoned age. I'm sure the pufferfish can relate. You knew this was coming the moment you read the title. Pufferfish
I didn't know that was coming. Only because I wasn't thinking about it.
Quite literally a puff pass. And just like with the millipede's toxin, the tetrodotoxin from the pufferfish seems to have an effect on the dolphins. The effect resulting in some doped up dolphins and a seriously traumatized puffer. And now you see why she's single. You remember how I said a tiny tree shrew could drink an elephant under the entire bar? That wasn't a throwaway, I said that for a reason. For a while, scientists called cap on the stories of inebriated elephants, and their biggest claim was that it would take an outrageous amount of alk to have an effect on an animal that huge. Turns out, the most plus-size animal walking the earth today is also a massive lightweight. The ADH7 gene is the one most responsible for helping break down ethanol, aka the drink that leads to good nights and bad decisions. Humans are able to handle their drink a little before French kissing the floor thanks to enzymes that allow us to break down ethanol faster than most animals. For elephants, the ADH7 gene is basically out of order, meaning they're less able to hold their liquor. So if a couple elephants scarf down a bunch of fermented fruit, it's suddenly more likely that they get bodied. Which sounds fun, yeah, it sounds real cute till you realize that means they're drunk driving a 12,000-pound meat vehicle, and the consequences can be bad for everyone's health. There's even a story out there where a herd of 50-something elephants near an Indian village drank liquor made from the mahua tree, and proceeded to drunkenly level several houses and even delete a few people. Animals like chimps and elephants become a threat to society the moment they get under the bottle. But one animal's habit makes it a legitimate danger to itself. Some dogs in Queensland have developed an obsession with cane toads. Cane toads produce bufotoxin as self-defense, but the poison is also hallucinogenic, and dogs will often lick the toads and go off one. It's so potent that a dog exposed to it once is more likely to go out of its way to seek out another toad to get zooted. And they probably got it from us. There was a brief but very real time where the cool kids your mom warned you about did toad behind the school, to the point where Peter Griffin of all people had to tell him to tighten up. And yeah, that's pretty much playing chicken with the Grim Reaper. Since the poison is poison, toad licking can result in both less dogs and people. There was even one case where a Spanish adult film star got charged with manslaughter after huffing toad with his friends, and one of them ascended and never returned. 2020 for real had some of the wildest headlines. The dogs ain't the only pets that be on timing, but if you've ever seen a cat on catnip, you already knew that. Catnip comes from the pedicateria. I don't know what it is, I just love saying that. And that contains a chemical called nepidolactone. And nepidolactone will bind with receptors in the cat's nose the same way pheromones do. It even lights up the part of the brain responsible for, you know, the thing cats do with other cats to make more cats. This whole time we thought they were high, when really catnip just makes them dumb and horny. And even though I was half kidding, it actually makes a lot of sense, since catnip doesn't work on cats that haven't reached sexual maturity. The chemicals also hit the cat's opioid system, which is a gateway to 15 minutes of feline euphoria. And it's not just house cats. Catnip apparently has wild cats like leopards, cougars, lynxes, and even some lions in a chokehold. So yeah, cats might just be the original stoner. I mean, just look at this jaguar. Lots of cats will eat grass and leaves as a way to clean their system. Jaguars doing it with the hallucinogenic yaji vine allows them to do so while also high-fiving Joe Rogan. And for the non-believers out there, I defy you to look this jag in the eye and tell me it's sober. We're in a galaxy and it's not this one. And it probably did start as something just to detox, but then eventually became a way of life. I mean, that's literally how cats got hooked on catnip. The Nepotecateria is a mosquito repellent, so there's a good chance that cats getting hooked on the nip was just a consequence of wild cats trying to get op flies off their back. So I guess you can say mosquitoes do matter, because without them, we wouldn't have videos like this. But that's gonna do it for this video. Go ahead and make sure you drink water, hug your mother. Don't do toad, man. It's not a game. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Don't do Toad, man. Do not Toad, a game. Man. It's not a game. My cat wasn't reactionary too. Catnip. Did not care at all. Did not care at all. That Jaguar obviously does care.
Part of me absolutely loves this, and part of me is horrified by it. We have two stories. The first, CNN reporter gets robbed while working on story about San Francisco's
quite irony. Let's just call it poetic.
They smashed into the back of the car, and they stole CNN's equipment. Ha 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 ha. You may have heard this story. But we also have this thread from Sneho Antani talking about people being robbed in San Francisco once again. And this story is revealing, and I'm sorry, it's deliciously hilarious. Now I know many of you may say, do not mock the misfortune of others. And you're correct, I feel bad for these people. But yo, these people in San Francisco keep voting for the same thing. So I cannot help but sit back and say, you deserve it. Not like you deserve to be wrong. No, hold on. If you vote for school funding and your schools get funded, you deserve it. You fought hard for that funding and you've gotten it, you deserve it. If you train every day to run, and then you enter a running competition, and you run better than everybody, you deserve that win because you worked hard for it. And if you are a lazy, ignorant, mindless cultist who keeps voting every day for these psychopaths, you deserve it. And I hope you get more. Here's the story. He tweeted, a teammate visiting San Francisco for an off-site called me frantically last night after dinner at Fisherman's Wharf. They came back to a smashed car window and 2 stolen backpacks, $10,000 in gear lost, passports gone, etc. Now I'll pause here. Yes, I get it. These people are not from San Francisco. My point earlier is about the people who live there, who keep voting for it. This is what you get. Now, if you are ignorant and go to San Francisco without knowing anything about this, yeah, I mean, that's also partly your fault, too. This stuff's been going on for a long time. The city's in disrepair. You need to speak up about it.
There's really no point. There's really no point.
Laptop bags were in the trunk, nothing visible from the street. A typical description of a smash and grab, yet thieves were able to find the specific car and knew to pull the rear seat down and reach in the trunk. How? How?
Really?
Does that explain?
Really?
These aren't homeless ransoming, smashing windows. These, randomly, I think you might say. These are professionals using Bluetooth scanners to find laptop bags, and idle iPad, Bose headphones all emit Bluetooth. And let me guess, it was the rear window facing the street, because thieves drive up to the car, open the door, and smash and grab it. A witness must be directly behind the thieves, RJC anything. All other views are blocked. My teammate said his companion was on the phone with police, to which I said they don't care. Maybe they'll show up in a few hours. They'll likely make you go to the station, but this happens thousands of times per week. So now, I need to include a pre-visit security brief to people traveling San Francisco. This is a big reason I'm hesitant to open an office in the city versus keeping remote team and occasionally meeting up at a location to whiteboard. And my teammates will be scarred forever. Being robbed hits you at your core, especially when it's thousands of dollars of loss. There is no downtown recovery without an aggressive push for safety. London breathe. So this is Sneho Antani, I believe, lives there. I'm not entirely sure. But I will just say, this is what you get. You vote for it, you get it. Don't know, don't care. You know, I have friends who are lefty woke people. It's true, I know. And all these people are like, you didn't even do it. Dude, come on. As if I didn't know people 10 years ago at Occupy Wall Street. Yes, political divisions are bad. But I have some friends, sometimes we don't, we talk very little, sometimes we talk a lot. I have a couple friends I haven't talked to in years because of how insane things have gotten. And I see their posts on social media, and I think, you deserve it, because you're evil. You know, it's the banality of evil. Yeah, there are a couple people that come to mind. They seem really well-known, high-profile people, and they do everything they can to be nice, and they post on social media all the mindless platitudes of woke orthodoxy, and I'm like, you are destroying everything, and you don't care. You literally don't care. I know they don't care. Because they hear something from a friend, and they go online, and they're like, I'm going to be snarky and snooty and tell you why I'm better than you. The police are bad. And now San Francisco is in decay and disrepair. Now, at least I can respect this. Dude's calling it out. I appreciate it. I'm not going to rag on this guy. The people who got robbed weren't living there. I think this guy does. He's calling out the mayor, London Breed, saying something's got to be done about it, and I can respect that because people need to speak up. This is part of solving the problem. Speaking out about it, calling out the crises, and saying the next mayor will win by running on a simple platform. Safe neighborhoods, clean streets, great public schools. You know? Clearly, the dude is still a lefty with his great public schools response, fine. But at least he's calling out the crime and the problem. As for the CNN reporter, this one's just so funny. March 17th, got robbed again. Jason, CNN, and I were at City Hall in San Francisco to do an interview for CNN. We had security to watch our rental car, crew car. Thieves did this in under 4 seconds. Security stopped the jerks from stealing other bags, but seriously, this is ridiculous. Here's the funny thing. They had security there, and the smash and grab still happened. You know, it's kind of crazy watching that show, 1883, when the dude is walking down the street in his town. I think it was in, like, Dallas or Houston or something. And then some dude apparently pickpockets him or something. At first, he says, like, he bumps into a guy, and he's like, where's my wallet? He's not talking about it. He punches the guy in the face. Then he searches the guy who doesn't have it. Then he looks over and sees someone frantically running, and he goes, him. Shoots him in the back with a shotgun, walks up, gets his wallet back, and then when the crowd's gathering around, he goes, he stole my wallet! And then he puts it in his coat and walks away, and they throw a rope around his neck and string him up, killing him on the spot. Dude, I don't believe that. There's another scene where they accuse these, I don't know, these bandits or something, at a bar, of killing this woman's kid. And it did, and it's complicated. But anyway, they just walk in like, who did it? And like, it's them. He goes, okay, bang, 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 and shoots and kills them all. And I'm like, dude, okay, I don't believe that's how things ever took place. Like, everyone just randomly killing each other. I certainly believe there was murder and crime in the Wild West, and you could die at a moment's notice, but a little too much. That kind of idea, oh, look at this, wow. Our high security guard tried to grab the crooks. We got a picture of a getaway car. And they'll change getaway cars. Here's my point. It used to be crazy. If you broke the law, you would get, well, I mean, at least in that TV show, strung up. But at the very least, I think they'd beat the crap out of you. Now, no one does anything. Car pulls up, destroys someone's life, they're gone. And I mean destroyed in the figurative sense. Like, if you've got a laptop and you've got your work on it, you've got your college papers, and you've got everything, your banking stuff, and they steal that, oof. That is going to hurt bad. But nothing gets done about this. The police won't do anything, despite the fact that they can easily do something about it. Regular people who live nearby, they won't do anything about it. And they will all keep voting for the same thing. They will keep voting for the same people, they will keep voting for the same Democrats, and it will only just continue to get worse. So, what more can be said? You reap what you sow. And if you keep voting for these people, and you keep voting for this system, then so be it. Do not expect people like me to give you any sympathy. These people, even these CNN reporters, I bet they vote Democrat. I bet they go to cities like this, they vote for more of it, and like, oh, gee golly, I can't believe I'm being victimized again. And I'm just sitting back like, I'm in MAGA country, baby. We got guns. I'm not worried about it. Don't pull up on my property, I will defend my life. Because you do not get the benefit of the doubt in West Virginia. If you are attempting to break onto my property, the only thing I can assume is a threat of lethal force, and I'm allowed to. Because I will be damned if I have to assume the dude who is armed and breaking into my home has nothing but good intentions. Or they simply want to take a computer, and they'll be on their way. Don't harm them, let them have the computer. Why? It's not worth their life. No, I am under no obligation. The victim is under no obligation to assume safety. You break into my house, don't be surprised if we defend ourselves with to the best of our abilities. And you know what? It's legal. As for these crackpot states where they ban guns and they scold you if you dare do anything about it, you deserve it. But you know what? These people stay there. They stay there, they live there, they seem to enjoy it, so far be it for me to complain, right? Now, just don't destroy it and then move somewhere else. That's the problem. Based on the voting patterns in Texas and Florida, it seems like the people who moved out learned their lesson, which is surprising to me because I thought they would bring with them a lot of woke people, but no, Texas and Florida election voting patterns seem to indicate that all the good people left and said, I ain't voting for that anymore. I was talking to some locals recently, and they asked me where I was from, and I said, not from here. But I moved here recently, in the past couple of years, because the people here are better. And then they smiled, and I'm like, you know, I fly the American flag in my house. That's the easiest way to explain it. People in West Virginia tend to be more understanding of hard work, meritocracy, and responsibility. Whereas in these big cities, everyone says, don't look at me, I ain't getting involved. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up in a few minutes. Stick around, and I'll see you all shortly.
All right, let's see what these. Let's see what these. Where you're up to.
Sorry about that.
Well, thanks for coming, Ben. Can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Thought you might have stayed at the hospital to rest.
Lazy! No worries. I just got really bored there and wanted to continue this Dungeons & Dragons campaign.
I thought you found Allah. So isn't this fantasy world haram? Maybe that's why he's sending cars crashing into your spine.
I'm not Muslim. I have no labels.
Oh, thank God. Would hate to deport you mid-campaign.
That's Islamophobic.
No, I love the Muslims. For real on Allah.
So what are you, Ben? I don't know. I found many things during the second coma. I found the beauty of God, Yahweh, Allah, and more beings. even Buddha.
You saw Buddha? The skinny one or the Donald one?
Are you calling me fucking enlightened? Because I agree.
I don't know. It's not really what I saw, but how I felt.
You know there's no science behind God? No studies or facts?
I care more about my feelings than facts right now.
I see what you did there.
Well, good luck on your spiritual journey, Ben. If you find the answers, let us know.
Thank you. I guess coming close to death several times kind of changes one's perspective.
God must really love you. Keeps trying to get you into heaven.
Or it's not God, but something else.
Kooky Conspiracy Joe back at it again.
Well, enough about me. I think it's time we continue our journey from where we left off. You undertook a strip club heist, successfully nabbing the ruby from Saban Pinkor's office. Now it's time to meet the old beggar and return it.
Sounds awesome, Ben.
I'll be honest, I kind of missed you, Shaboobert. The last Dungeon Master, well...
You won't have to worry about him ever again, Don.
What happened?
It's confidential. National security stuff.
Right. I apologize.
I forgive you, but I won't
All right,
forget.
I'm missing lore.
I'm missing lore.
Slip out of that.
Joe Rogan, always dropping those truth bombs. My attitude, though, is Joe, you gotta get out in the forefront a little bit. Here's how I see it. Right? Here's the story. Joe Rogan says the culture shifted, and now the left embraces war, censorship, big pharma, and authoritarianism. I'm gonna play this clip for you. It's not that long. And my point with this segment, though, is let's talk about when you know what's happening, stepping up and getting in front of it. And I think Joe does a really good job, and I think there may be some strategy as to why Joe's a little bit behind culture warriors like us. And I'm not saying that to rag on the guy, because I'm a huge fan, and I'm very grateful to Joe's help, not just career-wise, but also when I was very sick. But I think strategy-wise, there are some things I'm talking about. Let me play this clip for you so you can hear it right from Joe's mouth himself.
The culture shift between right and left authoritarianism, and now people don't recognize that if you just stop looking at it in terms of red and blue, look at the actions, whether it's war, suppression of free speech, pharmacological interventions that are mandatory, whatever the fuck it is, that used to all be associated with the authoritative right, the authoritarian right. And now those things are being embraced by the left. And I just think it's just an ideology thing. I think we get confused and we think, we're on the right side. And if it's our side that's saying this, for sure it's the right thing to do. And no one's critically thinking about this.
He is completely correct. And this is the funny thing. How is it that you can have people simultaneously claim to oppose the military-industrial complex, but then also be like, woo, war in Ukraine, send another $100 billion. Where do you think that money goes? Someone's got to manufacture all those weapons that they're using. Somebody's getting paid. It is a racket. War is a racket. It's always been. The United States wants to prop up the petrodollar, fluff up its economy, and Donald Trump shocked the left when he came out and said, we're doing these weapons deals with Saudi Arabia, it's tremendous, we're going to make so much money. And then they were like, I can't believe he's just coming out right and saying it. So that's what I noticed. And I'm sure most of you noticed it as well. What's happened is, the way I describe it is you have this big ball of American culture. Imagine a ball right here. And it's split in the middle with left and right, a little gradient in the middle. And then this weird growth starts sprouting on the top left side, and then it bubbles up and then schlops off. And now there's this weird cult left, and then there's the actual left and right. Now I think that I'm probably left-leaning in a classical sense. I think that's fair to say. That means that if I sit down with someone like Ben Shapiro, we're going to disagree on many political things related to tradition, family, libertarianism, because I fall on the more left side of the American political spectrum. Leftists, however, in this country believe whatever random crap they're told to believe because that's what wokeness is. It is the modern left liberal culture of, it's fabricated by algorithms on social media, characterized by cult-like adherence to the cultural orthodoxy. I've been talking about what wokeness is for a while. They have no real plans, they have no real goals, they have no real ideology. They are simply spinning themselves in a zombie circle. Now, Joe Rogan comes out and says, look at what they are doing. They're embracing all of these things. Yes, because zombies are easy to manipulate. They're puppets. They will say and repeat whatever they're told to say and repeat. So if you're a big evil corporation or authoritarian, that's the group you target. Yes, with the rest of us. Meritocracy, personal responsibility, individual liberty. I mean, we're all there. Whether you're liberal or conservative, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, pro-progressive tax, pro-flat tax, whether you want secure borders or more immigration, those don't seem to matter. Whether your economic policy is staunch on the left or right, doesn't matter. If you're on the left, and you disagree with their social orthodoxy, then you're on the right. That's exactly how they define it. But let's talk about the culture war and Joe Rogan. Simply put, I think Joe is not a culture warrior, but he's smarter than most people. And so probably one of the most influential tools in mainstream comedian of massive positive reputation speaking out on these issues. However, I believe that Joe needs to be further out in the forefront. And what I mean to say is, Joe should have endorsed Donald Trump outright in 2020. I mean, that's just my opinion. Now, I'm not going to bother him and I'm going to call him on the phone, Joe, you need to endorse him. But I'll say this here, simply as from a political perspective and a cultural perspective. From a personal perspective, let's do this. I know Joe Rogan. Personally, Joe, do whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. Culturally and politically, if we were to remove Joe Rogan as a person and just say powerful, influential, cultural personality A, whether it's Joe or anyone else, they know they have an impact culturally. They know their opinions generate news stories, and they're paying attention to what's going on, and they are worried about it. I believe that individual, whether it's Joe or anybody else, should be coming out and saying outright, vote for Donald Trump. It's funny because a couple years ago, I should say more than a couple years ago, probably. Man, I can't believe how long it's been. It's 2023, everybody. It was August of 2020, I believe, when I said I was going to vote for Trump. That he put out his second-term agenda, and I said too much of this aligns with exactly what we've been saying, and that's why I did it. I see problems with Trump. I see, he used the State Department website to promote a Trump property. He tried having the G7 at Trump the Rail. I don't like those things. I don't like his character. I don't know if it's befitting of the office. But at the same time, I don't know if my opinion on decorum matters when we're talking about the functioning of a country. So what I decided was, despite the things I didn't like culturally or socially, the things he's talking about doing align too much with what I want to happen. Therefore, I would be insane not to effectively endorse Donald Trump. I say effectively because I didn't say I endorse him. I just said I'm going to vote for the guy. I likely will vote for him again in 2024. We will see. If they indict him and arrest him, yeah, I may just be like, he's got my vote. Sorry, Ron DeSantis. Ron may run. I'm assuming he's going to run, but I don't know. A year ago, I said the opposite. I said DeSantis seems to be the guy. And this was because Trump wouldn't shut up about 2020. And so he was out of the picture as far as I was concerned. Now where are we? East Palestine, Ohio. The McDonald's for the first responders. A real human approach that was fun, funny, and heartwarming. Some levity. People really need that in a disaster. But he showed up. Nobody else did. And look, Biden goes to the other side of the planet. Benny Johnson.
Someone else showed up. Someone else showed up. They just weren't the kind of person who's going to run for office.
Oh yeah, Nikki Haley. Where's she at? She's running for president. She didn't go down. Now I really like Vivek Ramaswamy. He's a smart guy. He's excellent, especially on cultural issues. I think he should have gone too. Anyway, more to the point with Joe. I wonder if Joe's strategy is don't go too hard too far because that will actually alienate people you're trying to convince. And if Joe Rogan plays the middle ground and says, I'm not going to vote for that guy, don't worry, I'm a liberal like you, but take a look at all this information, he's opening the door to so many people to step out and say, good point. And maybe then, when people listen to Joe Rogan and they're listening to MMA or they're listening to comedy and then some cultural talk, maybe they catch an episode of mine or Michael Malice's or Dave Smith's. And then they say, I want to listen to more of those guys. And then they listen to more of us and they go, hey, these guys are making really good points about voting for Fetterman or voting for Trump. I say Fetterman because Michael Malice keeps saying that Fetterman's his choice candidate. And fair point. Because Fetterman is broken. Voting for him is basically, I don't know exactly what Michael's position is, but it's basically like you're putting a broken guy in office, let the system rot. It's funny. He makes a good point. He was like, it's fantastic that he won. And I'm like, yeah, Michael's got a good point. Right now, there seems to be this overlap with the Trump MAGA, defected liberals and libertarians. A lot of anarchists, a lot of libertarian friends. They're rational, they're reasonable, and they're having arguments with me. And they tell me to vote libertarian. And I'm like, but I don't view Trump as the lesser of two evils. Now, Dave Smith said that Trump was the lesser of two evils, and I'm like, I don't think so. I don't. It's like the first time in my life I've not felt this way. Trump may not be perfect, but like on a scale, what did I say? It's like a 55% or 60%. Yeah, sure, Dave Smith would be like an 80%. Like I'm talking about like 100% being the best candidate, 0% being the worst. Everybody's been a 1 to 10. And there's some good things they do. Dave Smith would probably be an 80. But we also got to think about who's going to win. And that's the challenge, I guess. Because I'm not sure the libertarians can win. And they all try to convince me you got to vote for libertarians. But my point is just this. We got to win, culturally. So having Dave Smith on the debate stage with the Democrat and the Republican, 100%. Maybe the Democrats would even entertain that because it'll split the right vote. I don't know. All I know is this. I'm glad Joe Rogan came out and he said this. I am glad every time Joe Rogan says everything he says about politics to his audience because it is massive. And regular people I know who are lefty listen to this, and it does change their minds. Personally, I think Joe would go a long way in helping fix this if he came out right and said vote Trump. What he said so far is he would vote for Trump over Biden. That's big. Maybe by 2024 he's going to be like, I'm voting for the guy, man. Because the Democrats have lost their minds. I don't know, though. Simply put this way. There's a lot of people who are like, Tim Pool's a milquetoast fence sitter, blah, blah, blah. And other people are like, dude, he may not be a diehard MAGA Trump supporter who believes everything Trump says and is fully on board, but it is an open door for people to get information about. I see people say stuff about me. And I'm like, I don't know, man, look, I say what I say. There's probably some people who are far right and move closer to the middle. Maybe everybody who listens to me moves a little bit closer to the middle because that's where I'm at or something. All I know is this. If you know what's going on, if you've been watching it, how could you not know, right? And so at that point, you just need to say, guys, you need to listen. Vote Trump.
All right.
Not that he's the perfect guy. Not that he does everything right. But it's the best we've got right now for these problems. I don't know. Maybe he genuinely doesn't believe that. Maybe he thinks Trump is the lesser of two evils and he wanted Bernie Sanders instead. I think Bernie's full of it. But I'll leave it there. Next segment is coming up tonight at 8 p.m. over at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
All right. Go on, turn off the